Mira and Harper Audio present Shelter Mountain, a novel by Robyn Carr, performed by Therese Plummer. Chapter 1. A fierce and unseasonably cold September wind blew chilly rain against the windows. Preacher wiped down the bar, and while it was only 7:30, it was already dark. No one in Virgin River would be out on a night like this. After the dinner hour was past, people tended to stay in on cold, wet nights. The campers and fishermen in the area would be locked down tight against the storm. It was bear and deer hunting season, but it was unlikely any hunters would pass en route to or from lodges and blinds at this hour in such weather. Jack, his partner and the owner of the bar and grill, knowing there would be little if any business, was tucked away with his new wife at their cabin in the woods. Preacher had also sent home their 17-year-old helper, Rick. As soon as the fire burned down a little more, Preacher planned to switch off the open sign and lock the door. He poured himself a shot of whiskey and took it over to the table nearest the fire, then turned a chair toward the hearth and propped up his feet. Quiet nights like this were to his liking. He was a solitary kind of guy. But the peace was not to be. Someone pulled on the door, causing him to frown. It opened a little bit. The wind caught the door, and it flew open with a bang, bringing him instantly to his feet. Entering and then struggling to close the door was a young woman holding a child. The woman wore a ball cap and had a heavy quilted bag slung over her shoulder. Preacher went to get the door. She turned, looked up at him, and they both jumped back in surprise. She was likely startled because Preacher looked intimidating. He was 6'4", bald with bushy black eyebrows, a diamond stud earring, and shoulders about as broad as an axe handle was long. Under the bill of the baseball cap, Preacher saw a pretty young woman's face bearing a bruise on her cheek and a split lower lip. I'm sorry. I saw the sign. Yeah, come on in. I wasn't expecting anyone to be out tonight. Are you closing? She asked, hoisting up her burden, a little boy, not more than 3 or 4 years old. He was asleep on her shoulder, his long legs dangling limply. Because are you closing? Come on, he said, stepping back for her to pass. It's okay. I don't have any place better to go. He extended an arm toward a table. Sit by the fire there. Warm up. Dry off. Thanks, she said meekly. She went to the table by the fire, and when she saw the drink, said, Is this where you're sitting? Go ahead, take it, he said. I was having a shot before calling it a night. But there's no hurry. We don't usually close this early anyway, but with the rain and... Did you want to get home? She asked him. He smiled at her. I live here. Makes me real flexible on the hours. If you're sure... I'm sure, he said. If the weather's decent, we usually stay open till at least 9. She took the chair facing the fire, the boy's gangly legs straddling her lap. She let her quilted shoulder bag drop to the floor and pulled the child closer, hugging him tight, stroking his back. Preacher disappeared into the back, leaving her to warm herself for a minute. He came back with a couple of pillows from his bed and the throw from his couch. He put the pillows on the table next to her and said, Here, lay the kid down. He's probably heavy. She looked up at him with eyes that seemed to want to cry. Oh, he hoped she wouldn't do that. He hated when women cried. He had no idea what to do. Jack could handle it. He was chivalrous. He knew exactly what to do with a woman under any circumstance. Preacher was uncomfortable around women until he got to know them. When you got down to it, he was inexperienced. Although it wasn't intentional, he tended to scare women and children simply because of how he looked. But they didn't know that underneath his sometimes grim countenance, he was shy. "Thanks," she said again. She transferred the child to the pillows on the table. He immediately curled into a ball and put a thumb in his mouth. Preacher stood there, lamely, holding the throw. She didn't take it from him, so he put it over the boy and tucked it around him. He noticed the boy's cheeks were rosy and his lips bright pink. When she reclaimed her chair, she looked around. She saw the stag's head over the front door and flinched. She turned full circle, noting the bearskin on the wall, the sturgeon over the bar. "Is this some kind of hunting place?" she asked. "Not really, but a lot of hunters and fishermen pass this way," he said. "My partner shot the bear in self-defense, but he caught the fish on purpose. One of the biggest sturgeons in the river. I got the buck, but I'd rather fish than hunt. I like the quiet." He shrugged. "I'm the cook here. If I kill it, we eat it." "You can eat deer," she said. "And we did. We had a great winter of venison. Maybe you should have a drink," he said, trying to keep his voice soft and non-threatening. "I have to find a place to stay. Where am I, anyway?" "Virgin River. Kind of out of the way. How'd you find us?" She shook her head and a small laugh escaped. "I got off the highway looking for a town with a hotel." "You got off the highway a while ago." "There aren't many places wide enough to turn around," she said. "Then I saw this place, your sign. My son, I think he has a fever. We shouldn't drive anymore." Preacher knew there wasn't any place to get a room nearby. This was a woman in trouble. It didn't take a genius to figure that out. "I'll fix you up with something," he said. "But first, you want something to drink? Eat? I've got a good soup tonight. Bean and ham. And bread. I made the bread today. I like to do that when it's cold and rainy. How about a brandy to warm you up first?" "Brandy?" "Or whatever you feel like." "That would be good. Soup would be good, too. I haven't eaten in hours. Thanks." "Sit tight." He went to the bar and poured a Remy into a snifter. Fancy stuff for this place. He hardly ever used the snifters on the usual crowd, but he wanted to do something special for the girl. For sure, she was down on her luck. He took her the brandy and then went back to the kitchen. The soup was put away for the night, but he took it out of the refrigerator, ladled out a scoop, and put it in the microwave. While it warmed, he took her a napkin and some utensils. By the time he got back to the kitchen, the soup was ready and he got out the bread. Some of his best. Soft, sweet, and hearty. And nuked it for a few seconds. He put that and some butter on a plate. When he came out of the kitchen, he saw her struggling out of her jacket. Like maybe she was stiff or sore. The sight of it stopped him briefly and made him frown. She threw a look over her shoulder as if she was caught doing something bad. Preacher put the food in front of her, his mind spinning. She was maybe 5'5" and slight. She wore jeans, and her curly brown hair was tucked through the back of the ball cap like a ponytail. She looked like a girl, but he guessed she was at least in her 20s. Maybe she'd been in a car accident. But it was more likely someone had smacked her around. The thought alone got him a little hot inside. "That looks great," she said, accepting the soup. He went back behind the bar while she ate. She shoveled the soup in, smeared the bread with butter, and ate it ravenously. Halfway through her meal, she gave him a sheepish, almost apologetic smile. It tore through him. That bruised face, split lip, her hunger. When she'd sopped up the last of her soup with the last of her bread, he returned to her table. "I'll get you some more." No, it's okay. I think I'll have some of this brandy now. I sure appreciate it. I'll be on my way in a—" "Relax," he said, and hoped he didn't sound harsh. It took a while for people to warm up to him. He transferred her dishes to the bar, clearing her place. "There isn't anywhere around here to get a room," he said when he returned to the table. He sat down across from her, leaned toward her. "The roads aren't so good out this way, especially in the rain. Really, you don't want to head back out there. You're kind of stuck." "Oh, no. Listen, if you'll just tell me the closest place, I have to find something—" "Take it easy," he said. "I got an extra room. No problem. It's a bad night." Predictably, her eyes widened. "It's okay. It's got a lock." "I didn't mean—" "It's okay. I'm kind of scary looking, I know it." "No, it's just—" "Don't worry about it. I know how I look. Works great on guys, they back right off." He gave her a small smile, not showing any teeth. "You don't have to do this," she said. "I have a car." "Jesus, I couldn't stand to think of you sleeping in a car," he said. "Sorry. Sometimes I sound as bad as I look. But no kidding. If the kid's not feeling so good—" "I can't," she said. "I don't know you—" "Yeah, I know. Probably makes you wonder, huh? But I'm way safer than I look. You'd be okay here. Better here than at some hotel on the freeway, guaranteed. A whole lot more okay than out in that storm trying to deal with those mountain roads." She looked at him hard for a minute. Then she said, "No, I'm just going to press on. If you'll tell me how much—" "Pretty rough-looking bruise you have there," Preacher said. "Can I get you anything for that lip? I have a first aid kit in the kitchen." "I'm fine," she said, shaking her head. "How about if we settle up and—" "I don't have anything for a kid's fever, except a room, with a lock on the door so you feel safe. You don't want to pass up an offer like that in this weather, with a kid who might be coming down with something. I look big and mean, but I'm about as safe as you get. Unless you're wildlife." He grinned at her. "You don't look mean," she said timidly. "It can make women and little kids real nervous, and I hate that part." "You on the run?" he asked her. She lowered her eyes. "What do you think? I'm gonna call the cops? Who did that to you?" She immediately started to cry. "Aw, hey, don't." She put her head down on folded arms on the tabletop and sobbed. "Aw, come on, don't do that. I never know what to do." Hesitatingly, squeamishly, he touched her back and she jumped. He touched one of her hands very lightly. "Come on, don't cry. Maybe I can help." "No, you can't." "Never know," he said, lightly patting her hand. She lifted her head. "Sorry," she said, wiping her eyes. "I'm exhausted, I guess. It was an accident. It was really stupid, but I was struggling with Chris." She stopped suddenly and looked around nervously, as though worried about being overheard. She licked her lower lip. "I was trying to get Christopher in the car, hanging on to stuff, and I opened the door right into my face. Hard. You shouldn't be in a hurry, you know? It was just a little accident. It's fine." She lifted the napkin to her nose. "Right," Preacher said. "Sure. Too bad about that. Looks sore." "It'll be fine." "Sure it will. So, what's your name?" When she didn't answer for a long moment, he said, "It's okay. I'm not going to repeat it. If anyone came looking for you, I'd never mention seeing you." Her eyes grew round and her mouth stood open slightly. "Oh, damn. That was the wrong thing to say, wasn't it?" he said. "All I mean is, if you're hiding or running, it's okay. You can hide or run here. I won't give you up. What's your name?" She reached out and ran her fingers gently through the boy's hair, silent. Preacher got up and flipped off the open sign and threw the latch on the door. "There," he said, sitting down with her again, the little boy taking up much of the table beside them. "Try to take it easy," he said softly. "No one here's gonna hurt you. I can be a friend. I'm sure not scared of the weak dick who'd do that to a woman. Sorry." She looked down to avoid eye contact. "It was the car door." "Not afraid of any mean old car door either," he said. She gave a little huff of laughter, but had trouble looking him in the eye. She picked up her brandy with a slightly trembling hand and lifted it to her mouth. "Yeah, there you go," Preacher said. "If you think the boy needs a doctor tonight, there's one right across the street. I could go get him, or take you over." "I think he's just coming down with a cold. I'm keeping a close eye on him." "If he needs medicine or something, I think he's okay." "My buddy, the guy who owns this place, his wife is a nurse. A special nurse. She can give medicine, see patients. She takes real good care of the women around here. She'd come in 10 minutes. If a woman makes a difference, under the circumstances." "Circumstances?" she asked, a panicked look floating across her features. "Car door and all that." "No, really. It's just been a long day, you know." "Yeah, must have been. And the last hour or so off the freeway, that must have been pretty awful. If you're not used to those roads." "A little scary," she admitted softly. "And not having any idea where I am." "You're in Virgin River now. That's what matters. It's just a little crimp in the road, but the people are good. Help out where they can, you know?" She gave him a small, shy smile, but her eyes were downcast again. "What's your name?" he asked again. She pursed her lips tight, shaking her head. Her eyes welled up again. "It's okay," he said softly. "Really." "Paige," she whispered, a tear running down her cheek. "Paige," she repeated in a small voice. "Yeah, that's good. That's a pretty name. You can say your name around here without being afraid." "Your name?" "John," he said, then wondered why he had done that. Something about her, he guessed. "John Middleton. No one calls me John, though. I'm known as Preacher." "You're a preacher?" "No," he said with a short laugh. "Way far from it. The only one ever to call me John was my mother." "What did your father call you?" she asked him. "Kid," he said and smiled. "Hey, kid," he emphasized. "Why do they call you Preacher?" "Aw," he said, ducking shyly. "I don't know. I got the nickname way back when I was just a kid in the Marine Corps. The boys said I was kind of straight-laced and uptight." "Really? Are you?" "Nah, not really," he said. "I never used to curse at all. I used to go to Mass when there was a Mass. I grew up around priests and nuns. My mother was real devout. None of the boys ever went to Mass that I remember, and I kind of hung back when they went out to get drunk and look for women. I don't know. I never felt like doing that. I'm not good with women." He smiled suddenly. "That should be obvious right away, huh? And getting drunk never really appealed to me." "But you have a bar," she asked. "It's Jack's bar. He watches over people real good. We don't let anybody out of here if they're not safe, you know? I like a shot at the end of the day, but no reason to get a headache over it, right?" He grinned at her. Should I call you John? She asked him. Or Preacher?
Whatever you want.
John, she said. Okay?
If you want, yeah,
he said.
Yeah, I like that. Been a while since anyone called me that.
She lowered her eyes for a moment, then raised them again. I really appreciate this, John. You staying open and everything.
It's not a big deal. Most nights were open later than this.
Preacher inclined his head toward the boy.
You going to wake up hungry?
Maybe, she said. I had some peanut butter and jelly in the car, and he went through that pretty fast.
Okay. There's an extra room upstairs, right above the kitchen. You help yourself in the kitchen. I'll leave a light on for you. Anything you want. There's milk in the refrigerator and orange juice. Cereal, bread, peanut butter. More of that soup in the fridge, and a microwave. Okay?
That's very nice of you, but...
Paige, you look like you could use some rest, and if the boy's coming down with something, you don't want to take him out in that cold, wet mess.
She thought about it for a second and then said, How much?
He laughed in spite of himself, then sobered quickly. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. It's just that it's my old room. It's not a hotel room or anything. I lived up there for 2 years, but then Jack and Mel got married and I got his apartment out back. That room over the kitchen smells a little like bacon and coffee in the morning, but it's a good size, with a big bathroom. It would do for a night. He shrugged. Just being a good neighbor, okay?
That's generous, she said.
I'm not putting myself out any. It's an empty room. Glad to help out. He cleared his throat. Got a suitcase I can get for you or anything?
Only one, on the back seat.
I'll get it for you. You get your brandy there, he said. Give yourself another shot if you need it. If I were you, I'd need it after driving through these hills in the rain. He stood up. Bring it with you and I'll show you the room. Upstairs. You want me to carry the kid up for you?
She stood as well. Thanks. She stretched her shoulders as if stiff from a long drive. If you don't mind.
Not a problem, he said. Listen, so you don't worry. Your room and my apartment aren't even connected. We're separated by the kitchen and stairs. You just lock your door and rest easy. He gently and clumsily lifted the little boy into his arms. His head went onto Preacher's shoulder, and it felt odd. Preacher didn't have a lot of experience with carrying around children, but he liked the way it felt. He gave the boy's back a few long, slow strokes. This way. He led the way through the kitchen and up the back staircase. He opened the door and said, Sorry, it's kind of a mess. I left some things up here, like my weights, but the sheets are clean.
It looks fine, she said. I'll get out first thing in the morning.
Don't worry about it. If you need a couple of days, we can work it out. Like I said, it's not exactly for rent or anything, just sits empty. I mean, if the kid's got a little bug or something.
He laid the boy gently on the bed, strangely reluctant to put him down. The warmth of the child against his chest was comforting. He couldn't resist touching his floppy blonde hair. Beautiful little kid.
How about some car keys? Might as well go get that suitcase. She dug around in her quilted bag, which looked kind of like a diaper bag, although the boy was too big for diapers. She passed him the keys. Just be a minute, he said. Preacher went to her car, a little Honda, and got in. He had to put the seat all the way back, and his knees still rubbed against the steering wheel. He pulled it around to the back of the building and parked it beside his truck where it couldn't be seen from the main street in case someone was looking for her. He wasn't sure how he'd explain that. He wouldn't want her to be afraid. He plucked the suitcase out of the back. It was way too small for someone who was taking a trip. It was the right size for someone getting out with the clothes on her back.
When he was back in the upstairs room, she was sitting tensely on the edge of the bed, her son behind her. He put down the suitcase, placed the keys on the bureau right inside the door, and shuffled a little in the doorway. She stood up and faced him.
Look, I moved your car. Put it right out back by my truck. Off the street. It's out of sight from the road now. So if you get up or look out, you're not confused about that. It's right out back. I recommend you sit tight, wait out this rain, travel in dry daylight. But if you get, nervous, the bar only locks on the inside, and here are your keys. It's no big deal if you, if you can't relax and have to leave. It's no big deal if the bar door is left unlocked. This is a real quiet, safe place. Sometimes we forget to lock up anyway. I'll get it locked for sure tonight. You and the kid being here. Paige? You don't have to be worried or anything. I'm a pretty reliable guy. Or else Jack wouldn't leave me with the bar. Okay? Just get some rest.
Thank you, she said, and it was barely a sound. He pulled the door closed. He heard her move the deadbolt, protecting herself. For the first time since coming to this little town, he wondered why that deadbolt had ever been installed. He stood there a minute. It had taken him about 5 seconds to conclude someone, 98% chance a boyfriend or husband, had belted her in the face and she was on the run with her kid. It wasn't like he didn't know that stuff happened. It happened all the time. He just never understood what satisfaction a man could get out of hitting a woman. It made no sense to him. If you have a pretty young woman like that, you treat her right. Hold her safe against you and protect her. He went to the bar, turned off the lights, checked the kitchen, leaving a light on in case she came downstairs, then went to his apartment behind the kitchen. He was only there a few minutes when it occurred to him that there were no longer clean towels up there. He'd emptied the bathroom and moved all his downstairs. He went to the bathroom, gathered up a stack of clean white towels, and went back upstairs. The door was open a crack, like maybe she'd already been down to the kitchen. He could see a glass of orange juice sitting on the bureau inside the door, and it pleased him that she'd helped herself. Through that space of an inch, he saw her reflection in the bureau mirror. Her back faced the mirror, and she had pulled her bulky sweatshirt up over her head and shoulders, trying to get a glimpse of her back and upper arms in the mirror. She was covered with bruises. Lots of big bruises on her back, one on her shoulder and upper arms. Preacher was mesmerized. For a moment, his eyes were locked on those purple splotches. "Oh, Jesus," he whispered in a breath. He quickly backed away from the slit in the door and got up against the wall outside, out of sight. It took him a moment to collect himself. He was stricken, horrified. All he could think was, what kind of animal does something like that? His mouth hung open because he couldn't imagine this. He was a warrior, a trained fighter, and he was pretty sure he hadn't done that much damage to a man equal to him in size in a fair fight. Some instinct kicked in that told him he shouldn't let on that he'd seen. She was already afraid of everything, including him. But there was also the reality that this wasn't a woman who'd been smacked. She'd been pummeled. He didn't even know the girl, yet all he wanted was to kill the son of a bitch who'd done that to her. After 5 or 11 months of beatings, then death for the sorry bastard. She shouldn't know he was feeling that. It would scare her to death. He took a few deep breaths, composed himself. Then he tapped lightly on the door. "Huh?" he heard her say, sounding startled. "Just some towels," he said. "1 second, okay?" "Take your time." Momentarily, she opened the door a tiny bit farther, her sweatshirt back in place. "I forgot. I took all the bathroom stuff out," he said. "You'll need some towels."
I'll leave you alone now. Won't bother you again."
"Thank you, John."
"No problem. Paige, get some good rest."
Paige pulled the bureau carefully, as quietly as possible, in front of the door. She really hoped John hadn't heard that, but as close as she could figure out, the kitchen was right beneath this room. And if the man meant her or Christopher any harm, he could have already delivered it, not to mention that a locked door and empty bedroom dresser couldn't possibly keep him out. As much as she'd have liked a hot soak in a tub, she felt too vulnerable to get naked. She couldn't talk herself into the shower either. She might not hear the doorknob rattle or Christopher call out to her. So she washed up in the sink and put on clean clothes. Then, leaving the bathroom light on, she lay carefully on the bed, on top of the covers. She knew she wouldn't sleep. But after a little while, she calmed down. She stared at the ceiling, the wood slats forming a perfect V over her head. What came to mind was that this was the third time in her life she'd lain in bed looking at such a ceiling. The first time was in the house she grew up in. The beams were bare, pink insulation puffing out between them. The house was small, only 2 bedrooms, and already old when her parents moved in. But the neighborhood had been clean and quiet then, 20 years ago. Her mother moved her into the attic when she was 9. She shared her space with boxes of stored household goods pushed back against one wall. But it was her space, and she escaped to it whenever she could. From her bed, she could hear her mother and father arguing. After her father's death, when she was 11, she could hear her older brother Bud argue with their mother. From what she had learned about domestic battery in the last few years, she should have expected to end up with an abuser, even though her father never hit her or her mother, and the worst she ever got from Bud was a shove or slug in the arm. But man, could the men in her family yell. So loud, so mad, she wondered why the windows didn't crack. Demand, belittle, insult, accuse, sulk, punish with the meanest words. It was just a matter of degrees. Abuse is abuse. The next time she had found herself staring at a ceiling like this one was after she left home. She'd gone to beauty school after high school and stayed home with her mother, paying rent until she was 21. Then she and 2 girlfriends, also beauticians, rented half an old house. Paige had happily taken the attic bedroom, though it wasn't even as large as her childhood room, and most of the time she had to crouch to keep from hitting her head on the slanted walls. Tears came to her eyes because she remembered those 2 years with Pat and Jeannie as the happiest in her life. Sometimes she missed them so much, it made her ache. 3 hairdressers, mostly broke after rent, food, and clothes. It had seemed like heaven. When they couldn't afford to go out, they'd buy popcorn and cheap wine and make a party of it at home, gossiping about women whose hair they cut and frosted, about boyfriends and sex, laughing till they couldn't sit up straight. Then Wes came into her life, a successful businessman, 6 years older. It was shocking to realize he'd been the age she was now, 29. Yet he'd seemed so worldly, mature. She'd been styling his hair for only a couple of months when he asked her out and took her to a restaurant so fine the hostesses were better dressed than she was. He drove a brand new Grand Prix with cushy leather seats, darkly tinted windows. And he drove too fast, which, at 23, didn't seem dangerous. It was thrilling. Even though he yelled at and flipped off other drivers, it seemed his right. He was powerful. By her standards, rich. He had a house already, which he didn't even have to share with roommates. His career was trading stocks and commodities, an exhausting job that required brilliance and high energy. He wanted to go out every night, bought her things, pulled his wallet out of his pocket and said,
I don't know what you really want. What little thing would just make you cry it's so perfect? So I want you to shop for yourself. Because you being happy is the only thing that matters to me in the world." He'd peeled off a couple of bills and handed her $200. A veritable fortune. Pat and Jeannie didn't like him, but there was hardly a mystery in that. He wasn't all that nice to them. He treated them like wallpaper, furniture. Answered their questions with one word when he could. In fact, she couldn't remember what they said about him when they tried to warn her off. Then came the insanity of her life spiraling out of control that, to this day, seemed impossible. He'd hit her before they married, and she married him anyway. They'd been in his fancy car, parked, having an argument about where she was living. He thought she'd be better off at home with her mother rather than that old half a house in a questionable neighborhood with a couple of dykes. It got pretty nasty. She'd said her share of ugly things to him. He said something like, "I want you with your mother, not in some little whorehouse in the ghetto." Just who the fuck do you think you are, calling where I live a whorehouse? How do you use that language with me? You called my best friends dykes and whores, and it's my language you criticize? I'm just thinking about your safety. You said you wanted to marry me someday, and I'd like you to still be around when that happens. Well, up yours, because I love living there, and you can't tell me what to do. And I'm not marrying anyone who can talk about my best friends like that. There was more. She vaguely remembered calling him a bad name, like prick or asshole. He called her a bitch, a difficult bitch. In any case, they both contributed, she was sure of that. He'd slapped her, open palm. Then he immediately broke down, collapsed, cried like a baby, said he wasn't sure what had happened to him, but maybe it was because he'd never been in love like this before. It was wrong. He knew it was wrong to overreact that way. He was crazy. He was ashamed. But he wanted to hold her in his arms every night, take care of her for the rest of her life, never lose her. He apologized for what he'd said about the roommates. Maybe he was jealous of how loyal she was to them. In his mind, he couldn't see past her. There was no one in his life he valued like he valued her. He loved her so much, it made him nuts, he said. She was the first person he'd ever felt that way about. Without her, he was nothing. She believed him, but she never used profanity around him again. She hadn't told Pat and Jeannie because even though she was stupid about what was happening, she knew better than to risk their further disapproval. It only took her a couple of days to get over that slap. It wasn't much of a slap. It didn't take more than a month for her to almost forget it happened and trust him again. She thought him handsome, exciting, sexy. He was edgy and confident, smart. Passive men couldn't get the kind of success he had. She wasn't attracted to passive men. Then he said, "Paige, I don't want to wait. I want us to get married as soon as you're ready. A nice wedding. Screw the cost. I can afford whatever you want. Ask Pat and Jeannie to stand up for us. And you can quit your job. You don't have to work anymore." Her legs hurt. She was getting bunions. Fixing hair 6 days a week was no easy job, even though she had liked it. She'd often thought how much more she'd like it if she only had to do it about 6 hours a day, 4 days a week, but that seemed an impossible dream. She could barely make ends meet as it was, and her mother had been working 2 jobs since her father died. In her mother, she saw her future. Alone, weak, and worked to death. A picture of her surly roommates wearing pretty satin at her wedding, smiling, envious of her good fortune and the cushy life she'd have. And she'd said yes. He hit her again on the honeymoon. Over the next 6 years, she tried everything. Counseling, police, running away. He got out of jail right away, if they even bothered to take him in.
He found her in hiding, and it just got worse. Even her pregnancy and Christopher's arrival hadn't stopped the abuse. She discovered by accident that there might be a little more to this equation, a certain chemistry that gave him such energy to work those long hours and wear himself out keeping track of her, the fits of euphoria, the skull-splitting temper, some white powder in a small vial. Cocaine? And he took something his personal trainer gave him, though he swore it wasn't steroids. A lot of traders used amphetamines to keep up with the demands of the job. Cocaine users tended to be reed thin, but Wes was proud of his body, his build, and worked hard on his muscles. A coke and steroid regimen, she realized, could make his temper hair-trigger short. She had no idea how much, how long, but she knew he was crazy. This was her last chance. Through a shelter, she'd met a woman who said she could help her get away, change her identity, and flee. There was an underground for battered women and children in hopeless situations. If she and Christopher could just get to the first contact, they would be passed along from place to place, collecting new ID, names, histories, and lives along the way. The upside was it worked a lot. It was nearly foolproof when the woman followed instructions and the children were young enough. The downside was it was illegal and for life. Life like this, covered in bruises, afraid she'd be killed every day, or a life of being someone else, someone who isn't hit. She started squirreling away money from her grocery allowance and packed a bag that she hid with a contact from a shelter. She managed almost $500 and fully intended to get herself and Christopher out before another bad episode occurred. With the last beating, she knew she was nearly too late. And here she was, looking at her third V-shaped ceiling. She knew she wouldn't sleep. She'd hardly slept in 6 years. No worries about the drive. With so much adrenaline going on, she'd make it. But then she woke up to sunlight and a regular thwacking noise outside. Someone was chopping wood. She sat up cautiously and smelled coffee. She had slept, after all. And so had Christopher. The dresser was still pushed against the door. Chapter 2. Preacher barely slept. He spent half the night on the computer. It was like this little machine was invented for him, because he liked to look things up. He'd been trying to get Jack to put the inventory and receipts on the computer, but Jack had a clipboard that was like an extension of his arm and wanted nothing to do with Preacher's technology. It was slow, there being no cable hookup out here, but he was patient, and it got the job done. The rest of the night was spent trying to catch some sleep, which eluded him completely. He got out of bed several times and looked out the back window to see if the little Honda was still there. He finally got up for the day at 5, when it was still black as pitch outside. He went into the kitchen, started the coffee, laid a fresh fire. There was no sound from upstairs. The rain had stopped, but it was overcast and chilly. He'd have liked to go ahead and split logs, work off some aggression, but Jack liked doing that, so he let it go. At 6:30, Jack came into the bar all smiles. This was the happiest man in Virgin River since he got married. It was as if he couldn't stop grinning. Preacher stood behind the bar with his coffee mug and lifted his chin in greeting to his best friend. "Hey," Jack said. "Good rain." "Jack," he said. "Listen, I did something." Jack shrugged out of his jacket and hung it on the peg inside the door. "Pee in the soup again, Preacher?" "I got a woman upstairs." Pure shock settled over Jack's face. Preacher didn't have women around. He didn't prowl, didn't flirt, didn't do any of that. Of course, Jack didn't really know how he lived like that, but this was Preacher. When the guys, the Marines they had served with, were all out looking for women to pass the night with, Preacher stayed behind. They jokingly called him the Big Eunuch. "Oh, yeah?" he asked. Preacher took down a mug and filled it for Jack. "She came in last night, during the storm," he said. "She's got a kid with her. Little," he said, measuring with his huge hands. "Kid might be coming down with something. He's got a fever," she said. "I gave her my old room because there's no place to stay around here." "Well," Jack said, picking up his coffee. "That was nice of you. I guess. She steal the silver or anything?" Preacher made a face. They didn't have silver. The only thing worth stealing was the cash, locked up tight. Or liquor. Way too much trouble for a woman with a kid. Not that any of that ever crossed his mind. "She's probably in some trouble," Preacher said. "She's got... Looks like maybe she's been in some trouble. Maybe she's running or something." Again, Jack was shocked. "Huh?" Preacher stared hard into Jack's eyes. "I think she needs some help," he said, when in fact he knew she needed help. "She's got a bruise on her face." "Oh boy," Jack said. "Mel coming into Doc's?" he asked. "Of course. She needs to have a look at the kid, make sure he's not sick, you know? And the woman, Paige, she says she's all right, but maybe Mel can, I don't know, be sure." "Yeah," Jack said, taking a sip from his mug. "Then what?" Preacher shrugged. "She's gonna want to get out of here, I think. She's all skittish. She seems scared. I want her to at least see Mel." "Probably a good idea." "Yeah, that's what we'll do. Ask her to let Mel have a look. But I can't make her, you know? I think you should do it. Talk to her. Suggest it to her. Nah, Preach. You can handle this. It's your deal. I haven't seen her or anything. You just talk to her. Quiet and soft. Try not to scare her." "She's already scared, which is how I figure she's in some trouble. The kid hasn't seen me yet, though. He was asleep. He'll probably run screaming." At 7:30, Preacher fixed up a tray with some cereal in bowls, toast, coffee, orange juice, and milk. He went up the back stairs and gently tapped on the door. It opened immediately. Paige had showered and dressed. She wore the same jeans and a long-sleeve chambray shirt. A little black and blue spot peeked out from the open collar, and Preacher immediately felt steamed up, but he tried to keep it from showing on his face. Instead, he focused on her eyes, which were a deep emerald green, and her damp hair, which fell in curly tendrils to her shoulders. "Morning," he said, trying to keep his voice quiet and soft like Jack would. "Hey," she said. "You're up early?" "I've been up forever," he said. "Mom?" came a voice from behind her. He looked past her and saw the little kid, Christopher, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the bed. She opened the door for Preacher and he came in, putting the tray on the bureau just inside the door. He stayed by the door and gave the kid a nod. He tried to relax his features into softness, but wasn't sure how to do that. "Hey, little buddy. You want some breakfast?" The kid shrugged, but his round eyes were wide and focused on Preacher. "He's not so good with men," Paige whispered softly. "Shy." "Yeah?" Preacher asked. "Me too. Don't worry. I'll stay back." He looked at the child and tried out a smile. Then the kid pointed at Preacher's head and said, "You have to shave that?" It made Preacher laugh. "Yeah. Want to feel?" he asked. He approached the bed slowly, carefully, bending his bald head toward the kid. He felt a small hand rub over his dome, and it made him laugh again. He raised his head and said, "Cool, huh?" And the kid nodded. Preacher went back to Paige. "My buddy's wife, Melinda. She's coming to Doc's this morning, and I want to take you over there. Let her have a look at the kid, make sure he's okay, and if he needs medicine or anything, she'll fix you right up."
She's a nurse, you say?
Yeah, a special nurse, a midwife. She delivers babies and that.
Oh, Paige said, a little more interested. That's probably a good idea. But I don't have much money.
He laughed. We don't worry about things like that around here. If someone could use a little help, it'll be fine.
If you're sure.
It's all good. Come on downstairs when you're ready. Mel will be over there about 8, but take your time. Not too many people get sick around here, and they're not usually busy.
Okay, then we'll press on.
If you need to. You can stay a couple of days. I mean, if he's not feeling so well. Or if you're tired from driving.
I'll probably just get back on the road.
Where you headed?
He asked.
You never mentioned.
Just a little farther. I have a friend. We're going to visit a friend.
Ah,
he said. But if it had been just a little farther, she'd have kept going.
Well, you think about it. Open offer.
While Christopher sat cross-legged on the bed to eat cereal, Paige leaned toward the mirror, dabbing makeup on her purple cheek, covering it as best she could. It had at least lightened somewhat, but there was nothing she could do about the split lip, which was scabbing over. Christopher would touch it and say, "Mommy's owie." Her mind wandered back to that last beating. The part that still shook her was not being able to remember what had really started it. Something about Christopher's toys being strewn all over the family room, and then Wes's suit not back from the dry cleaners. He wasn't happy about what she'd made for dinner. Or was it what she had said about the toys? Jesus, Wes, he has toys. He plays with them. Just give me a minute. Had he slapped her then? No, right after that, when she muttered under her breath, "Don't get excited. Don't get mean. Just let me do it." How could she not know that he'd react like that? Because she never knew how he would react. They'd had months of no violence, but she had seen it in his eyes when he came home from the office. It was already there. Eyes that said, "I'm going to hit you and hit you and hit you some more, and neither of us will know exactly why." As usual, by the time she zoned in on that dangerous gleam, it was too late. She had started spotting then, in danger of losing the baby. The new baby that she'd recently told him about. Big surprise, since he had kicked her. So she dragged herself out of bed and went to pick up Christopher at daycare. The girl behind the desk, Debbie, had gasped when she saw Paige's face. Then she stammered, "Mr. Lassiter asked us to call him if you came for Christopher." "Look at me, Debbie. Maybe you could forget to call him just this once. Maybe for a while." "I don't know. He's not going to hit you," she had said boldly. "Mrs. Lassiter, maybe you should call the police or something." And Paige had laughed hollowly. Right. "I guess you think I haven't." At least she'd gotten out of town. With her one suitcase, almost $500, and an address in Spokane. And here she was, waking up under another V-shaped ceiling, still scared to death, but at least, in the moment, apparently safe. While Christopher ate, she poked around a little, not touching anything. It wasn't a real big room, but there was enough space for Preacher's bench and weights.
She looked at a couple of barbells on the floor. 60 pounds each. On the press, he had stacked 400 pounds. Wes had bragged incessantly about his 250. There was a medium-sized bookcase against the wall, full, books stacked on the floor beside it and on top. She held her hands behind her back. Force of habit. Wes didn't like her touching his things, except his dirty laundry. Weird titles. The biography of Napoleon, World War II warplanes, medieval armies, Hitler's occupation. That sent a chill through her. Most of them were pretty worn, old, some new. She couldn't spot a fiction title. All nonfiction, all military or political subjects. Maybe they had belonged to his father or an uncle. He didn't exactly look like a big reader, though he sure looked like a weightlifter. When Chris was done with his breakfast, she put on his jacket, then her own, picking up the quilted bag to hang over her shoulder. She left the suitcase, packed, on the bed and carried the breakfast tray down the back stairs. John was in the kitchen wearing an apron, flipping sausage patties, an omelet pan steaming over a high flame. "Go ahead and set that down right on the counter and give me 1 minute," he said. "I'll walk you over." "I could wash these up," she said meekly. "Nah, I got it." Paige watched as he pressed the patties with his big spatula and sprinkled cheese on the omelet, then deftly folded and flipped it. Toast popped up, was buttered, and everything put on a large oval plate. He took off his apron and hung it on a hook. He was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt that was stretched so tight across the broad expanse of his chest, it looked like it should split. The biceps on the man were like melons. If he'd been wearing a white t-shirt, he'd look like Mr. Clean. He plucked a denim jacket off the peg and shrugged into it. He picked up the plate and said, "Come on," and walked into the bar. He put the plate down in front of a man who sat at the bar, quickly refilled the man's coffee, and said, "I'll be back in a few minutes. Here's the pot. Jack's out back if you need anything." Paige stole a look out the back door window where she saw a man in jeans and a plaid flannel shirt hefting an axe over his head and bringing it down to split a log. That had been what woke her. She took note of the muscular shoulders and broad back, not as pronounced as John's, but still impressive. Wes was not nearly as big as either of these men. He was about 6 feet and in good shape, but as for muscles, nothing by comparison, even with his chemical assistance. If John raised a fist to a woman the way Wes had done, she wouldn't live to tell about it. She shuddered involuntarily. "Look, Mommy," Chris said, pointing to the mounted stag's head over the door. "I see. Wow." The place did look like a hunting lodge. John stuck his head out the back door and yelled, "Jack, I'm walking over to Doc's. Be right back." Then he turned toward her and gave a nod. He opened the door for her to follow him outside. "How's he feeling this morning?" he asked. "He ate breakfast. That's good." "That's good," John agreed. "The fever?" he whispered. "I don't have a thermometer with me, so I'm not sure. He feels a little warm." "Good to let Mel check then," he said, walking alongside her but careful not to get too close. She held her son's hand, but Preacher put his in his pockets. He glanced at the boy. The boy glanced around his mother at him. They eyed each other warily. "It'll be okay," he said to her. "Mel's the best. You'll see." Paige looked up at him, smiled sweetly, and it made him feel all soupy inside. Her eyes were so sad, so scared. She couldn't help it. He understood that. If it weren't for the fear, he might actually take her hand to give her courage. But she wasn't just afraid of whoever did that to her. She was afraid of everything, including him. "Don't be nervous," he said to her. "Mel's very kind." "I'm not nervous," she said.
After I introduce you, I'll go back over there. Unless you want me to stay? In case you need me for anything?
I'll be fine. Thanks.
Melinda sat on Doc's front steps with her morning coffee, listening to the loud crack of Jack's axe as he split logs. He had called her when he got to the bar and said, "Put a wiggle in it, babe. Preacher's got a patient for you." "Oh, yeah?" she asked. "Some woman stumbled into the bar last night during the storm, and he put her up for the night. Says she's got a kid who might be feverish, and he also said he thinks she might be in trouble."
"Oh? What kind of trouble?" Mel asked.
"No idea," he said. "I haven't even seen her yet. He gave her his old room upstairs."
"Okay, I'll be along shortly."
Out of instinct, she put her digital camera in her bag. Now, watching the front of the bar, she saw something she had never expected to see. Preacher held the door for a woman and a child and walked them across the street. He seemed to be talking to her in soft tones, leaning close, a concerned look on his face. Amazing. Preacher was a man of so few words. Mel thought she remembered being in town for a month before he said 10 words in a row to her. For him to take in a stranger like this was both very like him, yet so unprecedented. As they neared, Mel stood up. The woman appeared to be in her 20s, with a dark stain on her cheek that she'd tried to cover with makeup. She couldn't cover the split lip, however. There's the trouble Preacher had seen. It made Mel wince. But she smiled and said, "Hi, Mel Sheridan." She faltered.
"Paige,"
she finally said, then looked over her shoulder nervously. "It's okay, Paige," Preacher said. "You're safe with Mel. Everything with her is top secret. She's ridiculous about it." Mel laughed as if amused. "No, I'm not ridiculous. This is a doctor's office, a medical clinic. We're confidential, that's all. It's very simple. Standard." She reached out to shake Paige's hand.
"Nice to meet you, Paige."
Paige took the offered hand and looked over her shoulder at Preacher.
"Thank you, John."
"John?" Mel asked. She laughed lightly. "I don't think I've ever heard anyone call you John." She tilted her head a bit. "Kind of nice, John." Then she said, "Come with me, Paige," and she led the way. Inside the house, they passed by Doc, who sat at the reception desk behind a computer. He looked up briefly, gave a nod, then went back to his work. "That's Doc Mullins," Mel said. "This way." She opened an exam room door and let Paige precede her into the room. She closed the door and said, "I'm a nurse practitioner and midwife, Paige. I can have a look at your son if you'd like. Now, I understand you suspect a fever."
"He's kind of warm. Not too much energy."
"Let's have a look," Mel said, briskly taking charge. She bent down and asked the little boy if he'd been to the doctor before. She hefted him up on the exam table, showed him the digital thermometer, and asked him if he knew what to do with that. He pointed to his ear, and Mel laughed happily. "You're an expert at this," she said. She picked up the stethoscope and asked, "Mind if I listen to your heart?" He shook his head. "I'll try not to tickle, but it's hard for me, because tickling is kind of fun. I just love hearing the giggles." On cue, he laughed, though softly. Mel let him listen to his own heart, then hers. She palpated his lymph nodes while he listened to his chest, his leg, his hand. She looked in his ears and throat, and by the time she'd gotten that far, he was already getting comfortable with her. "I think he might have a little virus. Doesn't seem to be too serious. His temp is only 100. Have you given him anything?"
"Children's Tylenol, last night."
"Ah, then he's in pretty good shape. His throat looks a little red. Keep up the Tylenol, lots of fluids. I don't think you have to worry. If he gets worse, of course."
"Then it's safe to just keep driving?"
Mel shrugged.
I don't know, Paige. Want to talk about you? I'm here to help if I can. Her gaze instantly dropped, and that was really all it took. Mel knew where this was going. She'd spent years in a big city emergency room and had seen more than her share of battery victims. The bruise on the young woman's face, the split lip, the fact that she wanted to keep driving, away. Paige lifted her gaze. I'm a little pregnant, and spotting. And a couple of bruises? Mel asked. Paige averted her gaze and nodded. Okay. Would you like me to have a look? Paige looked down. Please, she said softly. But what about Chris? Oh, not to worry. I've got that covered. She bent at the waist and smiled into Christopher's handsome brown eyes. You like to color, buddy? Because I have a ton of coloring books and crayons. He nodded shyly. Good, come with me. She helped the little guy down off the exam table and, with the other hand, pulled a gown out of the cabinet and handed it to Paige. Why don't you put on this gown? I'll give you a few minutes. And try not to be afraid. I'll go slow. Be gentle. Are you leaving him alone? Paige asked. More or less, Mel laughed. I'm leaving him with Doc. He seems a little shy around men. It'll be fine. Doc's good with kids, especially the shy ones. He'll just make sure this guy doesn't do surgery or run away. Beyond that, it's just coloring at the kitchen table. If you're sure. We do it all the time, Paige. It'll be okay. Try not to worry. Mel took Christopher to the kitchen, and after setting him up with coloring books and crayons, she refilled her coffee. Decaf. She wasn't enjoying coffee nearly as much these days. Then she went to the office and got out a new patient form. Given the situation she believed she faced, she would examine the patient first before frightening her with paperwork. Clipboard in hand, she asked Doc to keep an eye on the child in the kitchen while she performed a pelvic. Being a few months pregnant herself, Mel had a sick feeling at the thought of anyone hitting a pregnant woman. It never ceased to amaze her that a man could live with himself after doing something like that. Forms on her clipboard, her small digital camera in her shirt pocket, stethoscope around her neck, coffee in hand, she tapped on the door and heard Paige softly say, "Come in." She put the clipboard and her coffee on the counter and said, "Okay then, let's get your blood pressure first." She picked up the blood pressure cuff and went to apply it to Paige's arm and was frozen. There was a huge hematoma that covered much of her upper arm. Mel put the cuff aside and gently pulled the gown away from Paige's back. She had to concentrate not to gasp. She pulled the gown over Paige's shoulder, down her arm, exposing the bruises on her back, arm, chest. She carefully lifted the gown at the bottom, exposing her thighs. More bruises. She looked at the girl's face. Tears glistened on her cheeks. "Paige," Mel said in a whisper. "My God." Paige put her hands over her face, shame at having let it happen. "Have you been raped?" Mel asked gently. She shook her head, tears flowing. "No." "Who did this to you?" she asked. Paige just closed her eyes and shook her head. "It's okay. You're safe right now." "My husband," she answered in a whisper. "And you're running away from him?" She nodded. "Here, let me help you lie down, slowly, carefully. Are you all right?" Paige nodded, not making eye contact, and reclined on the exam table. Mel gently moved the gown around. Her chest, breasts, arms, legs, all covered in bruises. Mel palpated her abdomen and Paige winced. "Does it hurt here? Here?" When Paige nodded or shook her head, Mel moved on. "Here? Here?" Mel gently rolled her from one side to the other. Her buttocks were bruised, as were her lower back and upper thighs. "Any blood in your urine?" she asked, and Paige shrugged. She didn't know. "The only way I can get a clean urine specimen if you're spotting is with a catheter, Paige. Would you like me to do that, just to be sure?" "Oh, God. Do you have to?" "It's okay. Let's check what we can first. Any chance you've had an ultrasound with this pregnancy?" "I haven't even been to the doctor yet," she said. Another symptom, Mel thought. Battered women didn't take care of themselves or their pregnancies out of fear. Paige sucked on her sore bottom lip, staring at the ceiling through glassy eyes while Mel examined her. "Okay, let me help you sit up. Easy does it." Mel listened to Paige's heart, looked in her ears, checked her head for lumps and lacerations. "Well, Paige, you don't appear to have broken bones, at least none that I can detect. I wouldn't mind getting an x-ray of your ribs, just to be sure, since you have some tenderness there. But with you being pregnant and all, frankly, if it were up to me, I'd admit you to the hospital." "No hospitals. I can't have any records of any kind." "I understand. But realize this looks very scary. How heavy is the bleeding?" "Not too bad. Less than, say, a period." "Okay. Lie back and slide down. I'll be as gentle as possible." When she was in the position, Mel pulled on her gloves and took her stool. She touched the inside of Paige's thigh before touching her external genitalia. "I'm not going to use a speculum for this exam, Paige. Just a pelvic to estimate the size of the uterus. If you have any discomfort at all, please tell me." She inserted 2 fingers, gently pressing down on her lower abdomen with the other hand. "Do you know how far along you are?" "Just over 8 weeks." "Okay. When we're done here, I'll have you take a pregnancy test. If the fetus was still viable, alive, as of a day or so ago, it should come out positive, but it won't tell us much about the past 24 hours, I'm afraid. I don't have an ultrasound, but there's one a couple of towns over that we use when necessary. But one thing at a time. Uterus is normal for an 8-week pregnancy." Mel made a derisive sound. "Paige, you've been through such a lot." She removed her gloves and offered her hand. "Can you sit up for me, please?" Paige sat up, and Mel took her stool, looking up into her eyes. "You're how old?" 29. "I understand how hard it is in situations like yours to get help, but I'm wondering if you tried to call the police." "I've done that," she said very softly. "I've done everything. Police, restraining orders, shelters, moving out, counseling." Then she laughed. "Counseling," she said. "He had the counselor in love with him in 5 minutes." She took a breath. "It didn't go too well after that." "I understand completely." "He's going to kill me one of these days. One of these days soon." "Has he threatened to kill you?" "Oh, yes." She looked down. "Oh, yes," she said again softly. "How'd you find Virgin River?" Mel asked. "I think I got lost. I got off the highway looking for a place to stay, to eat, and I got lost. I was going to turn around when I saw the town, the bar." Mel took a breath. Time for a reality check. Not only was it hard for the battery victim to make charges stick if the police weren't called to the scene right away, half the time the victim bailed the abuser out of jail in fear for her life. And it wasn't an idle threat. Abusers did kill their victims. All the time. "Paige, I worked in emergency medicine in Los Angeles before coming up here, and unfortunately, I have some experience with situations like yours. We have to get you some help." I was trying to get away," she said, with a sniff of emotion she was trying desperately to contain. "Then I got lost. Chris wasn't feeling good. I'm so sore I could hardly drive another minute."
"Where are you headed?" Mel asked. Paige hung her head, shaking it, and said,
"To a friend he doesn't know about."
"Stay here a few days. Let's see how you're doing before—" Her eyes shot to Mel's.
"I can't. I'm in a hurry now. I'm already behind schedule. I have to—"
She stopped suddenly. She seemed to gather herself up and try to speak with composure.
"I have to get where I'm going before he can report me missing. Before my car is being—"
"No. You're okay," Mel said calmly. "It's okay, Paige. Leave your car behind the bar out of sight. When it's time to go, take a butter knife out of the kitchen to loosen the screws on the license plate holders. Switch plates with someone. If you don't speed, drive erratically, or get in an accident, no reason for a highway patrolman to run your plates." She shrugged. "No one around here will know to switch plates for weeks, months. I'd never even look." While Mel spoke, Paige stared into her eyes and her mouth dropped open slightly in surprise.
"Did you just suggest I steal someone's—"
Mel smiled. "Oh, did I use my outside voice? I should watch that."
"You act like you know."
"Let's not talk about what you're doing," Mel said. "I did a little community service in a shelter once. It killed me," she said. "It tore me up. But I learned a couple of things. Just let me say this. It's worse if you rush. If you hurry. You might drive too fast, drive too sore or tired. Take a few days, heal a little, let the boy's fever go down. Then do it smart. Wherever you're going, it'll be there in a few days or a couple of weeks. You're hurt."
"What if he finds me here?"
"Oh, my Lord. If he finds you here, I seriously don't like his chances."
"He has a gun, too, though he's always kept it locked up."
"Handgun?" Mel asked, and Paige nodded. Mel actually heard herself let out a breath of relief. Mel, who had been so afraid of guns before coming to Virgin River. There weren't many handguns here, but there were a lot of guns that could kill a bear with one shot. Or blow a man in half. "There is so much you don't know about our men. Okay, with your permission, I'd like to take some pictures."
"No!"
Mel touched her forearm. "Just as a record, Paige. I promise you, what happens to them will be entirely up to you. But we should have a record for your use in case you decide you need it. I'm not going to ask your last name or where you came from, all right? I'll make up a chart without a last name, but I'll date it. I'll take some pictures with a digital camera, and if you can be convinced to stay put for a day or two, I'd like to take you to Grace Valley for an ultrasound. See how that baby's doing. Just stay long enough to be sure your injuries aren't any more serious than I can tell from this exam. By now, you know, while you're under Preacher's care, no one can hurt you."
John said I could stay a couple of days, but he's
what?" Mel asked, frowning.
"He's a little scary."
Mel chuckled. "No, he's a lot scary. Looking. First time I saw him, I was afraid to move. But he's been my husband's best friend for something like 15 years now. His partner in that bar for more than 2. He's gentle as a lamb. He takes a little getting used to, but he's so good," she added softly. "His heart, it's so big. As big as he is."
"I don't know."
"You could come out to our place," Mel offered. "We could find another bed. Or stay here in the clinic. We have 2 hospital beds upstairs for patients. But Preacher can protect you better than Doc or I can. I guarantee that. Whatever you decide, just so you're comfortable. Now, I'm going to slip the gown off your shoulder a little bit," Mel said, pulling the camera out of her shirt pocket.
We'll make this as painless as possible." She pulled the gown off her shoulders slightly. "There we go," she said softly, snapping. She put the gown back up. Then she went to the other shoulder, slowly, gently, quickly getting the picture. One body part at a time. Her back, her thighs, her arms, her chest, above her breasts. Last, her face. And in that picture, Paige's eyes were closed. After the pictures were taken, Mel asked for a complete medical history. But with no last name, it's only for medical purposes, so you can be treated if it becomes necessary. After we're done, you should lie down. Where would you like to go? What about Christopher? Maybe he'll nap a little bit. Or we can keep an eye on him. Between us, my husband, me, Preacher, Doc, we can keep him occupied. Girl, she said, you have no idea what a piece of luck it was that you stumbled into Virgin River. This place doesn't have so much by way of technology or shopping, but you won't find a town with more heart. She smiled. Or better food. I don't want to burden my problems on this little town, she said miserably. Well, Mel said, gently touching her hand, you would hardly be the first. Chapter 3. Jack was behind the bar having coffee while one of his breakfast regulars was eating when Paige and Christopher came in. Paige stopped inside the door, looking across the room tentatively. Jack gave a small smile and a nod. Preacher's in the kitchen, he said. She looked down as she walked past him into the kitchen. Jack gave her a few minutes, refilled Harv's cup, then went to the kitchen. Preacher was alone. He just lifted a rack of glasses out of the dishwasher. If you say it's okay, she's going to stay a couple of days, till the kid feels better, Preacher said. Is that all it is? Jack asked. She in some trouble? Preacher shrugged and put the rack on the counter. You don't know her, Preacher. Don't know who did that to her face. I'm not worried about who, he said. Jesus, I'd love to see who. If you want her to stay, she stays. I'm just saying, this is your place, Preacher said. Do I make you feel like that? That it's my place? Because, nah, Preacher said. You're good that way, even if it really is your place. I just don't want you to make them, feel bad about it. I won't do that. Don't screw with me. You know I consider us partners. This is your place, too. That's your room. Okay, then. Preacher took the rack of glasses out to the bar. Jack followed. If you're okay here, I'm going to step out. Sure. I'll be right back, Jack said. Jack walked across the street to Doc's. There were no patients, but Doc and Mel were inside the front door where, behind the reception counter, Doc was sitting at the desk, eyes focused on the computer. Mel stood behind Doc, her hand on his shoulder. She looked up when Jack entered and inclined her head slightly, indicating he should come behind the counter. Her eyes were so troubled and angry, he went toward them. Mel glanced back at the computer screen. Jack had never done anything like this before. Mel had never pulled him into her medical business, even though confidentiality was as safe with Jack as with either of them. She didn't confide medical issues with her husband because that was an ethic she was firm about. There on the screen were the pictures from the digital. Paige's battered body was on display in many different angles. The bruises were astonishingly bad. If he saw bruises like that on Mel, it would be impossible for him to keep from killing someone. Good God, he said in a breath. He wondered if Preacher knew there was a lot more to his houseguest than a little bruise on her cheek. Mel looked up at her husband and saw the grim set of his jaw, the pulsing of a vein in his temple, his narrow eyes. "This goes no further," she said. "Of course not." "Do you understand why you're standing here looking at this with us?" "I think so. She's at the bar. Preacher wants her to stay." "Well, you should know. I told her she could stay with us if she wanted to. I think she feels okay at your bar, especially since I vouched for Preacher. We have to get her some help or this beast will kill her." "Of course. You think Preach knows how bad this is?" "I have no idea. I'm not sharing this with him, but you need to know what's going on if she's under your roof." "Our roof," he said. Mel and the baby, they were his life. He couldn't imagine laying anything but a loving hand on her. "You know anything about her? Because I don't want Preacher getting used or hurt." Mel shrugged. "I don't even know where she came from. But I don't think Preacher's the one you have to worry about at the moment. He's already caught up in this, taking it on. Well, good for him. She needs someone to take this on, and Preacher can take care of himself." "Yeah, we just went over that." Mel leaned against Jack, and he put his arm around her. "I've never seen anything like it, and I've seen a lot," she said in a breath. "This is one dangerous son of a bitch." "I don't want you in over your head either," he said. "Save it. I have a job to do." "This is really bad, Mel," he said. "Even more reason why I'd better do my job." Preacher was surprised that Paige came back from Mel deciding to stay a couple of days. She seemed so hell-bent to take off. She took Christopher upstairs in the morning, and there hadn't been a sound from up there. They missed lunch altogether. But, he reasoned, if the kid didn't feel good, maybe he'd sleep extra long, which would give his banged-up mother a needed rest. During the quiet of the afternoon was when he usually got dinner ready, but today he got out one of his older cookbooks. He had great admiration for Martha Stewart, even though most of her recipes were too fussy for a bar. But he liked the real old-fashioned ones. Old Betty Crocker, Julia Child, before everyone started eating light and watching their cholesterol. He looked up cookies. Preacher didn't know a lot about kids, and there wasn't much call for cookies in a bar, but he had tender memories of his mother making cookies. She had been a little tiny thing. Tiny, high-principled, soft-spoken but stern, and real shy. He'd inherited the shy part, probably. His dad had died when he was young, but he hadn't been a big guy either, just average. And here came Preacher. More than 9 pounds at birth, almost 6 feet by the 7th grade. He didn't have cookie stuff on hand, but he had flour, sugar, butter, and peanut butter. A good thing. Those ingredients would make the soft, sweet kind of cookies anyway. While he was mixing the dough and rolling little brown balls, he found himself thinking about the sight of his mother and him sitting together in Mass. Her narrow shoulders, high button dress, graying hair pulled into a proper bun at the nape of her neck. And he, beside her, taking 2 spaces in the pew by the time he was 15. While he was gently pressing the little balls flat with a fork, he chuckled to himself, remembering when she taught him to drive. It was one of the only times he heard her raise her voice, get all flustered and upset. His feet were so big and his legs so long, he was rugged on the accelerator, the brakes. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, John, you have to be gentler, slower, more graceful. I should have sent you to ballet lessons instead of football." It was a surprise she didn't die of a heart attack, riding with him. She did die of a heart attack a little while later, the summer before Preacher's senior year in high school. She didn't look like the kind of woman with a weak heart, but how would anyone know? She never went to the doctor. Preacher was working on his second tray when he glanced up and saw that little blonde head peeking at him from the bottom of the stairs. "Hi," Preacher said. "You sleep?"
Christopher nodded. "Good," he said. "Feel better?" Chris nodded again. Watching the boy's face, Preacher slowly pushed a fresh-baked cookie across the counter with one finger until it was at the edge. It was a good minute before Chris took one step toward the cookie. Almost another full minute before his little hand touched it. But he didn't take it, just touched it, looking up at Preacher. "Go ahead. Tell me if it's any good." Chris slowly pulled the cookie off the counter to his mouth, taking a very small, careful bite. "Good?" Preacher asked, and he nodded. So Preacher set him up a glass of milk right where the cookie had been. The boy nibbled that cookie in tiny bites. It took him so long to finish it that Preacher was pulling out the second cookie sheet and taking off the cookies before he was done. There was a stool on the other side of the counter near the milk, and eventually Chris started trying to get up. But he had some stuffed toy in his grip and couldn't make the climb, so Preacher went around and lifted him up. Then he went back to his side of the counter and pushed another cookie toward him. "Don't pick it up yet," Preacher said. "It's kind of hot. Try the milk." Preacher started rolling peanut butter dough into balls, placing them on the cookie sheet. "Who you got there?" he asked, nodding toward the stuffed toy. "Bear," Christopher said. He reached his hand toward the cookie. Preacher said, "Make sure it's not too hot for your mouth." "So, his name's just Bear?" Christopher nodded. "Seems like maybe he's missing a leg there." Again, the boy nodded. "Doesn't hurt him, though." "That's a break. He ought to have one anyway. I mean, it wouldn't be the same as his own, but it would help him get by when he has to go for a long walk." The kid laughed. "He don't walk, I walk." "He doesn't, huh? He should have one for looks then." He lifted one of his bushy black brows. "Think so?" Christopher lifted the small, worn brown bear. He replied thoughtfully. He bit the cookie and immediately opened his mouth wide and let the sloppy mouthful fall onto the counter. For a second, his look was stricken, maybe terrified. "Hot, huh?" Preacher asked, not reacting. He reached behind him, ripped off a paper towel, and whisked away the spit out. "Might want to give it about 1 more minute. Have a drink of milk there. Cool down the mouth." They communed in silence for a while. Preacher, Chris, the 3-legged bear. When Preacher had all his little balls rolled, he began mashing them with his fork. Perfect lines, left, then right. "What's that you're doing?" Christopher asked him. "Making cookies. First you mix the dough, then you roll the balls, then you smash them with the fork. Nice and easy. Then they go in the oven." He peered at Chris from underneath the heavy brows. "I bet you could do this part, if you were careful and went nice and slow." "I could." "You'd have to come around here. Let me lift you up." "'Kay," he said, putting his bear on the counter, getting off his stool and coming to Preacher. Preacher lifted him up to sit on the edge of the counter. He helped him hold the fork and showed him how to press down. His first solo attempt was a little messy, so Preacher helped him again. Then he did it pretty well. Preacher let him finish the tray, then put it in the oven. "John?" the boy asked. "How many of them we gotta do?" Preacher smiled. "Tell you what, partner, we'll do as many as you want," he said. Christopher smiled. "'Kay," he said. Paige came slowly awake, her first realization being that she'd slept so hard she'd drooled on the pillow. She sleepily wiped her mouth and turned her head to look at Christopher, only to find his side of the bed empty. She sat up with a sudden start that jolted her bruised and sore body.
She got up and looked around the bedroom quickly, but he wasn't there. She went down the stairs in her stocking feet. When she got to the bottom, she stopped suddenly. Chris was sitting up on the counter, John standing beside him. They were both rolling brown dough into small balls. She crossed her arms over her chest and watched. John had heard her come down and smiled at her. He gave Chris a nudge and inclined his head toward Paige, so Chris turned.
"Mom," he said, "we're making cookies."
"I see that," she said.
"John said Bear needs a leg."
"He's been getting along fine."
"For looks,"
Christopher said. Paige thought that Bear had been looking pretty awful for a long time now. But for the first time in too long, Christopher looked okay. When Rick came to work after school, it was just Preacher in the kitchen, working on dinner. Rick, now 17, had been Jack's shadow since Jack first came to town. Preacher came not long after, and it was a threesome. Rick lived with his widowed grandmother, his parents long dead, and the guys took him on, let him help in the bar, taught him to hunt and fish, helped him buy his first rifle. Sometimes he was a pain, talked too much, but he'd only been a kid in puberty then, zits trying to beat out freckles, and a little hyper. He'd grown taller in the years since, filled out, quieted down. After about a year of building, the bar opened, and they put him to work there.
"Rick, you need a briefing," Preacher told him.
"Yeah? What's up?"
"There's a woman and kid upstairs in my old room. I'm looking out for them. Kid doesn't feel so hot right now. He might be coming down with something. They're staying a while. Looks like maybe, well,"
Preacher said, struggling with the words.
"She's got a bruised face, a cut lip. I think she ran into some trouble and she's on the move. So, we're not going to say their names around, just in case someone's looking for her. Her name's Paige, the kid's name is Christopher. But we're not going to say names for a while. And they're going to stay until they feel better, you know?"
"Holy God, Preach," Rick said. "What are you doing?"
"I told you. I'm looking out for them."
Preacher had no experience with children and wasn't planning on having his own. He was 32 and hadn't had a single serious relationship with a woman. He figured he and Jack would fish, run the bar, hunt a little, have regular reunions with the squad, but he couldn't see life changing that much. That Jack fell in love and got married hadn't upset Preacher's expectations because he thought Mel was the best. It just hadn't changed his own life. One of the reasons he liked Virgin River. It was less obvious he'd always be alone. Then, his life began to change in days. Really, in hours. Christopher would run down the stairs in his pajamas before his mother could grab him, stop him. He liked to eat his breakfast at the kitchen counter and watch while Preacher diced vegetables, shredded cheese, and whipped eggs for omelets. Then there was the sweeping to do, and Chris liked having his own broom. There was that bearskin and mounted buck's head, which he needed to be lifted up to touch. They got some coloring books and crayons from Mel's clinic so Chris had something to do while Preacher worked on lunch or dinner. And there were more cookies to bake than there were to eat. Cookies were not exactly bar food. Then, amazingly, Paige helped with the wash-up in the kitchen, probably to be near Chris, who wanted to be with Preacher, and maybe a little to earn her keep. He found this not only helpful, but awful pleasant. Paige needed to rest, though at first she was reluctant to leave her child in John's care. She seemed to get beyond that nervousness, probably because she was usually near and Chris seemed to be relaxed. And on the 4th day of her stay, at Mel's convincing, she actually left Chris with Preacher while she went somewhere with Mel. Preacher made no speculation of where they were going. He was just flattered that she had come to trust him enough to babysit without supervision. But still, he used the time to his advantage. Preacher had been on the internet, learning about domestic abuse and California law regarding the same. He had done this late at night because there were things he needed to understand about her situation, her terrible bruises, her flight. First of all, it didn't matter if it were a husband or boyfriend, either were equally dangerous. Then there was lots of stuff about how she could be cited with parental kidnapping if she'd taken a man's child away, even after what had been done to her, and how whoever beat her up could be let off with misdemeanors the first couple of times, but the third time was a felony, which carried a prison sentence. He also read about the psychology of this syndrome, how you could be sucked in, manipulated, terrified, and suddenly find yourself in a life-threatening situation. Battered women who were threatened with death if they told, if they fled, if they fought back, were often killed. It chilled Preacher to the bones. So, while Chris was napping and Paige was off somewhere with Mel, Preacher called one of his best friends from the Corps, one of the guys who came up to Virgin River regularly when they gathered for fishing, hunting, and poker. Mike Valenzuela was LAPD, a sergeant in the gangs division. Too bad he couldn't be in the domestic violence division. Preacher called him, told him about Paige. "She doesn't know I happened to see," Preacher said. "It was just a little crack in the door, and I saw her in the mirror. And Jesus, she was so beat up, it's amazing she's not dead. She's running for her life, man. She ran to get her 3-year-old kid out of there. So how is it he can file kidnapping charges against her and get her back?" Parental kidnapping. But here's the thing. If there's evidence that he's battered her in the past, if he has a record, she might have to return and face her kidnapping charges. But they'd probably be pleaded down or dismissed, given the situation. And she could probably gain at least temporary custody at that time. A divorce, a restraining order, what she needs to stay safe. "But she'd have to go back," he said, a note of desperation in his voice. "Preacher, she wouldn't necessarily have to go back alone. Hey, how into this woman are you?" "It's not like that, man. I'm just trying to help out. That little kid, he's a good little kid. If I could help with this, even a little, it would make me feel like I'd done something that mattered. For once." "Preach," Mike laughed. "I was with you in Iraq. You mattered damn near every day, for God's sake. Hey, where did you learn all that stuff about battery DV, huh?" "I got a computer," Preacher answered. "Doesn't everyone but Jack have a computer?" "I guess," Mike laughed. "One thing I can't get online. I want to know who she is, how guilty he is, and what's the best way to go here. All I know is her license plate. California plate." Preach. I'm not supposed to do that." "Couldn't you be curious?" Preacher asked. "Because there could actually be a crime in here somewhere. All you have to do is look, Mike." "Hey, Preacher," Mike said. "What if it's not good news?" "Would it be the truth?" Preacher asked. "Because I think that might be important here." "Yeah," Mike said. "Might be." Preacher swallowed hard and hoped it would be okay. "Thanks," he said. "Go ahead and hurry, huh?" Paige had gone with Mel to Grace Valley, where Dr. John Stone examined her and performed an ultrasound, showing her a small beating heart in a little mass that didn't look anything like a baby. But it gave her hope. She had gotten out in time, barely in time. The pregnancy was an accident, of course. Wes didn't want children. He hadn't wanted Christopher. It interfered with his focus, which was his job and his possessions, Paige being chief among them. Perhaps this new baby precipitated the beating. She'd only told him a couple of days before. In fact, she'd been terrified to tell him. But then, if he didn't want it, why put her through so much? Why not just suggest termination? The larger question was, how could Paige be so relieved to learn the baby had survived when Wes's merest touch repelled her? She was, that's all. But then she'd come to think of her son as the one good thing that could come out of the biggest mistake of her life. "Have you been raped?" Mel had asked. Oh no, not rape. She wouldn't dare tell Wes no. When she got back to Virgin River, she found Chris making bread with John, kneading and punching the dough, laughing. Such an uncomplicated scene, she thought. So many times when Wes was stressed out and getting himself all worked up about his job, the financial pressures of their lifestyle, she had told him that simplifying things would actually appeal to her. No, she didn't want to be dirt poor and work to death, but she could be so content in a smaller house with a happier husband. Not long before Chris had been born, Wes bought the big house in an exclusive, guarded, gated LA community. More house than they could ever need, and hanging on to it was killing him. Killing her. So, here she was. The baby had made it. She had to get going, to that address in Spokane, to the first step in her underground escape. The dresser had not been pulled against the door since the first night, and she thought she'd give herself another 24 hours to rest. Then leave in the quiet of night. If there was no rain, the roads wouldn't be so difficult, and it would be easier to travel at night while Chris slept. There was a soft tapping at the door. It was her instinct to ask who was there, but there was only one possibility. She pulled the door open, and there stood John, looking nervous. Looking, in spite of his height and girth, like a teenager. He might have had a flush on his cheeks. "I closed up the bar. I was thinking about a short drink before calling it a night. How about you? Wanna come down for a little while?" "For a drink?" He shrugged. "Whatever you want." He peered past her. "You asleep?" Out like a light, despite an overdose of cookies. "Yeah, I probably gave him too many. Sorry." "Don't worry. He loves making them. If he makes them, he has to eat them. It's fun. Sometimes that's more important than nutrition." "I'll do whatever you say," Preacher said. "I could cut him back. He likes them, though. He especially likes burning his mouth on them. He doesn't wait so good." "I know," she said, smiling. "You have anything like tea?" "Sure. Aside from sportsmen, I serve mostly little old ladies." He took on a shocked look. I didn't mean..." "A cup of tea would be nice. Good." "Great," he said, turning and preceding her down the stairs, looking almost grateful to get away. He got busy brewing tea in the kitchen, so Paige went into the bar and sat at the table where she saw his drink by the fire. When he finally brought her that cup of tea, he said, "You have a good time with Mel today?" "Yes. Was Christopher a lot of trouble?" He shook his head with a chuckle. "Nah, he's a kick. He wants to know everything, every detail. Why is it a quarter teaspoon of that? What does the Crisco on the tray do? And man, yeast blows him away. I think he has a little scientist in him." Paige thought. He couldn't ask his father questions. Wes didn't have the patience to answer them. "John, do you have family?" "Not anymore. I was an only child, and my folks were older. Anyway, they didn't think they were going to have kids. Then I surprised them. Boy, did I surprise them. My dad died when I was about 6, a construction accident. And then my mom when I was 17, right before my senior year." "I'm so sorry." "Yeah, thanks. It's okay.
I've had a good life.
What did you do when you lost your mother? Go live with your aunts or something?
No aunts,
he said, shaking his head.
My football coach took me in. It was good. He had a nice wife, good bunch of little kids. Might as well have lived with them. He acted like he owned me during football anyway,
he said with a laugh.
Nah. Kidding aside, that was a good thing he did. Good guy. We used to write. Now we email.
What happened to your mom?
Heart attack.
After a moment of respectful silence, looking into his lap, he laughed softly.
You won't believe this. She died at confession. That really tore me up at first. I thought maybe she'd had some deep, dark secret that threw her into a heart attack, but I was tight with the priest. I was his altar boy, and it was hard for him, but finally he leveled with me. See, my mom was the parish secretary and real, how should I say this? Kind of a church lady. Father Damien finally told me my mom's confessions were so boring he used to nod off. He thought they'd both just fallen asleep, but she was dead.
He lifted his eyebrows.
My mom, good woman. Not a lot of excitement going on there. She lived for that job, loved the clergy, loved the church. She'd have made a great nun, but you know what? She was happy. I don't think she had any idea she was boring and straight-laced.
You must miss her so much, Paige said, sipping her tea in front of the fire, trying to remember when she last had a conversation like this. Unhurried, non-threatening, warm, in front of a friendly fire.
I do. This is going to sound stupid, especially since I'm no kid. Sometimes I pretend she's back there, in that little house we lived in, and that I'm just getting my stuff together to go see her.
That doesn't sound stupid.
There anybody you really miss?
He asked her. The question caused her to suddenly go still, her cup frozen in midair. Not her dad, so scrappy and short-tempered. Not her mom, who, without knowing or meaning to, had trained her to be a battered wife. Not Bud, her brother, a mean little bastard who had failed to help her in her darkest hour. I had a couple of really close girlfriends, roommates. We lost touch. I miss them sometimes.
You know where they are?
He asked her. She shook her head. Both got married and moved, she said. I wrote a couple of times. Then my letters came back. They didn't want to be in touch with her. They knew things were bad. They hated Wes. Wes hated them. They had tried to help, briefly, but he ran them off, and she rejected their help out of pure shame. What were they supposed to do? How'd you get so close to Jack? She asked him.
Marines,
he said with a shrug. Did you go to the military together?
Nah.
He laughed.
Jack's older than me, by about 8 years. I've always looked older than I was, even when I was 12. And Jack, I bet he's always looked younger. He was my first sergeant in combat, back in Desert Storm.
And for a split second, he was back there. Changing a tire on a truck when the tire exploded and the rim knocked him back 6 feet and he couldn't get up. He remembered it like it was yesterday. He had always been so huge, so rock-hard, so strong, and he couldn't move. He might have been unconscious for a little while because he saw his mother leaning over him, looking right into his eyes and saying, "John, get up. Get up, John." Right there in that paisley, high-collared dress, graying hair pulled back. But he couldn't move, so he started to cry. And cry.
"Mom!"
he cried out.
"Yeah, you have a lot of pain, buddy?"
Jack asked, leaning over him. And Preacher said,
"It's my mom. I want my mom. I miss my mom. We're gonna get you back to her, pal. Take a few deep breaths. "She's dead," Preacher said. "She died." "She's been dead a couple of years at least," one of his squad members told Jack. "I'm sorry, Sarge. I couldn't help it. I've never done this before, cried like this. We're not supposed to cry. I never did before, I swear." But he cried helplessly even as he said that. "We cry over people we lose, buddy. It's okay." Father Damien said, "Remember she's with God and she's happy, and don't soil her memory with crying about it." "Priests are usually smarter than that," Jack had said with a disapproving snort. "You don't cry over something like that and the tears turn into snakes that eat you from the inside out. The crying part, it's required." "I'm sorry." "You get it out, buddy, or you'll be worse off. Call her. Call out to your mom, get her attention. Cry for her. It's damn past time." And he had. Sobbed like a baby. Jack's arms under his shoulders, holding him up a little. Jack rocked him and said, "Yeah, there you go. There you go." Jack sat with him for a while, talking to him about his mother, and Preacher told him that he made it through that last year of school tough and silent. Then, with no idea where to go or what to do, he joined up. So he could have brothers, which he had now, but it wasn't enough to take away the need for his mother. And that goddamn tire rim almost cut him in half, and it was like the pain of losing her came pouring out. It was humiliating. To be 6'4" and 250 sobbing for your 5'3" mommy. Jack said, "Nah, it's just what you need. Get it out." After a little while, Jack pulled him up, hoisted him over his shoulder and carried him about a mile down the road to meet their convoy. And Jack had said, "Let it out, buddy. After you get it all out, you stick to me like duct tape. I'm your mother now." "It's no good to lose touch with people who mean a lot," Preacher said to Paige. "Ever think of trying to find those girlfriends again?" "I haven't thought about that in a while," she told him. "If you ever want to try, I could maybe help." "How could you do that?" "On the computer. I like to look things up. It's kind of slow, but it works. Think about it." She said she would. Then she said she was awful tired and had to get some sleep. So they said goodnight. She went up the stairs and he went to his apartment out back. That's when she decided she'd better get moving. She couldn't afford to get comfortable here. No more cozy little chats, no more late-night questions. Attachments were completely out of the question. Chapter 4. Paige got the suitcase ready. She pulled the covers back from her sleeping son to search for Bear, but he wasn't there. She nearly stripped the bed around him, looking. Then, down on her knees to look under the bed, in the bathroom, in every empty drawer of the bureau. Nowhere. She'd check in the kitchen before leaving, but if Bear was lost, he would have to be left behind. She pulled $200 out of her billfold and put it on the bureau, then sat, still as stone, on the edge of the bed next to Christopher. Palms together, hands pressed between her knees, she waited. At midnight, she put on her jacket and crept quietly down the stairs. The cabin was so solid, not even a board squeaked. He'd left a light on in the kitchen for her. This was the only time she'd come down after bedtime since that first night, but she suspected John left that light on for her every night. She tiptoed stealthily toward the door to his apartment and listened. No sound. No light under the door. She'd located a flashlight in the kitchen when she'd been helping John clean up, a stroke of luck. Up to that point, the best idea she could come up with was a book of matches to light the night while she dealt with the license plates.
Once the plates were switched, she'd fetch the suitcase, then Chris. She took a butter knife from the drawer and slipped quietly out the back kitchen door. Once behind the bar, she was relieved to see no lights on in John's little apartment. She crouched to the task of removing her plates, easily done even though her hands were shaking. Then she got to work on John's, taking the license plate off his truck and replacing it with hers. Then back to the Honda, bending down to fix the new plate in place. "Getting back on the road again, Paige?" Preacher asked. She jumped, dropped the plate, flashlight, and knife, straightening, her breath cut off and her heart hammering. The flashlight lit a path along the ground that illuminated his feet. Then he took a couple of steps toward her and came into complete view. "That isn't going to do the trick," he said, nodding toward her car. "They're truck plates, Paige. Anyone like the sheriff or CHP sees your little car with truck plates, they're going to know right off." She felt her eyes well up with tears. Something like that would never have occurred to her. She shivered in the cold night, her hands shaking worse. Inside, her stomach was gripped in a tight, hard knot. "Don't panic," he said. "I don't think you need different plates, not yet, but we can get it done. Connie's got a little car right across the street. She'd never miss 'em." A tear rolled down her cheek, and she stooped to pick up the flashlight. I left some money upstairs for the room, the food. Not much, but..." "Aw, Paige, you do something like that, it makes me look so bad. You gotta know I never thought about money." She hiccuped tears back and said, "What did you think about?" "Come on," he said, reaching a hand out toward her. "It's cold out here. Come back inside. I'll make you some coffee so you don't fall asleep on the road. Then I'll switch the plates for you. If that'll make you feel safer on the drive, even if you don't really need 'em." She stayed out of his reach, but walked alongside. "Why do you say that? That I don't need them?" "No one's looking for you," he said. "At least not officially. You're still okay." "How do you know that?" she asked, ready to fall apart and sink into helpless sobs. "I'll explain," he said. "I'll throw a log on the fire, get you warmed up, and we'll talk. Then I'll switch the plates for you if you want. But after we talk about it, you'll probably want to go back upstairs and sleep till morning. Drive in daylight. Besides," he said, holding open the back kitchen door for her, "I got the bear. I'll get it for you. You can't leave without the bear." She started to cry as she walked into the kitchen, pressing her fingers against her lips. She felt like a caught felon. It made her feel even worse that he was being so nice to her. "I looked everywhere for that damn bear," she said, softly with a whimper. Preacher turned toward her, hand pressed against her mouth, eyes overflowing. She seemed to jerk with the effort not to add sound to her crying. Then slowly and carefully, he pulled her by her shoulders toward him, against his big chest, gently circling her with his arms. And she collapsed from inside, sobbing against him. No holding back the sound now. She was racked with tears. "Aw, you've been holding that in too long, haven't you? I've been there, all right? It's okay, Paige. I know you're scared and worried, but it's gonna be okay." She doubted it, but she was helpless in the moment. All she could do was cry and shake her head. She tried to remember when someone had pulled her sweetly into strong arms and tried to make her feel safe. Long ago, so long ago, she couldn't remember the last time. Not even Wes in the early days, at his most manipulative. No, he would cry. He'd hit her, beat her, then he would cry and she'd comfort him. Preacher rocked her back and forth in the dimly lit kitchen for a long time until she quieted down. Then, with a hand on her back, pushed her through the kitchen into the bar. He directed her to that same chair near the fire, stirred up the flame and threw on a new log, and went behind the bar to fix her a brandy. When he put it in front of her, she said, "I have to be ready to drive." "You won't be any good to drive unless you calm down. Just a sip. And if you want coffee, we'll make some." He sat down in the chair next to hers and, with elbows on his knees, leaned toward her. "When you came in here, I had no idea what happened to you. But I knew it wasn't good, and I knew it wasn't a car door. You have California plates. So I called a good friend of mine, someone I knew I could trust. He checked out the plates, registered to your husband. He's been booked for battery domestic before." Preacher shrugged. "I didn't need to know much more than that, did I?" Paige's eyes closed, then slowly opened again, focused on his face. She lifted the brandy to her lips and took a tiny sip, not confirming or denying anything. Preacher went on. "He hasn't reported you missing, so no law enforcement's looking for you. I don't know what your plan is, Paige, but if you take Christopher out of state, you'd be breaking the law. That could go hard on you trying to keep him. I figure you must be thinking that way because you came all the way from L.A. and you're almost out of state now. If you're thinking of running off on your own and disappearing, I don't think that's a good idea. You just don't know what you're doing. You'll get tripped up. You don't know the difference between truck and car plates. There isn't much devious going on in that head of yours." A huff of rueful laughter escaped her. Maybe that had been her problem. She wasn't sneaky enough. "Maybe you have some place to go where they'll keep you hidden and safe. That's a better idea. I just hope wherever that is, there's a bunch of big, mean, angry guys like me and Jack around, ready on the off chance the son of a bitch hunts you down and finds you." "I don't have a lot of choices," she whispered. "I have to get away." "Course you do," he said. "Do you know there's one more way to go? You wouldn't have any trouble getting custody of Chris, at least temporary custody, given the father's record, even if they weren't felony charges. You don't need his okay to get a divorce. Not in this state. It's no fault." She was shaking her head, closing her eyes again, another tear spilling down her cheek. But Preacher went on. "There's restraining orders, and even if he ignores them, it keeps the law on your side. You ever think of these things, Paige?" "How do you know all this? Did your friend tell you?" "I want to find out something, I look it up," he said. "Then do you know, while I'm trying to do that, he's going to kill me? He's mean and he's crazy. He's going to kill me." "Not if you stay here," Preacher said. She was stunned silent for a moment. Then she said, "I can't stay here, John. I'm pregnant." Then it was Preacher's turn to show shock. Silent and dark. It settled into his eyes and over his expression slowly as he sat back in the chair, then stood. He went behind the bar and poured himself a shot, throwing it back. When he returned to the chair by the fire, he asked, "Did he know? When he beat you, did he know you were pregnant?" She nodded and looked away from him, pursing her lips tight. Intellectually, she knew none of this was her fault, but there was an emotional misfire in her brain that said, you married him, had a child with him, didn't get out in time, let it happen, screwed up, got pregnant again, never ran in time, never saw it coming, and it was plain as day.
You ever been to a shelter?" he asked her. She nodded. "Here are your choices," Preacher said calmly. "You can stay here and try to get your ducks in a row so when you do leave, you're not breaking the law or hiding for the rest of your life. It's okay if you stay here. There are medical people across the street if you need them. You can help out in the kitchen if you want to so you don't feel like you're taking advantage. And if you happen to run into that son of a bitch around here, we're ready for him. You think of it as a shelter, like any other shelter. Sometimes people just want to help out. Or you can go if you want. Continue on with your plan, whatever it is. You don't have to run in the night anyway. Safer in daylight, huh?" He stood up. "You sit a minute. Think. Have a little brandy there. It won't hurt that baby. A tiny sip of brandy. And I think maybe you need it. I'm going to take care of those plates for you. And then I'm going to get you the bear. Whatever you decide to do, you can't leave without the bear. You know that." He left her, going through his apartment. She could hear him go out his back door. He must have found the bear in the kitchen and put it in a safe place. A log in the fireplace dropped, and she pulled her jacket tighter around her, taking another sip of brandy that burned its way down her throat and did, miraculously, settle her stomach and her nerves, if slightly. Or maybe it was the news that Wes didn't have the police after her that calmed her a little. A while later, John came back from his apartment still wearing the jacket he'd obviously fetched and holding the bear. "Connie'll never know the difference on those plates," he said, holding the bear out to her. "Besides, if she knew what was going on here, she'd tell you to take 'em." She frowned as she looked at the bear, changed. He had a new leg, sewn out of blue and gray plaid. It wasn't exactly the same shape as the surviving leg. It was just a stuffed flannel tube stuck on the bear. But he was symmetrical now. "What did you do?" she asked, taking the bear. Preacher shrugged. "I told him I'd give it a try. Looks pretty silly, I guess, but it was a good idea at the time." He put his hands in his pockets. "Think you can get a little rest tonight? You still feel like you have to go right now? I could brew you up some coffee if you want to just get out of here. I think I even have a thermos. I could..." She stood up, leaving the brandy on the table, holding Bear close against her. "I'm going back to bed," she said. "I'll leave in the morning, after Chris has a little breakfast." "If that's what you want," he said. Paige awakened to the dim light of morning streaking through the dormer window and the sound of an axe striking wood. She rolled onto her side to see Christopher still sleeping peacefully, gripping the bear with the blue and gray flannel leg, and she knew she should think about this for a while. It scared her to take a chance like this, but it didn't scare her any more than driving on to some address in Spokane and a commitment to a life she knew nothing about and might not be devious enough to pull off. She'd like to think she had learned one or two things from her experiences. If anything, in any way, made her feel threatened, caused her radar to go up, she'd be gone in a flash. She wouldn't bother with license plates or goodbyes. Then there was that guilt. She didn't want to put these people in Wes's path, in danger. But her reality was that wherever she went, whether to family, a shelter, into hiding, the people who helped her were at risk. Sometimes it was unbearable to think about. She dressed quietly without waking Chris and crept down the stairs to the kitchen. Preacher was standing at the counter, slicing and dicing for his morning omelets. When he saw her at the bottom of the stairs, his hand on the knife froze and he waited. "I'm going to need to borrow your washer and dryer," she said.
We didn't bring too much.
Sure.
I guess it makes more sense to stay here. A little while. I'll be glad to help out, if you're sure.
He began to dice again, slowly.
We can do that easy. How about minimum wage plus the room and meals? Keep track of your own hours. Jack will pay you when you want him to. Doesn't matter. Daily, weekly, monthly. Doesn't matter. That's too much, John. I should help for just the room and meals. We open by 6, stay open past 9. There are 2 of us plus Rick after school. 2 days and you're going to be complaining it's slave labor.
She smiled and shook her head.
I'm not ready for the rest, the restraining order, the custody thing. Court documents like that have to reveal where I am, and I'm not up to that.
Understandable, he said.
Eventually, he's going to come after me. File charges, have police looking, maybe hire a detective. But he's going to try to find me. He won't let me walk away.
One thing at a time, Paige, Preacher said.
Just so you know.
I'm not worried about that. We'll be ready.
She took a deep breath. Okay. Where's that washer? She asked.
In my apartment. The door is never locked.
He stopped chopping again and, looking at her, asked,
What made you decide?
Bear's new leg. That old blue plaid flannel.
Old?
Preacher asked, smiling slightly.
That was a perfectly good shirt.
Preacher took breakfast to Ron and Harv in the bar, and on his way back to the kitchen, glanced out the window to see Jack at the stump with the axe. He heard the sound of the washing machine start up in his apartment. He poured 2 cups of coffee and walked out back. When Jack saw him coming, he left the axe stuck in the stump. Preacher passed him a cup.
Delivery service, Jack said. Guess you have something on your mind.
He took a sip, watching Preacher over the rim of the cup.
I was just thinking we could probably use a little help around the bar.
That's so.
Paige mentioned she's looking for something. The kid's no trouble. Seems like a good idea to me,
Preacher said.
Don't have any use for that bedroom over the kitchen anyway. You can pay her out of my check. The bar makes money, Preach. It can take on an employee. She doesn't want $50,000 in a 401k or anything, does she?
Preacher made a face. Jack thought he was funny.
It'll probably be temporary. My responsibilities are changing, Jack said. Growing. He added with a proud smile. Be nice to have a little help in there, in case I have other things to do. Good, then. I'll let her know.
He turned as if to leave.
Preacher?
Jack said, and the man turned back. Jack held out his cup for Preacher to take back into the kitchen.
You already let her know, didn't you? Might have let slip I thought we could use her. Yeah. One question. She cover her tracks on her way into town? No one knows she's here, Jack. Not that it's any of our business. I'm not nosy, Preacher. I'm prepared. Good, Preacher said. That's good. I like that. Anything changes on that, I'll let you know.
There were things about being in Virgin River that gave Paige peace of mind. Small things like her car sitting behind the bar between 2 big extended cab trucks. A car she had no reason to take out for a drive. The sound of log splitting in the early dawn hours that coincided almost exactly with the smell of coffee. And the work. She liked the work. It started with bussing tables and doing dishes, but before even a couple of days had passed, John was showing her how he made his soup, bread, pies.
The real challenge here is making use of what we have, he told her. One of the reasons this bar does well and we can get by like we do. We cook what we kill or catch. We make use of Doc and Mel's patient fees that come in produce and meat, and we concentrate on making sure our people are taken care of. Jack says if we think first about making sure the town is taken care of, we'll do just fine. And we do.
How do you take care of a town? She asked, confused.
It's real easy,
he said.
We put out 3 good meals a day on their budget, and the sharp folks know about the leftovers. When we shop, since we go all the way to the coastal towns and big stores and have our trucks, we check with people who don't drive so far. Old folks, infirm, maybe new mothers. See if we can get them anything. They appreciate that. Take a meal or 2 at the bar. For special occasions, we just open up the place. The women bring in the casseroles, and the only thing we sell are mixed drinks. We put out a donation jar for the space, sodas, beer, and we make out better than you'd think. We lay in good liquors for the hunters and maybe fly fishermen out this way for contests, but we charge the same prices and they duke us up real nice.
To her perplexed expression, he said,
"Tip us, Paige. They know what Johnny Walker Black costs. They like how we try to have what they're gonna want. They have money. They leave it on the tables and bar."
He grinned. "Brilliant," she said.
"Nah. Jack and me, we've been hunters. We fish. It's good to take care of the people that put up with us. Maybe the most important thing is remembering them when they come in. Makes them feel welcome. Jack's good at that. But then there's the food. We're small and not very experienced, but the food's getting a good reputation,"
he said, sticking out his chest. "Yeah," she said. "Fattening, but good." Paige felt that staying in this dinky country bar was like a cocoon, sheltering her from the outside world. Rick and Jack were good about having her there, both of them giving her things to do. It didn't seem that her minor contributions were so much, but they went on about her as if they didn't know how they'd gotten by before. Then there were the customers who came in almost daily, sometimes twice a day. It took no time at all for them to regard Paige as someone who'd been there a long time. "We're sure getting lots more cookies around here these days," Connie said. "It took a woman in the kitchen to get it right." Paige didn't bother to explain that it was all John's doing, for Christopher. It was not for the folks in the bar who'd come to like cookies with their coffee.
"What do you cook tonight, Paige?"
Doc asked. "Bouillabaisse," she said. "It's wonderful."
"Ugh, I hate that crap."
Doc leaned close.
"You hide any of yesterday's stuffed trout back there?"
"I'll look," she said, grinning, already feeling a part of something. Mel was in the bar at least twice a day, sometimes more often. When the place was quiet and she didn't have patience, she'd sit and talk a while. Mel knew more about Paige's special circumstances than anyone, and it was Mel who had asked about her recovery. "Better," Paige said. "Everything's better. No more spotting." "Looks like this was a good idea of yours," Mel said, looking around and indicating the bar. "It wasn't my idea," Paige said. "John said I could stay. Help out around here a little, if I wanted to." "It looks like you might be enjoying it," Mel said. "You're smiling a lot." With a shock of surprise, Paige answered, "I am. Who would have guessed? This has been a good—" She paused. "Break," she finally said. "I guess I can make this work for a while. At least. Until I start to—" Again, she paused. "Show," she said, looking down at her middle. "Does John know?" Mel asked. She nodded. It was the only decent thing to do, to tell him, when he made the offer. "Well, even though hardly anyone knows the circumstances that brought you here, I think it's fair to say everyone around here understands you must have had another life. Before Virgin River. I mean, you do have a son." "There's that," Paige agreed. "Besides," Mel said, sitting back, running 2 hands over her small tummy, "lots of people are starting to show. Did you know I'm 4 months now?" "That looks about right," Paige said, smiling. "Uh-huh. And I've been in this town 7 months, married to Jack less than 1. I was married before Jack. I was widowed and, according to the experts, completely incapable of conceiving a child." Paige's eyes grew round, her mouth forming an O. Mel laughed. "Obviously, I need better experts. Oh, you think you're the only one who came to this place by way of a wrong turn?" "There's more to this story," Paige said, lifting one brow. "Just the details, sister. We have plenty of time." And then Mel laughed brightly. Paige had been in the little room over the kitchen for 10 days, the first 4 of which she'd been planning her departure. Preacher told her he thought it was working out pretty well. They had a nice little routine. Right after Chris had his breakfast and Paige was showered and primped, she plunged into kitchen work, cleaning up after breakfast. While Chris was with John, either coloring, playing war with a deck of cards, sweeping, or doing other chores, Paige would take care of her room and their things. Because she didn't have much with her, there was frequent laundry in John's laundry room. So, while the washer and dryer hummed along, Paige did a few things she hoped would help him out. Cleaning his bathroom, dusting, making up his bed, running the sweeper around his room. "Can I throw in a load of clothes for you?" she asked. "I'll take care of that. Listen, you don't have to clean up after me." She laughed at him. "John, I spend all day in the kitchen, collecting your pots, pans, and dishes. It's becoming a habit." She laughed at his shocked expression. "You look after my child all day long. You're pretty much helpless since he won't leave you alone. The least I can do is help out." "I'm not looking after him," John said. "We're buddies." "Yeah," she said, and thought, yeah, buddies. Lunch was usually busy, and Paige served and bussed. Dinner from 5 to 8 was also busy, especially this time of year. Fall. Hunting season with fishing getting good. After 8, there were usually lingerers hanging out over beers or drinks. But the cooking was over for the night. That's when Paige would take Chris upstairs for his bath and bed. And after that, she'd only check in to see if anything needed to be done before she called it a night. Occasionally, she'd have a cup of tea with John. Preacher liked that time of night, when there was no more dinner to be served, when the kitchen was cleaned, when he could hear Paige running water upstairs. Sometimes he could hear her singing play songs with Chris. Before pouring that last shot for the day, he'd look at his cookbooks, planning dinner for the next day or maybe the next week, making supply lists. The process made him feel he had everything managed efficiently. Preacher was very well organized. It was about 8:30 and there were a few hunters in the bar. Jack was handling the front. Buck Anderson had brought Mel a couple of nice-sized lamb shanks, which came straight to Preacher. He was reading about lamb shanks Hestia with cucumber raita when he heard a small shuffle. He looked over the counter to see Christopher standing at the bottom of the stairs, stark naked, book under one arm, bear under the other. Preacher lifted one bushy brow. "Forget something there, partner?" he asked. Chris picked at his left butt cheek while hanging on to the bear.
"You read to me now?"
Have you had your bath?" Preacher asked. The boy shook his head. "You look like you're ready for your bath." He listened upward to the running water. Chris nodded, then said again,
"You read it?"
"Come here," Preacher said. Chris ran around the counter, happy, raising his arms to be lifted up. Wait a second, Preacher said. I don't want little boy butt on my clean counter. Just a sec. He pulled a clean dish towel out of the drawer, spread it on the counter, then lifted him up, sitting him on it. He looked down at the little boy, frowned slightly, then pulled another dish towel out of the drawer. He shook it out and draped it across Chris's naked lap. There. Better. Now, what you got here?
Horton,
he said, presenting the book.
There's a good chance your mother isn't going to go for this idea, he said.
But he opened the book and began to read. They hadn't gotten far when he heard the water stop, heard heavy footfalls racing around the upstairs bedroom, heard Paige yell, "Christopher!"
We'd better get our story straight,
Preacher said to him.
our story,
Chris said, pointing at the page in front of him. Momentarily, there were feet coming down the stairs, fast. When she got to the bottom, she stopped suddenly. "He got away from me while I was running the tub," she said.
Yeah, in fact, he's dressed like he barely escaped.
"I'm sorry, John. Christopher, get over here. We'll read after your bath." He started to whine and wiggle.
I want John.
Paige came impatiently around the counter and plucked him, squirming, into her arms.
I want John,
he complained. "John's busy, Chris. Now you behave."
Paige? I'm not all that busy. If you'll tell Jack I'm not in the kitchen for a bit, I could do the bath. Tell Jack so he knows to lock up if everyone leaves.
She turned around at the foot of the stairs. "You know how to give a child a bath?" she asked.
Well, no. But is it hard? Harder than scrubbing up a broiler?
She chuckled in spite of herself. She put Chris down on his feet. "You might want to go a little easier than that. No Brillo pads, no scraping. No soap in the eyes if you can help it."
I can do that,
Preacher said, coming around the counter.
"How many times you dunk 'em?"
She gasped and Preacher showed her a smile.
Kidding. I know you only dunk 'em twice.
She smirked. "I'll see if Jack needs anything, and then I'll be up to supervise." Paige was peeling and slicing apples, Preacher rolling out pie dough, when Jack came into the kitchen.
"Mel's out front," he told them. "She's going over to the Eureka Mall, Paige. She can't get into her pants anymore. She said you can ride along if you need anything."
Paige looked at John, lifting her brows.
"Go on, Paige," he said. "Chris won't be up for another hour, and I got the kitchen. You probably need all kinds of things."
"Sure, thanks," she said, putting her apple and knife in the bowl, taking off her apron.
"Listen,"
Preacher said, wiping his hands on a dish towel.
"I don't even know if you have credit cards, but you have to be real careful about that. You should shop with cash, huh?"
He pulled out his wallet, took some bills out, and began to unfold them, peeling off one, then another, then... Paige went completely pale. Her eyes round and clearly frightened. She started shaking her head and backing away. Tell Mel I have to do some things, okay?" Jack tilted his head, frowning. "Paige?" he asked. Paige backed up until she was against the wall, her hands behind her back, her face as white as alabaster. Then a tear rolled down her cheek. Preacher put his wallet on the counter and said,
"Give us a minute, Jack."
Then he took off his own apron and walked toward her. As he neared, she slid down the wall to the floor and put her hands over her face. Preacher got on his knees in front of her and gently tugged at her hands, pulling them away from her face and holding them.
"Paige," he said softly. "Paige, look at me. What just happened there?"
Her expression was panicked. Tears ran down her cheeks, but her voice was a whisper. "He did that," she said,
got his money out of his pocket and said, "Go buy yourself some nice things." He did that so much. Later, he'd throw the money at me and say he couldn't afford to have a wife that looked like a vagrant.
Preacher sat on the floor right next to her. Did you hear what I said? I didn't say anything like that, did I? I said, you have to be careful. Don't use your charge card.
I heard you,
she said in a whisper.
Did I tell you I married him because my legs hurt?
You haven't said anything about him, Preacher said. Nothing at all. That's okay. You don't have to say anything unless you want to.
I was a beautician. I did hair. Sometimes 12 hours a day because the pay was so low. We really worked hard. I never had enough for the rent, and my roommates and I lived in a real dump. I loved it, but I was tired, broke, sore. My legs hurt, she said again. I knew he was bad for me. My friends hated him, and I married him because he said I didn't have to work anymore.
She started to laugh and cry together.
Because I didn't have anything. Because I had nothing.
Guys like that know just what to use for bait, he said. They have a sense for it.
How do you know that?
He shrugged. I read about it. He wiped a tear from her cheek. It wasn't your fault. None of it was your fault. You got tricked.
I have nothing again,
she said.
A little suitcase, a car with stolen license plates on it, a child and one on the way.
You have everything, he said. A car with stolen license plates, a son, a baby on the way, friends.
I had friends before,
she whispered.
They were scared of him. He ran them off and I lost them forever.
Do I look like the kind of friend he can scare? Run off? He pulled her gently onto his lap and she rested her head against his chest.
I don't know why I stay so crazy,
she said softly.
He's not anywhere near. He'll never guess this place. But I'm still scared.
Yeah, that happens.
You're never scared,
she said. He chuckled softly, stroked her back. He was scared of a bunch of things. Number one being the day she got these problems managed and left with Christopher. That's what you think, he said. In the Marines, they used to say everyone's afraid, so you have to learn to use fear to your advantage. Man, if you ever figure out how to do that, let me know, okay?
What did you do when you were scared?
She asked. One of two things, he said. I'd either pee myself or I'd get mad. She lifted her head off his chest, looked at him, and laughed a little. That's a girl, he said, wiping off her cheeks. I think you need to get out of Virgin River a little bit. But you're probably in no shape to go shopping today. She shook her head.
I'm sorry. I made a scene.
It's a little country bar, Paige. We live for those. He grinned. Then he sobered. They also used to say, stare it in the face, fake brave. They taught us to look mean. She shuddered. Never mind all that. Tomorrow, I'll go for supplies instead of Jack. He can get lunch for once. I'll take you and Chris, get you out of town for a break. You can pick up a few things if you want to. I'm not buying you anything, though. I'll use the bar charge card so we can get our annual perks. You save your receipts and catch me up later after a payday or two. He touched her nose. Chris is running around naked. Suggests a wardrobe problem. Jack had backed out of the kitchen slowly when Preacher asked for a moment. As slowly as he could because something major was happening and he was curious. When he got back to the bar, Mel was waiting, up on a stool. "What's up?" she asked.
Jack put a finger to his lips, shushing her. "Something's going on," he whispered. "Yeah?" she asked, none the wiser. Jack stuck his head back close to the door, eavesdropping. "Jack!" she scolded in a furious whisper. He put a finger to his lips again. Then, with a frown on his face, he went behind the bar and glared down at his pretty young wife. "Paige is having a breakdown in there." "Oh, does Preacher need help?" Jack shook his head. "He asked me to step out. I heard a couple of things purely by accident." "I saw." "She has a car with stolen license plates?" Mel sat suddenly straight, eyes wide. "No kidding," she asked. "I guess I better check mine, see if they're still mine." Then she smiled cutely. "And there's a baby coming?" "Really?" she asked. "You're not fooling me," he said. "You know things." Mel made a face at him, as if to say, "Duh, of course I know things. Patient things." She might have shared Paige's bruises with him so he could be prepared for anything and help protect her, but she wasn't a big mouth. She got off the bar stool and went to the swinging door to the kitchen. She peeked. Preacher was sitting on the floor, gently rocking Paige on his lap. Ah, that was probably exactly what she needed at the moment. Better than a sedative. Mel walked behind the bar and got up on her toes to kiss Jack. "I don't think she wants to go shopping. Tell her I went ahead. I have to cover up the baby." "You do that." Jack? I don't know how to explain this to you. You and I have such different life experiences with things like this. Starting with, I would never hit a woman." "That's lovely, Jack. That's not what I mean." She said, looking skyward. "It might be easiest for you if you thought of Paige as a POW." "A POW?" he asked, looking startled and confused at once. "That's the closest thing I can think of that you can relate to. I'll be back as soon as I have a bag full of elastic waistbands, okay?" "Sure. Okay." A couple of hours later, with still plenty of time before the dinner hour, Jack was sitting on the porch tying off flies for fishing. Paige came onto the porch holding a slice of fresh apple pie on a plate. He took it and said, "Ooh, still warm." "I'm sorry about before, Jack. I'm a little embarrassed." He looked up at her, saw a sweet, docile face. The face of a devoted young mother, a pregnant woman running to protect her unborn baby. And, as he had been instructed by Mel, he imagined an enforced barricade, deprivation, regular beatings, fear of death. For years. It was not only hard to imagine a young woman like Paige, so helpful and tender, going through something like that. It was impossible to imagine the kind of man who might subject her to it. "Don't worry about that, okay? We all have our moments." "No, we don't. Only He cut her off, laughing. "Oh, don't go there. Don't go the only I have this baggage route. Ask Mel. Not long before I married her, I had a fantastic meltdown. Come to think of it, so did she." Then he frowned slightly. "On second thought, could you take my word for it?" Paige tilted her head. She wouldn't want to be asked about that? Nah, I don't think she'd mind. It just pisses me off. The way she never tells me anything and I just lay it all out there. I don't know how she does it. "That's okay, Jack." She laughed. "I won't ask. I apologize, however." "No need, Paige. I just hope you feel better." John took the supply list, Chris and Paige, to Eureka. They went to Target first, so the groceries wouldn't go bad in the truck while they shopped. She bought a few things: underwear, jeans, shirts. John held Chris's hand outside the dressing room while she tried things on. They stopped at the bookstore. John spent some time in the history section, picking up a couple of books, the same type she'd seen on his bookshelf.
Thanks for staying with us. Before we continue, take a minute to enjoy some peaceful music. This audiobook is our gift to you. No cost, no ads. Let's keep the good vibes going.
Que tiemble mi camino y me hiera la razón. Tu manto me da refugio, tu rosa, redención. El manto y la rosa.
Then, when he came to the children's section to see if they were ready to go, Paige put up the books they'd been looking at and said, "Okay." "Maybe we should get a new book or two," he said.
We have his favorites, she said.
"We could use 2 new ones," he said. "Okay if I do this?" he asked.
"Sure,"
she said. Maybe the best part of the outing was the drive. She'd come into Virgin River at night, in the rain, and except for her quick trip to Grace Valley along the back mountain roads, hadn't seen much of the countryside. John took them for a little drive along the high cliffs of the Pacific coast. So different up here in the north than in L.A. He passed through a redwood grove, then up into the mountains toward Virgin River. She looked over at him as he drove. He was grinning.
"Why are you smiling?"
she asked him. He turned to look at her. "I've never been shopping with a woman before," he said. "I didn't hate it." Chapter 5. During her stay in Virgin River, Paige started out in the bedroom above the kitchen, reluctant to step outside. Next the kitchen, then the bar, then late evenings with John in front of the fire, talking. And then she'd begun working, getting to know the locals. Gradually her circle widened until she'd been to the corner store a few times. Then she'd gone to the little library, open on Tuesdays, to get picture books for Chris and novels for herself. In only 3 weeks, she no longer felt like a guest. A newcomer, certainly, but for the first time in years, at ease with her surroundings. The days were long, the work wasn't light. Her legs hurt again, and this time, she was grateful for the opportunity to spend this kind of physical energy rather than being locked up and emotionally drained from the constant tension and uncertainty of her life. She fixed her own breakfast and lunch, ate dinner in the kitchen with Rick and John between hustling meals and doing dishes. And it felt good. After Chris was asleep, she read for a couple of hours and actually fell into the story, something she hadn't been able to do in years. She left her sleeping boy to go downstairs to get herself a glass of milk, smiling as she descended the stairs. There was always a nightlight on in the kitchen, welcoming her. She noticed a glow from the bar and peeked in. John sat in the darkened bar at the table in front of the fire, his feet up on the open hearth. She walked into the room.
"Isn't this awful late for you?" she asked.
He jumped in surprise, put his feet on the floor, and sat up straight. "Paige, I didn't hear you come down."
"Just prowling around, getting a glass of milk. What's the matter? Can't sleep?"
Having a little trouble, yeah. I'll go in a minute.
Want some company? He had a strange look on his face. Oh, I guess you want a little time to yourself.
That's okay,
he said. No, I understand. You've been here alone all this time, and now you have people underfoot. I'll just see you in the...
Sit down, Paige,
he said, somber, unhappy. Is everything all right? She asked, pulling out a chair. He shook his head.
It's not so good. I didn't want to do this tonight. I wanted to save this for morning.
Did I do something? She asked, frowning. Is there something I need to...
You're perfect, he said. It's not you. You're perfect. I got some bad news a little while ago. Wes did it. What you expected. He finally did it. Reported you and Chris missing. Almost 2 weeks ago.
She was stunned, speechless for a moment. She sank weakly into the chair. While she was settling in, growing more comfortable with her surroundings, her new friends, he had crossed her mind often. She'd looked over her shoulder. She couldn't help it. A shudder would pass through her now and then, and often her heart would start to beat a little wildly, and she'd have to focus her energy on breathing evenly. Reminding herself he was nowhere near, and it would pass. She closed her eyes briefly. I'll go up and pack, she said softly. I'd better get going. Get back to the plan.
Don't pack yet, Paige, he said. Let's talk about it.
She shook her head. There's nothing to talk about, John. He's after me. I have to get us away. I can't afford to take a chance.
If you run, you're taking a bigger chance. If they pick you up, they're going to take Chris to him and arrest you. You have to do it, Paige. Face him down, Preacher said. I'll help. I'll find a way to get you through this.
There's only one way through this. I have to get out of here. You said it yourself. He'll outsmart me.
I never said that, he argued. I said you're not devious, but I think you can beat him. I know a couple of people. My buddy the cop, for one. There's a judge in Grace Valley I've been fishing with. I know he'll help if he can. Jack's little sister Bree is a lawyer, a hotshot lawyer in the state capitol, and she knows everyone. Bree. She's so smart it's scary. We have to ask some of these people how you can get out of this mess and have a real life. I'll see it through with you, till you're free and safe.
She sat forward in her chair. Listen, why are you doing this? What do you think you'll get out of it?
Me? Sleep, that's what. When this is over, I'll sleep at night knowing you're not getting beat up. Knowing Chris isn't growing up mean, learning how to beat on women. Paige. I saw. That first night when I brought you clean towels, the door was open a little and you had your shirt pulled. He stopped and hung his head. Then he raised it and looked her dead in the eye and said, That was no little slap. No little argument. She looked down into her lap. It was unbearable to think he'd seen that awful mess. Listen, he said, lifting her chin with a finger. I was okay with my life until you walked in the door that night with your kid and your bruises. It was all right with me to fish and cook and clean up. I never minded being alone. I'm never going to get married, have kids of my own. I know that. But I can do something about this.
This isn't your business.
It is now. Even if you're not counting on me, that kid is. He counts on me every day from the time he comes running down here in his jammies until he's finally sound asleep. When you and Chris leave here, I'm going to know we did everything we could to keep you safe from that bastard. He took a breath. Sorry, he said. I can sound as scary as I look.
You don't look scary,
she said so softly he barely heard. "And if this doesn't work?" He straightened. "Then I'll help you get to someplace safe. I'll do whatever it takes. Jesus Christ, Paige, if I don't do this, what am I going to do with my life? When something like this hits me square in the face and I ignore it, what am I worth then, huh?" She gazed at his pleading expression and shook her head almost sadly. "How do you know you'll never get married and have kids?" she asked him. "Come on," he said, frustrated. "Really?" "To start with, there's not a single unmarried woman over 18 and under 60 in this town. That might be one clue." "There's lots of towns." "Jesus, do we have to make this about me? Your kid, he's the only kid ever came near me. Christ, they hide behind their mothers when they see me." She smiled at him. "You're swearing like mad. I bet your mother's turning in her grave." "Spinning," he agreed. Then pleadingly, "I know you're scared. Are you too scared to try to stare the bastard in the eye and face him down if I swear I have your back? If you have lots of help?" He took a breath. "Did you know, when you come face to face with a bear, you never run? You straighten up, tall as you can, puff up, and try to make yourself big. Make a lot of noise. Act tough, even if you're not tough." He shook his head. "You'd have trouble doing that, little as you are. But you should think about that theory. If you act like you're not scared, and you have help, good and strong and smart help, you might get this behind you. We'll help. The judge, Mel, Jack, Bree, Mike." "Mike?" she asked. "My buddy the cop, Mike." He swallowed. "He says what you really have to do right now is turn yourself in. Maybe not to the police, but to someone in the law, someone who will listen to your story. I'm thinking a lawyer or the judge." "Okay," she said. "Okay?" he repeated, surprised. "Okay. I'm terrified, but okay." She shuddered. "It's your way or running, hiding. Either way, the danger is pretty much the same. Him." Then, quietly, "Thank you for offering to help." "It feels good to help," he said. "Just do it for Chris. Let's get him out of this mess." "Yeah, I'll try that," she said, but her voice was shaky. Preacher didn't look like the kind of guy who could use looking after, watching over, but this is what Jack did. It was partly out of habit. He'd had the big man's back since they were in the Marines together. Preacher had served under him twice, the first and second Iraq conflicts. There was another reason Jack was watching closely right now, and that was because Preacher was changing. Jack recognized it at once because it hadn't been so long since he went through similar changes. Although Jack had known exactly what was happening to him, and he suspected that Preacher did not. After 20 years in the Marine Corps and 3 in Virgin River, Jack had never formed a strong attachment with a woman. It never occurred to him to settle down, commit to one woman. The closest he'd ever come was one woman at a time. And then Mel came to town to work alongside old Doc Mullins, and before she'd been here a week, Jack was cooked. It was the right time, the right woman, the right circumstances. And while it shook him, startled him to feel what he was feeling, it never confused him. It was unmistakable. He'd fallen in love with such a horrendous crash, it surprised him that the redwoods hadn't trembled, as though an earthquake shook them. It had happened almost as quickly to Preacher. Paige appeared that rainy night just 3 weeks ago with her child and her bruises, and Jack could sense a fire in Preacher right away. At first, it appeared to be an intense need to right a wrong, to protect. Typical of Preacher. He was that kind of man. Tough on the outside and soft on the inside. Justice and loyalty. Those values were everything to him. But in the days since what he saw had evolved, Preacher watched over Paige with an intensity that spoke of something more than the goodness of his heart. He would glance at her, and his eyes would grow dark. Glow. He'd shake himself, look away, and his brow would furrow as though he were trying to make sense of feelings he hadn't had before. Jack and Preacher had such different histories with the opposite sex. Jack had never done well with abstinence. He had always had a woman somewhere. He was driven by those needs. But Preacher was solitary. And while a very private person, he wasn't secretive. In fact, he was candid, transparent. Jack was sure that if he'd had women around, Jack would know about it. No, he was fairly sure this was a first for Preacher. He was powerfully attracted to a woman and didn't have any idea what to do about it. Jack watched Paige as well, because he cared deeply about his friend. This was a kind-hearted and vulnerable woman, and she was tender toward Preacher. But it was entirely possible it was no more than gratitude. If she were ever able to put the threats she faced behind her, she would probably go away. Back to a family somewhere, perhaps. Or even some new place. For now, they were inseparable. The three of them. Preacher kept Paige and Christopher under his protective wing, as though danger loomed nearby and might strike at any moment. When there were no patrons in the bar, Preacher and Paige sat at one of the tables and talked or played cribbage. If Christopher wasn't napping, he was on Preacher's knee. When the place was busy, fishermen dropping in for drinks or dinner after a long day on the Virgin, Paige and her son would be in the kitchen with Preacher, helping out or just keeping him company. She worked in the bar, apparently content with her duties and constantly checking with Preacher to ask what he'd like her to do. It was obvious what Preacher was beginning to feel. Not so obvious what Paige was feeling. And no time presented itself in which Jack could talk to Preacher privately. Of course, he wasn't sure what he'd say anyway. But there was one thing Jack had heard. These domestic situations were probably more dangerous than war. Volatile, unpredictable, lethal. Cops often said they'd rather walk into an armed robbery than a domestic. Jack didn't want anything bad to happen to this woman. He liked her. But he also didn't want anything bad to happen to Preacher. With this on his mind, he wanted to talk to his wife about it. "I'm going to step out for a while," Jack said to Preacher. "You got the bar?" "Got it," he said. Jack walked across the street to Doc's, where he found Mel and Doc playing gin at the kitchen table. Mel had a nice little stack of pennies sitting by her hand. When she saw him standing there, her blue eyes sparkled and she smiled at him. "When you're done with the game, can you go for a ride with me?" he asked. "Where?" He shrugged. "Just for a ride, me and you. The sun's out for a change." "You can be done right now," Doc said. "I haven't had gin once." He threw his cards down and stood up. "You need to work on your sportsmanship," she told him. "I need to work on my cheating," Doc returned, heading out of the kitchen. Mel got her coat and walked outside with Jack. "Where are we going?" she asked again. "Just for a ride. Tell me about your morning." They held hands as they walked out to Jack's truck, and he opened the door for her. When he was in beside her and driving, she said, "We haven't had anything very interesting. This nasty weather we've been having seems to be bringing out the viruses. Lots of runny noses, coughs, fevers. We're running through the decongestant. I think I feel a cold coming on. Are you sick?" "No, but my head is stuffy and one ear is plugged, and I can't take the decongestant because of you-know-who."
Maybe you shouldn't be working in a doctor's office right now. All those germs, he said.
Oh, stop, she laughed. She smoothed her hands over her little pooch of a tummy. You're going to be a little on the overprotective side. They drove out of town to the west for about 10 minutes, and Jack turned off the road, then he stopped. It's bumpy. The road sucks. That okay? As long as I don't hit my head on the ceiling, we're okay. What is this? Something I came across and wanted to show you. Hang on, and I'll go slow. We're going up. And up, and up, along a winding dirt road wide enough for only one vehicle through the trees. Then, momentarily, they broke out in a big grassy clearing from which you could see for miles. I thought you'd love this view. Oh, my, she said, taken with it. She looked across fenced pastures, ranches, farms, orchards, a vineyard. Behind them, the pine-covered hills rose, and in front of them, the hills sloped down to the valley. Come on, he said, opening his door. They got out and stood on this grassy knoll, looking out across the foothills and valley below. Off in the far distance, what appeared to be clouds rolled in from the Pacific coast. Jack put an arm around her shoulders, and she leaned against him. Jack, this is beautiful. I didn't even know this place was here. Me neither. Mel, what if this spot, right where we're standing, what if this spot was your front porch? She snapped her head up to look at him, her mouth open slightly, her eyes wide. She said his name in a breath. Jack! I think I can get it. It's the Bristol's land, too craggy for planting, too far from their pastures, and too much forest for grazing. And we don't need much, just a couple of acres maybe. Tears filled her eyes. Oh, Jack, she said again. You've been looking for land. He laughed. I've been sneaking around the back acreage of neighbors' properties, looking for a good piece someone might be talked out of. A view, a good yard, somewhere where the deer might wander right up to the house, destroy your vegetable garden. I've never had a vegetable garden. You like it? I love it, she said. I love you. He moved behind her and slipped his arms around her. His hands went under her jacket, under her sweater to where the jeans she could no longer close were gaping open. He put his large hands over her tummy, and she put her hands over his, leaning back against him. They stood and looked out across the beautiful land, and then there was a little movement within her. These tiny flutters had just begun. I'm sorry you can't feel that yet, she whispered. The baby just fluttered. He bent to kiss her neck. She likes it. How can you not? Oh, Jack, you shouldn't have shown it to me. Now if you can't get Fish and Carrie Bristol to part with it, my heart will break. She pressed down on his hands. Think positive, he said. He gently massaged her tummy. I thought men were supposed to get all freaked out when their wives were pregnant. Not want to touch them. Not want to have sex. Not all men, she said. God, I want you more than ever, he said, kissing her neck again. That, she laughed, is simply impossible. Want to christen the new home site? She laughed at him. I'm not going back to docks with grass stains on my butt. Control yourself. I'm going to build you a house here, he said. First thing I'm going to do is get the road graded and widened, then have the land excavated. I can't do that myself. While that's happening, we're going to have some plans drawn up. I'll need help with the foundation, but after that... Jack, stop. You have to buy the land first. He turned her around. I'm going to build you a house here, Mel. Okay, she said. You just do that. Eventually, they went back to the truck, but they sat there a long while, silent, looking out over the valley. Mel was remembering last March when she arrived, a recent widow looking for a fresh start, and the first thing she thought was that she'd made a terrible mistake in coming to this washed-out little town. She wasn't made to live in the woods. She was a city girl. Now she looked out at the most glorious landscape in America and knew she would never leave it. Next March, their baby would arrive. A baby John Stone, her OB, said would be a girl. How far she had traveled, emotionally and physically. From a woman who thought she'd never love again, to a woman in the most intense romantic relationship she could imagine. From a woman who thought she'd never have a child, to mother. "You're very quiet," she said to her husband. "Yeah, I think too much," he said. "Mel, talk to me about something. Help me with something." "Oh, you didn't bring me out here to show me the view." "No, you would have surprised me with this later when you were sure you had it locked up." "You wanted some privacy," she said. "What's bothering you?" "I've been watching Preacher," he said. "Ah, lots of people have. What's up with that?" "Well, it seems pretty apparent. He's growing very attached to his house guests." "Yeah, that's what I think too. I have a feeling he doesn't know what hit him." She reached for Jack's hand. "He'll work it out." "Mel, I'm not sure the looks Paige give him mean anything but thank you. I mean, Preacher, he's the kind of guy you want around when someone's about to take you out." "Turns out feeling safe for once is a big item," Mel said. "That was one of the things you gave me that meant the most." "But she's been hurt bad, Mel. Real bad. When the damage heals and she isn't afraid anymore..." "Jack, stop. I was damaged. You never let it discourage you for a second. Maybe this is different. You're worried that he's going to get hurt," she said. "Yeah, I might be." She laughed, but she squeezed his hand. "You're a mother hen," she said. "He's a big boy. Let him be. Let her be. I saw the way that woman was beat up. You know the guy who did that to her is obsessed. Mean as the devil himself. She's gonna have some crazy bastard after her, and I'd hate to have Preacher caught in the crossfire. Jack, you'd better listen to me. This isn't up to you. I've been watching out for that guy for years now," he said. "This just surprises the hell out of me. Preacher never had much traffic with women. I'm not sure he knows the score." "He doesn't have to know the score, but I bet you're wrong about that too," she said, laughing. "He just has to know how he feels and what he wants. This isn't your bone, Jack. Don't chew on it. And if you try to warn him off, he's gonna break your jaw." "Yeah," he said sullenly. "Yeah." He started the truck and drove them back to town. When he let Mel off and went back to the bar, he found Preacher behind the bar and Paige sitting up on a stool in front of him. The boy must have been napping. It was only the two of them, and Preacher was holding her hand. "Good, you're back. We need a minute with you." "Sure," Jack said. "I need a day, if you can spare me." "When?" "Tomorrow or the next day. Soon." "Tomorrow's okay." "I want you to know what we're doing. We're going down to Grace Valley to see Judge Forrest. I hope you don't mind, but I called Bree. I asked her about getting a lawyer for Paige in L.A. in case she needs one. But what she's after from Judge Forrest is a restraining order, custody, at least temporary, from her husband who beat her up. A lot." Jack looked from Paige to Preacher. "Is that what you want to do?" "Yeah, Jack. I'm backing Paige up so she can get out of this mess and keep her kid and her baby safe." Paige looked down as if ashamed. Preacher saw that and nudged her. Then with a finger lifted her chin and said to her, "You didn't do anything wrong, Paige.
Then to Jack, he said, "I told Paige we'd all back her up, not let anything bad happen." "Bad happen?" Jack repeated. "Paige is pregnant. She needs our help." "Sure," Jack said. "Thing is, here's something about that restraining order. The husband, he can find out where she is." "Whoa," Jack said. He hadn't known that. "You sure that's the best way to go? I mean, what are the odds someone's gonna find her here if you just stay quiet?" "Can't really get around it," Preacher said with a shrug. "The husband, he's reported her missing. And Chris missing. If anyone does sniff her out here, even worse things are gonna happen. We're just going to have to face it. Just remember, if you do this, these domestic things can be dicey. Real dangerous." Preacher glowered at Jack. "Looks like it already was. That shit's gotta stop, and Paige needs us to help put a stop to it." "Okay, yeah, I'm there. Anyone comes around and makes trouble, you know we can handle that. But you sure you want to dive into this? It might not come out the way you want," Jack said. "Have you looked at alternatives?"
"He's right, John," Paige said. "It could be a mistake. You could get hurt."
"I'm not getting hurt. No one's getting hurt. Except, best case scenario, him." "At least think about it, Preacher," Jack said. Preacher's expression darkened and his eyes narrowed. "We're doing this, Jack," he said. Jack took a breath. "Okay, Preach. Okay. Whatever you want." Preacher sensed that Paige had a bad case of nerves, and he didn't blame her. He blamed Jack. It was wrong of him to raise questions, put Paige in the defensive as he had. The very night of that discussion with Jack, right after Christopher was put to bed, while there was still a couple of guys at the bar, Paige quietly said, "I think we should reconsider this plan." "There's no need to be afraid, Paige. There's only one real danger. Losing Christopher in the court. And I may be just a big dope, but I can't see that happening. Not after what's been done to you. He has a record, Paige. It's not like it's your word against his. They'd be putting Chris in danger. I can't believe any judge would let that happen."
"Jack's right. You shouldn't be getting yourself into this mess. We can still get away, me and Christopher. I can get to that address in Washington, get things in order. Get into that underground that gives women and children new identities."
"Don't be afraid," he said again. "It's gonna be okay. I talked to Judge Forrest and he's optimistic about working this out."
"There are alternatives to taking this kind of chance, is all I'm saying."
"Paige, if it comes to that, I'll take you away myself. Stay with you until you get into some safe place."
"You don't have to."
"I made a promise, Paige."
"I'm not going to hold you to that."
"I made a promise to myself." When Preacher proved intractable, Paige just said goodnight and went up the back stairs. But, worried about her, after he closed the bar and locked the door, he crept up those stairs and tapped lightly at the door. When she opened it, he could see she'd been crying. Her eyes were red and her face pink from tears. The little suitcase was open on the bureau, clothes neatly folded inside. "Aw, Paige," he said, pulling on her hand, drawing her out of the room so that Christopher wouldn't be awakened. She leaned against him and wept onto his chest. He put his arms around her and held her for a little while, gently stroking her back. Finally, he said, "Come on, come with me." He took her downstairs, his arms around her shoulders, and led her into his room, leaving the door open so they could hear Christopher if he woke. Taking her hand, he directed her to the sofa in the living area, now crowded with the weight set he'd taken out of his old bedroom. He sat in the big leather chair at a right angle to her. He scooted forward and reached for her hands. Holding them,
Looking into her eyes, he asked, "Are you so scared you were going to run?" She nodded, and he ran a finger along the line of her jaw. "Let's try to get through this," he said.
"Even if it works, there's no way I can ever repay you," Paige said. He just shook his head.
"I don't want anything from you, Paige, except that no one ever hits you again. Ever." Paige just had to touch his face. She put her small palm against his cheek and whispered,
"You are such an angel."
"Nah, I'm just an average guy." He laughed a little. "A below-average guy." She shook her head and a tear escaped and rolled down her cheek. Preacher carefully wiped it away. "It doesn't make any sense to me," he said. "If a man has a family like this, you and Christopher and a new baby coming, why? It seems like he'd do anything in the world to keep you safe, not hurt you. I wish—" He shook his head sadly.
"What do you wish, John?"
"You deserve to have a man who loves you and never lets you forget it. Someone who wants to raise Christopher into a solid and strong man, a good man who respects women." He put his hand against her hair, grabbing a silky fistful. "If I had a woman like you, I'd be so careful," he said in a whisper. She looked into his tender eyes and smiled, but it was tinged with fear and sadness. "Come here. Let me hold you," he said, pulling her to him. She slipped onto his lap, pulled up her legs, and curled against him, her head on his shoulder, his arm around her back. She nestled like a little kitten against his broad chest. Preacher leaned back in the chair and closed his eyes, his arms around her, holding her against him. "All I have to offer is this," he thought. "Help. Safety. We'll get this bastard out of her life. She'll grow strong and confident again. And then she'll go. Somewhere down the line there will be a man, one who treats her right. But until then, sometimes she might need someone to hold her for a little while. And if it gets to be me, those few times, I'll make the most of it." He sat like that until the small clock on the wall said that it was midnight. Paige had not moved in hours. She slept in his arms. He could stay there until dawn, just feeling her small body against his. With a deep sigh, he kissed the top of her head. Then he stood, carefully lifting her in his arms. She roused briefly, looking up at his face. "Shh," he said. "Let's get you to bed. We have a big day tomorrow." He carried her up the back stairs and into his old room. Preacher lowered her to the bed, next to her son, and brushed the hair away from her brow.
"Thank you, John,"
she whispered. "You don't have to thank me," he said. "I'm doing what I want to do." Jack was splitting logs at 7 a.m. when Preacher came out of the back door of his living quarters and walked toward him. Jack leaned the axe against the tree stump and turned toward his friend. Then, noting the menacing look on Preacher's face, tipped his head slightly and frowned, wondering what was wrong. Before he could wonder for long, Preacher landed a shattering blow to Jack's face, knocking him backward about 3 feet and flat on his ass. It felt like a bomb going off in his head. "Jesus! What the hell are you thinking, making her feel like she's doing something wrong?" Preacher demanded. "You ought to have more brains in your head than that." "Whoa!" was all Jack could say. He stayed where he was, a hand pressed to his jaw. He didn't dare get back on his feet until he was ready to fight the man. And when Preacher was this pissed, that seemed a stupid idea. "The girl's already scared to death and doesn't think she deserves any help, and I got you questioning me? What the hell's the matter with you?" Preacher."
I would have expected more out of you, Jack. It's not like you haven't been there. Mel came up here with some shit on her back. Not the same shit, but shit just the same. And if I'd told you right in front of her that you shouldn't be getting involved, you would have taken me out on the spot." "Yeah," he said slowly. He moved his jaw back and forth with his hand. Not broken. He said, "Yeah, okay." He touched his cheek right below his eye. Now, that might be broken. "I thought I could count on you to step up. You could always count on me." "Okay, so the girl's gotten real important to you," he said carefully. "That's not what this is about. I'm just trying to help out. I don't expect anything. But I sure didn't expect you to try to back-end me out of helping her." "You're right," he said. "I'm sorry. I never do anything I don't want to do. I know. Boy, do I get that." He started to get up and Preacher put out his hand. Jack took the assist, only to find himself shoved back onto the ground. "If you can't help, then at least shut the fuck up." And with that, Preacher turned and stomped back to his quarters. Jack stayed down another minute. He drew up his knees and circled them with his arms. He tried shaking the cobwebs out of his head. "Whoa," he thought. "Damn." He got slowly to his feet and decided the log splitting could wait. He was seeing a few stars. He meandered over to Doc's and walked in. Mel was not yet in town, but Doc was in the kitchen making coffee. He turned as Jack came in and squinted at him. "How's the other guy look?" Doc asked. "I think I might have stepped on Preacher's little toes," he said. "Have an ice pack?" A half hour later, the front door opened and Mel came in. She left her medical bag in the reception area and went to the kitchen for coffee, where she found Jack sitting at the table, an ice pack held to his eye. Something about this seemed not to surprise her terribly. She leisurely poured herself a mug and sat down at the table. "Let me guess," she said, wearing a very superior expression. "You felt the need to give advice." "Why don't I listen to you?" he asked, lowering the ice pack to reveal a bruised cheek and black eye that was threatening to swell shut. She shook her head in disgust. "As it turns out, Preacher does know what hit him," Jack said. "Told ya," she said, leaning her chin into her hand, elbow on the tabletop. "He took some exception to my advice that he might want to give serious thought to getting involved in this mess." She tisked so that he would know she found him stupid without coming right out and saying so. "Okay. I said I was sorry. That he was right and I'm sorry." "After he cleaned your clock, I assume?" "Well, yeah, after." "Men. We're usually on the same team," he pointed out. "When there's not a woman between you." "I'm getting that." "You know, there's this little rule about opinions. They're only good when someone actually asks you for them. He did say something about how I could just shut the fuck up." "There you go. Who'd have figured Preacher for sage advice?" He made a face at her and put the ice back against his face. He winced. "Hurts, huh? Damn, that boy's got an arm. You're welcome to sit over here and hide out for as long as you want, but sooner or later, you're going to have to kiss and make up. Aren't you at the bar today so we can go over and see the judge?" "Yeah, but I was going to give him time to cool down a little. I'm going to need at least one eye to see out of." "Oh, I think if Preacher had more in mind for you, he'd have already delivered it." A little while later, Jack walked into the kitchen at the bar and saw Preacher scowl his greeting. Bravely, Jack walked up to the counter. "Hey, man," he said. "You were right. I was wrong. And I'd like us to get back on the same team." "You sure this team of mine isn't too much trouble for little you?" Preacher asked. Okay, you about done? Because this really hurts and I'm trying not to deck you right now. We could have just talked about it. I wanted to make sure I was clear, Preacher said. I get it, Preach. Now come on. I'm only going to ask once. Preacher seemed to think about it a second, then slowly put out his hand. Jack shook it and said, Don't do that again. Don't make me want to. It wasn't long before Paige came downstairs with Christopher.
Oh my God,
she said, looking at Jack's face. It's much worse than it looks, he told her.
What in the world happened?
I got too close to the rear end of a mule. He pulled a disc out of his back pocket. Mel told me to give you this, some pictures she took, in case you need it. But she said it should come with a warning. They're very scary pictures, whatever that means, he said, pretending he hadn't already seen them. She still has copies, so you can leave this, if someone asks for it. Like the judge. Chapter 6. Judge Forrest served in the Superior Court and made his home in Grace Valley. In his 70s, he was spry and had a serious, perhaps grim countenance. But for Preacher, he had a ready smile and handshake. They met not in the courtroom, but in the judge's office. Preacher and Paige sat in chairs facing his desk. Christopher in the outside office with the judge's secretary. Judge Forrest asked Paige some questions about her life in Los Angeles. Paige explained that she had been married to Wes Lassiter for 6 years, that Christopher was her 3-year-old son, and she was a little over 2 months pregnant. The abuse began right away. He'd actually hit her once before they were married. It became increasingly worse and horribly violent in the past couple of years.
But I should have seen it coming from the beginning, she said. He was very controlling, even before we were married. And he had a temper, rarely at me, but just about things in general. You know, like driving. Or anger about something at work. He's a trader, stocks and commodities. Very high stress.
And the most recent abuse? The judge asked. With a trembling hand, she slid a disc across his desk.
When I got to Virgin River, the nurse practitioner in the doctor's office examined me because I was threatening to miscarry. She took pictures.
Jack's wife, Preacher explained, for the judge had been fishing with Jack. Mel.
This was the last time, Paige said. The one that sent me running. Once again.
Judge Forrest took the disc and slid it into the portal on his computer. He clicked the mouse a few times, then turned his eyes toward her. Why didn't you notify the police? He asked her.
I was afraid.
Have you ever notified the police? He asked.
Twice, and I had a restraining order once, which he violated. I couldn't even stay with my mother. He threatened her as well.
Mel Sheridan dated these pictures, the judge said.
I know. She said she'd take a medical history, no last name, date it and have it handy in case I needed it for treatment. Or whatever.
You needed it. Your injuries are dated September 5th. He reported you and your son missing on the 12th. Judge leaned toward her. Young woman, this is a dangerous man. If you don't press charges, there is no hope of stopping him. You certainly can't stop him on your own.
To tell you the truth, I'm surprised he didn't file charges against me sooner.
I'm not, Judge said. He wouldn't want you recovered and returned to L.A. while you look like this. He popped the disc out and handed it back to her. I'm granting you a TRO and temporary custody based on these pictures, and what I can safely assume will be the testimony of your practitioner and others. He beat you up, then waited until you had time to get away, possibly out of the state, before reporting you missing, which presupposes you told him you were leaving. As far as I know, with his permission.
Paige opened her mouth, and Judge held up his hand to silence her.
Don't say any more without a lawyer, young lady. That week that he waited before missing his wife and son speaks volumes. But you're going to need some legal help. With any luck, you can obtain a divorce and permanent custody in absentia. But don't be too surprised if you're required to go back to L.A. If that happens, don't stay with family. Your location should be undisclosed. And don't go alone. I'm seeing this through, Preacher said. Judge gave a nod of approval. Your paperwork should be ready in about an hour, maybe 2. Go have some lunch and come back. He stood up. I wish you good luck.
Later, in the afternoon, as they drove back to Virgin River, Paige said, "Now comes the scary part." Rick was whistling as he arrived at work. He came from the back through the deserted kitchen into the bar. Jack was going through some receipts at the bar as Rick came in.
Hey, Jack, Rick said, and Jack looked up. Holy God, Rick said, jumping back. Man! Yeah, kind of ugly, huh? Who hit you? I ran into a door, he said. Nah, Rick said, shaking his head. That door has a name, and there's only one guy I can think of who could get one like that off on you. What did you do to piss him off? Jack shook his head and chuckled. Too smart for your own damn good, aren't you? I had an opinion I should have kept to myself. Uh-oh. You told him not to get mixed up with Paige, didn't you? Jack straightened indignantly. Now, why the hell would you say something like that? He demanded. Well, it's pretty obvious how Preach feels about her. And her kid. Where is the big man? Rick asked, looking around. He took Paige over to the county courthouse to see a judge. He should be back any time now.
Rick's face split in a huge grin. Then he started to laugh. He plunged his hands in his pockets, rocked back on his heels, shaking his head, laughing. What? Jack demanded. Aw, Jack, he said. Did you tell him not to do that? No, Jack insisted. Then he let out a huge sigh. I'd be dead now if I told him not to. He pointed at his face. I got this for telling him he might want to think about it. Oh, my Jesus, Rick said. Preacher man is all in. Got a woman. Yeah, well, I'm not sure he gets that yet, so watch your step. Rick stepped close and gave Jack a shot to the arm with his fist. Come on. I'm not dumb enough to get between him and a woman. Yeah? Jack said. And he thought, am I the only one around here without a brain? Jack left the bar a little early because he was tired of people asking him what happened to his face. He was having a quiet evening in the cabin with Mel when the phone rang. When Jack heard the voice of his youngest sister, he beamed. Bree, how you doing? Hi, Jack. How are you? Great. Listen, Preacher told me he asked you for some advice about this young woman he's helping out. That was good of you, Bree. It's a bad situation. Yeah, I'm calling with some names for you to write down. Got a pen? You sound a little rushed. Yeah, a little. Ready to copy? Sure, he said, picking up a pen. Go. She rattled off a few names of lawyers, a couple in L.A., a couple in Northern California, spelling for him when he asked her to. Tell the woman to contact one of these local lawyers immediately, before she makes a move, before the husband can make another move, immediately. Sure. Why do you sound so pissed off? He asked her. Bad day in court? Big case, she said shortly. Not my best day. So what's Brad up to? He around? Without missing a beat, she said. Put Mel on. Sure, Jack said. You okay? Great.
can I talk to Mel, please?" Jack held the phone toward Mel, who, with a perplexed look on her face, got off the couch and went to him. She took the phone in confusion. She said hello. "Listen," came Bree's stressed voice. "I need you to tell him for me because I can't talk to him about this yet. Tell Jack Brad left me. Left me for another woman. He hasn't even taken his clothes, which tells me he might already be moved in." "Bree?" Mel said in question. "What?" "My best friend," she said, rage dripping from every word. "Christine, my best friend. I never knew, never even suspected." "Bree, when did this happen?" Mel asked. And that question, spoken into the phone, brought Jack back to the kitchen, hovering. "It's been almost a week since he told me he's been fucking her for a year. We were talking about babies. He said he wanted a baby. We've been having sex like mad, and he's been having it like mad down the street." She laughed bitterly. "You suppose she wanted a baby too?" "Oh, Bree," Mel tried. "He wants to come back for his things. I'm thinking of burning everything on the front lawn." "Bree." "He's seen a lawyer already. He knows better than to face me without a really good lawyer. He wants a divorce, fast," she laughed. "Maybe she's pregnant or something. Wouldn't that be rich?" And then her voice broke for a moment. Mel had only known Bree a short time. For that matter, she hadn't known Jack all that long. But of Jack's 4 sisters, she felt closest to Bree. They were around the same age, and Bree was Jack's pet, the baby of the family. Jack and Mel had just been to Sacramento. It was where they were married. Unless she was completely blind and distracted, it had looked to her as if Brad and Bree were the most loving, the most openly affectionate couple out of his 4 married sisters. This didn't seem possible. A few short weeks later. "Tell Jack for me, okay? He thinks all the brothers-in-law are true brothers. This'll go down hard. You tell him—" "Bree, stop," Mel insisted. "Come to us. Take a week off and come up." "I can't," she said, sounding suddenly deflated. "I have a big case building. Brad knows all about my case," she said. "He broke it to me now, when my defenses are down, when I have nothing in me to fight with." She laughed bitterly. "Do you fight for a man who's been sleeping with your best friend for a year?" "I don't know," Mel answered, her heart sinking. "Mel, tell Jack I'll call him in a while. Tell him I don't want to talk to him about this yet. Please." "Sure, honey. Whatever you want. You have someone to lean on? Your sisters? Dad?" "Yeah, I'm leaning like crazy. But I have to be strong through this. Strong and mad. If I talk to Jack, he's going to make me cry, and I can't afford to fall apart yet." And then, abruptly, Bree hung up, leaving Mel holding a dead phone with a completely shocked expression on her face. "What is it?" Jack asked. "She asked me to tell you Brad moved out. Asked her for a divorce." "No," Jack said. "He couldn't have." Mel nodded. And she said, "Please, she doesn't want to talk to you about it right now. Later. She'll call later." "Bullshit," he said, grabbing for the phone. "Shouldn't you respect her wishes?" Mel asked, even as Jack punched in numbers. He stood with the phone at his ear for a long time as it rang. Then, apparently, Bree let the machine come on because he said, "Pick up, Bree. Come on. I have to hear your voice. God damn it, pick up. I can't do this, waiting around like this. Bree." Mel was close enough to hear Bree say, "You absolutely never do as you're told, do you?" And Jack sighed heavily. Mel left the kitchen. The cabin was very small, so going as far as the living room didn't really afford Jack much privacy as he stood by the kitchen sink. But he turned his back and talked in soft tones for a long time.
There was plenty of quiet to indicate he also listened, something Jack was pretty good at, for a man. Mel looked at her watch a couple of times. It was more than 30 minutes before he put the phone down and sat beside her on the couch. "You make her cry?" she asked him. He nodded. "Of course I didn't mean to. I just had to know about this, that's all. I want to talk to him. She threatened to kill me if I call him." She ran a finger under the bruise on his cheek. "I had no idea, when I married you, how much you're in everyone's business." Jack stood and left the room. He went in the empty bedroom where he stored boxes of things he'd brought from his quarters behind the bar. He had a dusty framed black and white photo in his hand and rubbed the sleeve of his shirt over it, cleaning it off. It was Jack, age 16, holding Bree, age 5. Jack held her on his hip, her arms around his neck. He was looking off, pointing at something. She was laughing, her golden curls lifted by the wind. "She was always like my shadow," he said. "I couldn't shake her. When I went into the Marines, she was only 6. All the girls got sloppy about me leaving, but Bree was heartbroken." He took a breath. "I know she's a big-shot prosecutor. I hear she's one of the scariest prosecutors they have, a real killer. But it's hard for me to think of her as anything but my baby sister. Little Bree. I want to do something." "You should let her tell you what she needs," Mel advised. "Don't get her all mixed up in your agenda." "My agenda?" he said absently. "You've suffered a loss too, Jack. It's a real tight family you have. I saw that. This is going to shake everyone. Just try not to make your loss taxing on Bree's emotions. She has enough hurt. Okay?" "Yeah," he agreed. "Yeah." He sat back on the couch, the picture resting on his lap. The expression on his face darkened. "I thought of him as a brother," he said. "I trusted him with the care of my sister. I don't think I'll ever understand how he could defect like this." He grabbed his wife's hand. "You know, in the middle of all that, while Bree's trying not to cry, she says to give Paige her phone numbers. To tell Paige she's prosecuted batterers and knows all their tricks." "Mel, I usually understand the things that men do. Right now, men don't make any sense to me." Paige called Bree and one of the recommended lawyers. Bree advised her to be prepared for contact from her husband. It was probable he'd get in touch. Argue, maybe threaten, try to use their child as leverage. "I know," Paige said. And peaceful sleep through the night was impossible, even though John assured her that they were locked up tight and he wouldn't miss a sound. She was jittery and distracted. The smile patrons had grown accustomed to as she served and cleaned up was missing. She looked outside a lot, scanning the area. Every time the phone rang, she tensed. "John, if he called here, you would tell me, wouldn't you?" she asked. "Of course. But he has your lawyer's name. He should really call him." "But he won't," Paige said. Mel tried to cheer her up, lure her out. "Have you been outside in the past 3 days?" she asked Paige. Paige leaned close. "I'm fighting the urge to load Chris in the car and run for cover." "Yeah, I'm sure," Mel said. "With any luck, the lawyers will battle this out quickly and settle. That would be a miracle. I'm going to walk across the street and watch the afternoon soap with Connie and Joy. Come with me. Laugh a little." "I don't know. Paige, you haven't seen the sky in 3 days. Come on. It's just across the street. We'll look both ways." Preacher, overprotective, walked out onto the porch at the bar and watched them cross, noting nothing out of the ordinary on the quiet main street. But when the soap was over and the women were returning, Paige's worst fear was waiting for her. Right in broad daylight. Right on the street. Parked alongside of the bar was an SUV, and leaning against it was a man. Mel didn't even notice. She was chattering about the older woman's running commentary on the soap opera when Paige stopped walking.
"Oh, God,"
she said in a breath. She tugged at Mel's sleeve, stopping her in the middle of the street. He was positioned between them and the bar, one leg lazily crossed in front of the other, hands in his pockets as he watched them, a satisfied smile shaping his lips.
"No,"
Paige whispered. "Is it him?" Mel asked.
"It is,"
she said, drawing a fearful breath. He pushed himself off the car and walked toward them, slowly and leisurely. Mel instantly put herself between Paige and the man. "You can't be here," Mel said. "There's a restraining order." He pulled a large folded document out of his back pocket, kept coming, and said, "There's also a court order for Paige to return my son to Los Angeles for a custody hearing. I'm here to pick him up." "Paige," he said, "who do you think you're screwing with, huh? Come on, we're going home." "Jack!" Mel yelled, shielding Paige from his approach. "Jesus, Jack!"
"No,"
Paige said in a near cry. As Paige continued to back slowly away, moving in the direction of the store, Mel held her ground. While the man approached, although he had a sinister twist to his mouth, he was clearly no match for the men waiting just inside the bar, waiting to protect Paige. This preppy man in his pleated pants and Florsheim Chester loafers was not like the big Virgin River men. How could he inflict so much power? So much damage? He was smaller than Jack. So much smaller than Preacher. Goodness, he was about Rick's size. Not quite 6 feet, with short, moosed, spiky brown hair. A pretty boy from the city. He was going to be very surprised. Mel caught a glimpse of Jack coming onto the bar porch just as Paige turned and broke into a run. Wes Lassiter shoved Mel roughly out of his way to give chase. Mel stumbled backward and fell. Her fleeting thought was, "Oh, Jack will have seen that." She could hear Jack's heavy tread onto the street before she could refocus and watch his running approach. She glanced over her shoulder to see that he wasn't fast enough to save Paige. Lassiter caught up with Paige, grabbed her by the hair on the back of her head, and threw her to the ground. In a blur of unreality, Mel watched as he drew back his foot and kicked her, shouting, "What the fuck do you think you're gonna do, huh? Leave me?" Jack glanced down at Mel and she glanced up at him briefly as he ran on to Paige's rescue. Just as Lassiter drew his foot back to deliver another kick to Paige's stomach, Jack hooked an arm around his neck, lifted him clear off the ground and away from Paige. He whirled him and threw him from his victim. He landed a few feet away. Preacher, who had no doubt been in the kitchen when Mel screamed, was the next one out of the bar, Rick on his heels. A glance at Paige found her struggling to sit up, a hand covering her face, her nose bleeding from her headfirst plunge onto the ground. Mel crawled the short distance toward Paige as Jack was trying to help her sit up, when Preacher came running into the street. Preacher saw that Mel and Jack were with Paige, and he went directly to Lassiter, who was still down. Preacher bent at the waist, grabbed the man under his arms, and lifted him straight up, clear off the ground. They were face to face, Lassiter's feet swinging in the air. For a moment, a look of sheer terror showed on Lassiter's face as he stared into Preacher's enraged eyes. "I could hit you one time, Jagoff, and you'd never get up," Preacher snarled into the man's face.
"John!"
Paige cried.
"John!"
Preacher felt Jack's hand on one of his arms. "Preach! Go get Paige!" He looked up over his shoulder at her, sitting up, crying, her hand pressed over her nose and blood running down her chin. He held Lassiter off the ground effortlessly. He wanted to pummel him till he cried. He looked back at Lassiter's shocked face, staring into his frightened eyes for a second, and thought, I can't do violence in front of her. She might think I'm like him. I'm not like him. Preacher dropped the man to the ground. He bent his face close to Lassiter's and said, Do not get up. Then he straightened, whirled, and went to Paige a few feet away. God, Preacher said. He got down on one knee and lifted her off the ground into his arms. He stood with her against him. I'm okay, she wept against his chest. I'll be okay. He pulled her hand away from her face, saw the blood coming from her nose. Aw, Paige, that should never have happened to you, he said. He started to carry her to Doc's. Jack helped Mel to her feet. She brushed herself off and stood for him. I'm not hurt, she said. I just got off balance. You sure? Jack asked. She nodded, and Jack turned toward Lassiter, still crumpled on the ground. His look of fear was gone and replaced with a narrow-eyed sneer that made Jack furious. Rick bravely put himself between Jack and Lassiter. When Jack turned from Mel, Rick took one look at the storm gathering on Jack's face, the way he clenched his fists open and closed, and stepped out of his way. Jack walked over to Lassiter and stuck out a hand to assist him in standing. Good thing you stopped him, Lassiter said, putting out his hand for assistance. I'd have had his ass. Jack pulled him to his feet with a snarl, and once he was upright, threw a punch into his face that blew him across the street, 4 feet. He walked the few feet and stood over Lassiter, looking down at him. Now you gonna have mine? He asked. Lassiter looked up at him, blood immediately spurting from his nose. What the hell? He got clumsily to his feet and faced off with Jack, his fists up as a boxer would do. He shuffled his feet a little, dancing, ready to land a blow with a closed fist. Jack actually laughed, completely loose, relaxed. You're kidding me, right? He said. He wiggled his fingers. Come on. Lassiter came at him, then retreated suddenly, whirled in a crouch, and came up with a high kick aimed at Jack's head. But Jack stopped the assault of Lassiter's foot with a fast hand that grabbed his ankle. Jack yanked hard, and Lassiter landed on his back, his ankle still in Jack's grip. What are you gonna do, buddy? Kick me? Let go! Jack dropped the leg and reached down to pull him to his feet by the front of his expensive shirt. He threw a punch into his gut, doubling Lassiter over. Then another one to his face, reeling him backward onto the ground. At Doc's porch steps, Preacher turned around and looked over his shoulder at what Jack was doing, then continued on. You've had it now, Lassiter said with a strained, breathless voice. I haven't had it quite yet, Jack said, pulling him up again. He delivered one more blow to the man's face, sending him airborne a few feet before he landed in the dirt, rolling around, semi-conscious. Jack brushed his hands together to remove the stain. Now I've had it, he said. Rick, tie his hands behind his back. I'm going to call the sheriff. Sure, Jack, Rick said, sprinting off to the bar in search of rope. Mel shook her head. Shame on you, she said to Jack. I'm sorry, Melinda, but someone had to knock the shit out of this asshole at least once. And if Preacher had done that, this idiot would never walk again. Well, if you get into trouble, don't come crying to me, she said, and turned to follow Paige and Preacher into Doc's. Paige lay on the examining table in Doc's clinic, and Preacher held her hand in both of his.
I let you down, he was saying, so softly Mel barely heard.
No,
she whispered.
no.
Paige, were you afraid I was going to hurt him? Her eyes shifted away from his face, and he brushed a soft hand against the hair at her temples. Paige, I could have hit him, but I don't lose control. Paige, he said, putting a finger and thumb on her chin, turning her eyes back to his face. Paige, I don't lose control, okay? She nodded weakly. Mel put an ice pack on Paige's face and told her to hold it there. Then noticed that a dark stain was spreading in the crotch of her jeans. Preacher, please step out of the room and call Doc so we can examine Paige. I'm sorry, he said to Paige. I let you down. Paige put a hand on his face. Preacher put a light kiss on her forehead and left, hanging his head. Mel knew the only way this could have turned out differently was if Preacher had been strapped to Paige's side 24 hours a day. Lassiter was quick and mean, obviously crazy. And Paige was bleeding, perhaps miscarrying. Mel shook out a sheet to cover Paige. She leaned over her and said, "Help me pull off your jeans, Paige. We have a problem. You might be miscarrying." Although she cried softly, she was able to lift her hips enough for the pants to be removed. Blood immediately began to pool beneath her, and Mel decided not to examine her. She didn't want to aggravate a hemorrhage. Rather, she fixed her up with a peri pad, covered her with the sheet, and told her she'd be right back. She met Doc in the hall before he came into the examining room. "We need to transport her, at least to Grace Valley, and maybe on to Valley Hospital. Will you call John Stone and have Preacher bring the gurney?" "Spontaneous AB?" he asked. "At least. I just hope it's not a uterine hemorrhage. The girl is only 29. I'm not going to examine her. I'm going to leave that to John. Will you please tell him there was severe abdominal trauma? Bastard kicked her." Doc grimaced, but then he nodded and went to talk to Preacher. Back in the exam room, Mel bent over Paige. "I'm taking you to the OB in Grace Valley, Paige. We need a specialist, possibly a surgeon."
Am I losing the baby?
She asked weakly. "I'll be honest with you. It doesn't look good. I've asked that Preacher bring the gurney back. Would you like him to go with you?"
No, I have to talk to him, though.
When Preacher rolled the gurney to the exam room, Mel told him to take a moment with Paige, quickly. Then she would need his help to load her. He stepped into the room and took her hand, the one that wasn't holding the ice pack, to her face.
"John,"
she said,
"please make sure Christopher is all right, that he doesn't see his father, that he knows Mama is okay. Please."
"Mel and Jack can—"
"No, John. Please, take care of Chris. I'll be all right, but I don't want him scared, and I don't want him to see his father. Please?"
"Anything you want," he said. "Paige."
No more apologies," she said. "Take care of Chris."
Preacher assisted Mel in sliding Paige from the exam table to the gurney, and the bright red puddle of blood left behind as she was moved caused his own blood to roar in his ears. As he pushed the gurney out of Doc's office, Rick ran to help him lift it down the porch stairs to the waiting Hummer. His vision blurred as his eyes clouded with unshed tears. "Everything'll be all right, Paige," he said. "I'll take care of Chris." Wes Lassiter had achieved a kneeling position in the street, his hands bound behind his back, his face bloody and swelling. He'd begun to draw a crowd. Several men were leaning on the rail or sitting on the porch chairs at Jack's, while Jack and Preacher sat on the steps, watching. Jack's hand was plunged into a bowl full of ice when the sheriff's deputy pulled into town. He had to carefully drive around the man in the street and parked at the bar, right in front of Jack. It was the same deputy who had attended the shooting Jack had been involved in over a month ago,
when a drug addict, looking for narcotics from Doc's drug cabinet, had held a knife on Mel. The deputy, Henry Depardieu, got out of the car and hitched up his gun belt. "Sheridan," he said, "I'm seeing a lot more of you these days than I like." "Ditto," Jack said. He lifted his swollen hand. "I'd shake, but—" Henry threw a look over his shoulder. "You do that?" "I did. The man threw my pregnant wife to the ground so he could kick the shit out of his own pregnant wife." "Whew!" Henry shook his head and looked down. "He punch you?" Henry asked, pointing to his own cheek, indicating the bruise Jack still wore. "Nah, I wasn't gonna let him hit me. This is old," he explained. "I walked into a door. A big, stupid door." "Then you beat him." "That's 2 batteries, Jack. His and yours. Might have to hook you both up." "Whatever you have to do, Henry. He did try to kick me in the head, though. That count for anything?" "Maybe. At least you didn't kill him." "Saved his life," Preacher said. "I was going to kill him." "How'd you get that blood on you there, big fella?" Henry asked Preacher. "Carrying Paige to Doc's. Paige being his wife," Preacher said, looking down at the wide smear of blood on his shirt. To Jack, he said, "Phew, I better change this shirt before Chris wakes up from his nap. The things you don't think about with kids." And he got up quickly, going inside. "So," Henry said to Jack, "you did that all by yourself?" "All by myself." "And the woman?" "She's been taken to a specialist, an OB. She might be losing that baby." "He knew she was pregnant, by the way," Jack added, throwing a glance in Lassiter's direction. "Last I heard, besides being thrown to the ground by her hair and kicked in the stomach, she's bleeding real bad." "Witnesses to this beating?" "Plenty. There's me, Preacher, Rick here, my wife who took the woman to the doctor in Grace Valley. You can catch up with her later. It was an emergency." "Hey!" Lassiter yelled. "I'm over here!" Henry glanced lazily over his shoulder and said, "Yeah? Then shut up." Back to Jack, he said, "I suppose I can trust you to stay right here?" "Where am I going to go, Henry? I want to be sure Mel's okay." "Tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to book him, and if the sheriff wants you to come in, you drive on over. Okay?" "Sure thing, Henry." He shook his head again. "I just can't figure out why anyone in his right head would bother these Virgin River women." "Yeah, makes no sense," Jack said. The baby spontaneously aborted, miscarried, before Doc and Mel could even get Paige to Grace Valley. John Stone and June Hudson loaded her in their ambulance and took her to Valley Hospital where, thankfully, a D&C caused the bleeding to slow and no further surgery was required. When Paige woke from her procedure, she was told that, fortunately, it appeared there had been no further damage to her reproductive organs. She would only stay through the night for observation and could be released in the morning. But Dr. Stone wanted her to stay off her feet for at least a couple of days. The next face she saw was Preacher's. "Hi," he said softly. She reached for his hand. "Where's Christopher?" she asked sleepily. "He's with Mel and Jack. They're staying at the bar till I get back. I'll keep him in my room through the night and bring him with me to pick you up in the morning." She said. "Paige, are you awake enough for me to tell you some things? I want to tell you without the boy."
She said. "I think so."
"Here's how it is. Wes was arrested. Paige, they found drugs on him. They wouldn't tell me what, just that he's going to be arraigned for a couple of felonies. Battery, possession, defying an order of protection.
He might make bail, but he's going to have to go to trial. Judge Forrest promises he'll at least get a fast trial, and believe me, if I have to stand over you 24 hours a day until he's in prison, I'm willing to do that. I'm so sorry I let this happen to you."
"You did all you could, John," she said sleepily.
"He's not getting off this time. You did it, Paige. Okay? You with me, Paige?"
Yeah, I'm with you."
Then, he stumbled. "Then, when he's convicted and locked up, you can go home if you want to. Get your custody and divorce. He can't get custody if he's in prison. No ifs. Felons can't get custody. He can't keep you from getting a divorce."
"Home?"
she asked. "You can do whatever you want."
"How long will he be in jail?"
she asked. "No idea," he said. "Your lawyer is trying to get them to add attempted murder to his charges, given the baby, but that's a real stretch. Paige, I'm awfully sorry about the baby."
"That baby," she said weakly. "I tried, but it just didn't have a chance."
He put his big hand softly against her tummy, the most personal he'd ever been with her. "I know you did. It wasn't your fault. It was more my fault than yours."
"John, stop saying that. Of all people, it was least of all your fault."
"You're as good as free."
"Free? I won't know how to act."
"Think you'll want to go back to L.A.?" he asked.
"I don't know. So many bad memories."
"If you want a place to sit for a while you think things over, you can have that room that smells like bacon in the morning for as long as you want." Then, very quietly, almost to himself, he said, "For life, if you want."
"I could help out,"
she said. Eyes closed, she smiled sleepily.
"I could do dishes."
Her eyelids fluttered a little, but she couldn't keep them open. He brushed her hair back. "Jack wants to build a house," he said. "It's going to take him away from the business. I could always use the help. You and Christopher."
She said.
"Okay," he said. "You're done. You have to sleep." He leaned over and gently touched his lips to her forehead. "I'll be back for you in the morning."
"Okay."
He started to leave, and she said,
"John?"
He turned back to her bed.
"Could I stay there until I feel better?"
His chest felt suddenly full, as if it might burst. He tried to tamp down hope, but it was impossible. "Of course. I love having you there. Everyone loves having you there."
"It's nice there," she said, and her eyes closed.
Chapter 7. Paige was once again burrowed into the room over the kitchen, but this time her injuries were not terrible. She had to recover from her D&C by staying off her feet for a couple of days, and although she'd received a bloody nose, it was not broken. While she rested, Preacher watched Christopher. Via long distance, Bree helped line up a lawyer in L.A. to appeal to the court to reverse the order to return Christopher to his father, given his pending trial. Wes Lassiter made bail after 3 days and went back to Los Angeles, returning to his job before his employer could sniff out the arrest. Preacher was not content to take Lassiter's lawyer's word for that. He called Mike Valenzuela, who was happy to check, twice a day if necessary, to be sure that Lassiter was back at his job, hundreds of miles away from Virgin River. It seemed as though things might calm down, at least until the trial, but then Mel was surprised by a patient she wasn't expecting. A patient and condition she would never have anticipated.
Doc was off fishing when Mel's friend Connie came to the clinic. Connie was in her early 50s, a good-natured little redhead who was still recovering from cardiac bypass surgery that she'd had last May. She was almost back to her old self. With her was her niece, Liz. Upon seeing Liz's face, Mel's first reaction was to smile brightly. But then, noting that Liz's eyes were downcast, her smile froze. Mel's gaze drifted lower to the very slight rounding of her tummy, and she felt her heart plummet. Uh-oh. Then she stole a glance at Connie's face and saw her friend grimace, then shrug, helpless. Connie's sister had sent Liz to her from Eureka last spring, right around the same time Mel had come to Virgin River, March. The reason was that Liz was a handful, too much for Connie's sister to handle. She'd been reportedly running wild in Eureka. Both Connie and her sister thought Virgin River might calm the girl down, or at least prove to have fewer opportunities for getting in trouble than were available in the much larger town of Eureka. But when Connie had a heart attack in May, Liz was sent home to her mother. "Hey there," Mel said cheerfully. This was Mel's work. She knew how to get beyond the shock, the panic. "Welcome back. How are you?" "Not totally great," Liz said. "Well, it's good to see you anyway," Mel said, reaching out and taking her hand. "I bet you're here for an exam. Why don't you come with me?" Liz let herself be led to the exam room. The girl looked quite a bit different than she had last spring. She came into town looking like a hussy. She wore skirts no bigger than napkins, high-heeled boots, abbreviated tops, belly button ring, glossy lips, and thick black mascara on her sexy long lashes. Like an ad for Playboy. And at the time, she was all of 14. A very beautiful, provocative 14 who looked more like 18. No wonder her mother had been terrified. Now, she was clad in jeans and a bulky sweatshirt that was pulled down to cover her tummy. But it was still evident she was pregnant. Her makeup was much more natural-looking and conservative than it had been. But she really didn't need it at all. She was lovely. And she actually looked younger today than she had last spring. Younger and more vulnerable. Rick had taken one look at Liz last spring and went bonkers. Jack and Preacher had been looking out for Rick for years, kind of surrogate big brothers or dads. According to Jack, he'd had a serious talk with Rick about the dangers of intimacy, especially with such a young girl. After Liz went home to her mom, Rick had told Jack that they were no longer seeing each other. Knowing Rick, the kind of young man he was, Mel couldn't imagine that he would get her pregnant and abandon her. He just didn't seem like that kind of boy. Mel thought perhaps Liz had wasted no time in finding herself a fella back in Eureka. "So," Mel said to Liz, "want to tell me why you're here?" "I'm pregnant, obviously." "Have you been examined by a doctor yet?" "No, I wasn't sure I was until I thought I was just getting fat." "Liz, how many periods have you missed?" She shrugged. "Who knows? I hardly ever got any, anyway. I never knew when I was supposed to." "Do you have any idea how far along you might be?" "I have a perfect idea. Since there's only been one person, one guy, one time." She lifted her clear blue eyes and looked directly into Mel's. Mel had a brief and delusional hope that Rick had escaped this mess. She asked, "If that's the case, if you can remember the approximate time of conception, it will help us set a due date." "May 7th, she said, and her eyes grew moist. Rick, she thought. Damn. 2 days before the heart attack that sent Liz home to her mom. And it made her even further along in her pregnancy than Mel was. "Well, first things first. Let's examine you and see how you're doing. Can you put on this gown for me? Everything off, bra, panties, the whole bit." I haven't ever had one of these." "It's okay, Liz. It's not terrible. I'll give you a few minutes to undress, and when I come back, I'll explain everything as I go. I promise you'll be fine. Once you're sexually active, it's very important to have regular exams, pregnant or not. Even if Liz hadn't delivered that date of conception, any of Mel's curiosities would have been quickly answered when she found Connie in the waiting room. "My sister," Connie said with an ounce of disgust. "She said she got knocked up in Virgin River, she can go back there and have the baby. You'd think I did it." Mel shook her head. "It happens, Connie, too often. I don't know which one of them I want to kill most." "No killing," Mel said, reaching out and giving her hand a pat. "Let's just get them through it and see if they can have their young lives back." "Stupid idiots," Connie said. "What were they thinking?" Mel sat down beside Connie for a second. "What gives you the impression they were thinking? If they were thinking below the waist. How are you feeling? We don't want your blood pressure up." I'm fine. This just took me by surprise." "I have a feeling it's going to take everyone by surprise." "How the hell could she not know?" "Oh, Connie, you'd be amazed how tight denial can keep those 14-year-old tummy muscles." "She's 15 now. Not that it matters too much." Mel heard herself laugh, though humorlessly. "It's slightly less stunning. Let me take care of my patient while you practice deep breathing, Liz was already more than 5 months pregnant. Almost 6. She might have felt the baby move already, but she wasn't sure. She thought it was just gas. She thought her breasts were sore because her period was coming. This was so typical of a young girl, especially a young girl who wasn't getting regular periods. She was oblivious to the changes in her body, combined with an overwhelming desire for it not to be so. "You're staying here now?" Mel asked. "With your Aunt Connie?" She shrugged. "I guess so. If she doesn't just throw me out." "You know she wouldn't do that." "Does this mean you've decided to have the baby?" "Yes. What else can I do?" "At this stage, your options are definitely limited." "I'm having it. I can't do anything else now." She took in a ragged breath. "This is going to be really bad." "How can I help you, Liz?" Mel asked. She just shook her head miserably. "I don't think anyone can help me now." "Honey, you're not the first teenager to get pregnant. I won't kid you. There will be some tough times getting through this, but you will get through it." "I'm just hoping to get through today." "What's so important about today?" Mel asked. "I guess I better tell him, huh?" "He doesn't know," Mel said, and it was not a question. "No." She lifted her eyes, and they welled with tears. "He's going to be so mad." "Sweetheart, you didn't get this way alone. You remember that." "I'll give you a few days to settle in. Then we'll drive down to Grace Valley and get an ultrasound. You'll be able to see your baby. I think you'll be able to determine the sex if you want to know." "Okay," she said. "Yes, I want to know." "You can think about who you would like to deliver your baby. You'll meet the OB in Grace Valley when you have the ultrasound, and given this is a first pregnancy, there's plenty of time for you to get to Valley Hospital. Or you can have the baby here. But I don't administer anesthesia, something you might want to keep in mind." "Okay, I don't know what to do yet," she said. "Take your time." "Some advice?" "Sure," she said. "Join the club." "Don't wait. Tell him right away. Get that part behind you." Liz shuddered. "Yeah," she said. "I know." Rick parked his little truck right next to Jack's behind the bar and, whistling, he bounded up the back steps and into the kitchen. Preacher was rolling out dough for pies, and right beside him, sitting up on the counter cross-legged and pounding at his own little wad of dough, was Christopher. Preacher's shadow. Rick tousled the boy's hair. How you doing, buddy? Making pies? I'm making my own, he said, concentrating. Good for you, Rick said. Preacher said, Rick, there's someone out in the bar here to see you. Oh, yeah? He said, grinning. Listen, Rick, Preacher said. Nice and easy, Rick. Take it nice and easy. Use your head. Think before you talk, okay? Yeah? He said again, in question. Rick went into the next room and saw that Jack was behind the bar serving beer to a couple of men. He met Rick's eyes, and his expression was real serious. Then he inclined his head slightly, into the room. Rick glanced across the room to a corner table, and when he saw her there, his eyes lit up and he grinned. Liz, he thought. Oh, God, Liz! His heart actually started to hammer. He hadn't seen her since last May, and he had missed her like mad. He couldn't imagine the number of times he thought about her. He dreamed about her. As he walked quickly around the bar toward her, she stood. And as she stood, her hands automatically went to her middle, as if holding up her round tummy, and the bottom suddenly dropped out of Rick's world. He stopped dead in his tracks, stunned, paralyzed. His mouth hung open, and his eyes went from her face to her belly to her face. He wanted to run for his life. He wanted to die. From across the room, he could see that tears instantly gathered in her eyes. She was scared. He could see that. He heard Preacher's voice in his head. Nice and easy. Think before you talk. He managed to close his mouth, swallow, and take slow steps toward her. As he neared, she lifted her chin bravely, even though a big fat tear spilled over. His head was spinning. How could this be? It couldn't be his. She said she was okay. No baby. Next thought. I'm a senior in high school, and the only girl I ever did anything with is pregnant, standing here right in front of me, scared to death of me, while I'm scared to death of her. Please, God, let this not happen to me. Then, helplessly, what does she think? I'm gonna blame her? And then he concentrated real hard, as if grabbing hold of his brain. Get a grip. A pregnant girl you did it with is standing in front of you, scared to death of you. He heard Jack in his head. It's not enough to feel like a man, Rick. You have to think like a man. Do the right thing. He had limited options. He could run. He could deny. He could pass out. And when they brought him around, she and her belly would be gone. Another tear spilled down her cheek while he was in shock. He tried to imagine what Jack would do because he admired and respected Jack. What would Preacher do? And he got a picture in his mind of Preacher watching over Paige and Chris. He decided that no matter what he was feeling, he'd just act like them. He'd deal with the real issues later. For now, he was at least going to look like a man. He stood in front of her, looked into her eyes, her terrified eyes, and managed a soft smile. He put an arm around her waist and drew her close enough to put a kiss on her forehead. His life was unraveling, but what he noticed was that she smelled so good, like he remembered. Lizzie, he whispered. She let her head drop against his shoulder, and he could feel the trembling, feel her shoulders quaking. He pulled her against him and held her. Don't cry, he whispered. Come on, Lizzie. Don't cry. He looked over his shoulder at Jack, and Jack solemnly inclined his head toward the door. He turned back to Liz. Come on. We have to go somewhere and talk. Come on, he said, his arm around her waist, leading her out of the bar as she leaned against him in tears. He led her out behind the bar where there were no people, where they were alone, and stood with her under a tree. "Here now," he said. "How are we going to talk if you cry?"
"Rick,"
she said, leaning her head against his shoulder.
"I'm sorry, Rick."
He lifted her chin with a finger and took in her red eyes, her chapped cheeks. He tried to keep his voice soft, tender. "What happened, Lizzie? You said it was all right." She shrugged.
"I thought it was. It seemed like that's what you wanted me to say."
"Only if it was true," he said.
"I didn't know, that's all. I just didn't know."
"I thought you got your period. Didn't you tell me that?" he asked her. She shrugged again.
"I never got him very much. I only had like 4 last year, all year. You asked me every day, so I said it was okay so you'd stop asking me. And you broke up with me. Right then, that minute on the phone. Pretty soon, that was all I thought about, not anything else. Just that you broke it off. That you didn't want me, like I did something wrong, something bad. I felt like such a..."
"Stop. You didn't do anything wrong," he said, ashamed of how he'd made her feel.
"That's how it felt,"
she said in a whimper. It took him less than half a minute to remember those details and to feel like total crap at the accuracy. Just a couple of days after the little mishap that caused this pregnancy, Liz went home to her mom in Eureka. He called her all the time, kept asking her if she was okay, if she'd gotten her period so they could relax, that they hadn't been caught. Finally, she said yes, they were okay. And in that very same conversation, he told her they should cool it, not see each other anymore. He told her he cared about her, but holy God, they obviously couldn't control themselves, and they were both too young to get caught with a baby. Except, no, they weren't. He pulled her into his arms. "Oh, Liz, baby," he said. "I broke it off to keep you safe. To keep me safe," he thought. "I didn't want to lose control again and get you in trouble. Get me in trouble," he thought again. "You're so young, too young. I'm too young. Oh, God, Lizzie, you should have told me the truth."
"I didn't know,"
she said again, crumbling into sobs against him. "Okay, baby, don't cry. It's not your fault. It's my fault. Come on, don't cry." But she was going to cry for a long time, it seemed. First, because she'd been so scared of what he would say, and second, because she was so relieved. He held her for what seemed like forever, but it at least gave him time to think of what he might say next. When finally the tears abated, he said, "Can we go for a ride? Is that okay?" She nodded. He wiped the tears from her cheeks with the backs of his fingers. "Should you tell your Aunt Connie?"
"It's okay,"
she said.
"She knows I came to talk to you, to tell you."
"Okay, then. We'll go for a ride. Settle down a little bit, and then we'll face the music with Connie, huh?"
"Should you ask Jack?"
He put an arm around her shoulders and led her to his little truck. Jack had seen her belly, had seen Rick take her out of the bar. "Jack knows exactly what I'm doing right now. The only thing I can do," he thought. What I should have done before this happened. Try to act like a grown-up. A little too late.
"Where are we going?"
"Let's go out to the river. We'll sit on a rock and talk about what's coming. How about that?"
"You're sticking by me?"
she asked. "Sure I am, Liz."
"Do you love me, Rick?"
she asked him. He looked down at her round belly. He'd put that there. Holy shit, he thought. Love. That was a stretch. He wanted no part of this. So he forced himself to think about Preach and Jack, how they were around women. And he put a soft kiss on her temple. Of course I do. I want you to stop being afraid now. Everything is going to be okay. Maybe not so easy, but okay. Ordinarily, Jack would have left the bar as soon as possible after the dinner hour had passed. Preacher was occupied with little Christopher and Paige, and he had a sense that Rick might come back. Rick would feel that he had to explain things. There wasn't too much to explain. It had been pretty obvious by Lizzie's presence. But still, Rick looked to Jack as if he were a father, and Jack had never been unhappy about that. Not even now. Jack had talked to Mel briefly, before she went home for the night. We have a situation, and I think you know all about it. I can't talk about it, darling, she said. I'm sorry. I just want to help, he said. I know, Jack. I still can't talk about a patient. Can't you give me any advice? He asked. She leaned toward him, kissed him, and said, You don't need any advice. You know exactly what to do. She looked down at his swollen hand, up at his black eye. You're a mess. Try not to get into a fight tonight. She smiled her sweetest smile. Follow your instincts with Rick. It's not as though you haven't been there yourself. There was that, he thought. He was certain their baby had been conceived the first time they'd been together. The only time he'd had unprotected sex in more years than he could remember. It was about 8:30 and he was close to giving up. Preacher had bathed Christopher and put him in the bed beside his mother and was back downstairs pouring a short whiskey with Jack when Rick came in. He was tall, already 6 feet. Hard work around the bar had honed his arms and shoulders, made him strong. He was 17 now, and this was his last year of high school. With his high cheekbones, square jaw, and thick, expressive brows, he was a handsome youth. But as he walked into the bar, head down and hands in his jacket pockets, he seemed to have new lines on his face. He might have aged about 10 years in the past few hours. The bar was empty but for Jack and Preacher, so Rick jumped up on a bar stool and faced them. He ran a hand through his hair and looked at the two men who, if they hadn't just about raised him since he was 13, sure had mentored him. So, by now you've figured most of this out, right? Liz seems to be pregnant, Jack said. Yeah. That little slip last spring, it hit solid ground. The baby is due in February, as near as she can figure out. As near as Mel can figure out. She's very pregnant. Jesus, Rick, Preacher said, almost weak. Aw, man. Rick shook his head. Well, it's mine. I did it. It wasn't just you, buddy, Preacher said, remembering too well the little sex pot act Liz was putting on back then. She's carrying the baby, Rick said. The least I can do is take the blame. Besides, she didn't hold me down. He took a breath. Guys, I'm sorry. I let you down. I fucked up. Big. Jack felt a proud smile threaten his lips. Any other 17-year-old boy would be on his way out of town. But not Rick. He was stepping up the best he could. Like a man. Accountable. Facing Jack and Preacher had to be as hard for him as facing this disaster. You managed to work anything out? Nah, not really. You can't really do too much the second you find out, you know? But I told her I'm in this with her, and I want her not to be afraid anymore. Then I told Connie that I'll pay for everything, no matter what I have to do. How'd Connie and Ron hold up? Preacher asked him. Oh, I think they pretty much want to kill me right now, Rick said. I did an awful lot of groveling, apologizing, begging. Promising to work till I dropped dead seemed to ease the pain a little bit. You probably won't have to do that, Jack said. We can always help you with extra hours. School's important, Rick, no matter what else comes. Thanks. The most important thing right now is that she not be scared. She's so frickin' scared it kills me. I not only knocked her up, I terrified the shit out of her. Holy Jesus. Aw, guys, I know you expected better out of me than this.
Rick, you didn't let anyone down, Jack said. Shit happens. You handled yourself real well. Better than most guys in your position would.
You see how scared she was?
You know why?
She told me everything was okay because I kept asking and asking, like that was all I cared about. And the second she let me off the hook, I dumped her.
He scrubbed a hand along the back of his sweaty neck.
I knew I screwed that up. I just didn't know how bad. I thought I was keeping us out of trouble. Instead, I was keeping her from telling me sooner. If I'd known sooner, maybe we could have done something about that baby, he said softly, almost reverently. That baby's moving inside her. I felt it move. Holy God.
Jack felt something in his chest stir. He was over 40 and more than ready for a family, true, but he could relate to Rick's shock and awe just the same. As for Preacher, no one in the world knew how much he'd give for a mess like this one. Not even Jack.
She's just a kid,
Rick said.
I don't know how I'm going to make this up to her.
For starters, you're in this with her, Preacher said. You treat her good, sweet as you can, with respect. You treat her like the mother of your baby, no matter what's coming for that baby.
Yeah, Rick said. She asked me if I loved her, he said uncomfortably.
Silence hung in the air for a second. Then Jack got down a third glass and tipped the whiskey bottle over it, a short shot. He pushed it toward Rick. He probably needed it right about now. "What'd you say?" Preacher asked.
She's got my baby in her, Preach. She didn't ask for it. What the hell was I gonna say, huh? Maybe I should have said, I sure thought I did last spring when we were doing it. That'd be a real stand-up guy.
He looked down into that short shot and shook his head.
I said, of course I do.
Aw, Rick. That was the right thing, Preacher said. What else could you do? Jack clinked Rick's glass. He was damn proud of the boy. No feeling sorry for himself, no whining about how he got screwed, no blaming. It took a lot to straighten your back like that, hold your head up, be the strength and not the victim. Took a lot to do that at any age, and at 17, it was admirable. You're gonna be okay, buddy, he said, hoping it was true.
I feel like I have to do something, and I have no idea what, Rick said.
Right now, you do nothing, Jack said. You take some time to think. Don't get crazy on me and run off and get married or something. You're 17, she's 15, and the only thing for sure is a baby's coming. You just hang close to her, treat her right, and we'll figure it all out.
Jack, Preach, he said, his eyes getting a little wet. Guys, I'm sorry. You tried to warn me about this, and I...
Rick, Jack said, stopping him. You're not the first guy to walk down this road, okay? Take it slow. Jack lifted his glass and had a little sip. We're gonna get through this. Might be tough, but thank God, we're tough. Chapter 8. All of Judge Forrest's determination to get Wes Lassiter to trial quickly hit a predictable snag. Forrest was in Mendocino County and Lassiter was arrested in Humboldt County. His case would go before a different judge. Lassiter had been found to be in possession of methamphetamine at the time he assaulted his wife, a condition that his lawyer argued contributed to his crazed behavior and lack of judgment. The prison sentence could be impressive if he was convicted. But his lawyer pleaded for drug treatment, and the judge allowed bail on the condition that Lassiter would stand trial for 1 misdemeanor and 2 felony counts after drug rehab.
and that successful completion of treatment could be held in sentencing consideration. There were other conditions. If he checked himself out of treatment early, his bail would be revoked, and he could sit in jail awaiting trial. And while ordinarily treatment centers operated under a code of strict anonymity, in Lassiter's case, the prosecutor's office would be able to check in, make sure he was still under wraps and not a threat to his family. Bree called Paige. "Don't take this decision as bad news," she said. "It's entirely possible that sobriety will make a huge difference in his perspective. My recommendation is that you proceed with the dissolution of the marriage and custody arrangements. He can stall you while he's in treatment, but given the facts of the decision, my bet is that he'll prove cooperative to keep his sorry ass out of prison."
How long will he be in treatment?
Paige asked. "It's hard to say. A month is a minimum, but meth is a pretty tough drug, and I've heard of people staying as long as several months. In order for this agreement to work in his best interest, he can't just quit. He has to be released by a supervisor."
I have no idea how bad his drug problem is,
Paige said.
I suspected drugs. I found something that looked like drugs once, but I was afraid to ask him about it. If it's a matter of convincing a supervisor he's cured, he's very manipulative.
Yeah, they all are. Believe me, if there's one place in the world the pros are onto the cons, it's drug treatment.
I'll be looking over my shoulder for months.
Paige, with what you've been through, as long as he's alive, you'll be looking over your shoulder. Ask Preacher to teach you how to shoot. It took her a couple of days of thought before she broached the idea to John. "That's worth thinking about," he said. "We could do that. In the meantime, I called my buddy Mike to be sure Scumbucket was where he belonged in L.A. But now that he's gone to that treatment center in Minnesota, you should call the prosecutor's office and check on him."
"Oh,"
she said, kind of squeamish.
"Maybe I could have my lawyer do that."
"Think about it, Paige," Preacher said. "Take control. You know I'm glad to look out for you, but it's important you get your confidence back. That confidence I know you had before all this."
Yes, she thought. I did have confidence once.
Not as much as some young women, maybe, but enough to carve a little space out of the world for herself. And although it seemed barely noticeable to her, it was coming back, piece by tiny piece. She was going to have to reclaim her former self-assurance, self-trust. She was going to be a single parent to Christopher. She hadn't thought she could ask for that restraining order or custody. Fear had had her in its grip. But with John at her side, encouraging her, she had. It was ugly and terrifying, but she'd gotten through it, and Wes had been taken away in handcuffs. He might be in a cushy treatment program right now, but it wasn't over. He had a lot to atone for, and his atonement might come behind bars, freeing her and her son for years. Now that she was on this track, getting free, getting her life back, she was determined to stare it in the face, no matter how scared she was. She paced back and forth in front of the kitchen phone, then picked it up and called. The next day, she paced less, and when she got the ADA's secretary on the phone, she was told they hadn't checked that day and might not have time. Perhaps she should call back the next day. Suddenly, she was furious. "No," she said. "Do you understand? My life and my child's life are in constant danger from this man? That he's threatened to kill me. And if you take a look at my medical records, it's obvious he tried. No, I'm not waiting until tomorrow. I'll call back in an hour." She hung up the phone, heart hammering, and stole a look at Preacher. She could feel the heat on her cheeks. He lifted one eyebrow and smiled slightly. "There you go," he said. Her call was returned 20 minutes later by the assistant district attorney himself. He reassured her, then gave her the number of the treatment center and the name of a counselor with whom he'd been in contact, inviting her to call directly as many times a day as it took. Again, she paced in front of the phone. "What's wrong?" Preacher asked her.
I don't know. It's like I'm afraid he'll answer or something.
"And what if he did?"
I'd die."
"No," he said calmly. "You'd hang up, because you don't have to talk to him ever again, right?"
I don't, she said, a little bit surprised by that reality. Her mind started spinning. What if he denied ever having touched her? What if he convinced them he was sorry? She picked up the phone immediately, punching in the numbers, though her brain twisted with possibilities. What if he wanted a message delivered to her? What if he asked to call her, to talk to Christopher? He never talked to Christopher, but she wouldn't put it past him to act as though he cared about his son. The phone was answered. The counselor she asked for was put on, and she said, "This is Paige Lassiter. I'm just calling to be sure Wes Lassiter is still there."
"All tucked in, ma'am," he said, his voice calm and friendly. "Rest easy."
"Thank you,"
she said weakly. "You try to have a nice day." She hung up the phone, trembling for a moment. Then she looked at John and found him smiling. "I know it's hard," he said, his voice soft. "But every day you take your life back a little more. That's how it's done, Paige."
There was a road into Fallujah, Iraq, that held a strong reputation for mortal danger.
American troops had fallen there before. When Sergeant Major Jack Sheridan led his platoon in, one of his squads, led by Gunnery Sergeant Miguel, Mike, to his friends, Valenzuela, was separated from the platoon by a suicide truck bomb. They were holed up in an abandoned building with injuries, pinned down by sniper fire. Joe Benson and Paul Haggerty were bleeding dangerously, along with others wounded by sniper fire. Gunny held off snipers with an M16 he fired repeatedly for hours until the rest of the platoon, Preacher among them, could subdue the insurgents and effect a rescue. When it was over, Mike could barely move his arm and his shoulder was frozen. He was decorated for his heroic performance. Mike, an LA police sergeant, had been activated for an 18-month tour in Iraq. He was never injured. He had saved lives. And now he lay in an LA hospital bed, comatose, with 3 bullet holes in him. The shots were fired by a 14-year-old gangbanger. The one place the kid hadn't hit was square in Mike's bulletproof vest. Another officer got off a fatal shot to the kid. Investigation suggested it might have been an initiation rite of passage to get jumped into the gang. And bringing down the sergeant, under which the gang unit served, was a major feat. Preacher had called on Mike about Paige, and Mike had done everything he could to help. Now Preacher had received the call. It was early. The coffee barely brewed. Chris not yet racing downstairs in his pajamas. The loud crack of the axe in the backyard just begun. The shooting had occurred the night before, and it took Ramon Valenzuela, Mike's oldest brother, a few hours to get to someone in the old Marine squad. In the meantime, Mike had undergone emergency surgery and lay comatose in an intensive care unit. Preacher went to the back door of the bar. "Jack," he called. "Come in." Jack had an anxious look on his face when he came through the back kitchen door. "Valenzuela was shot on the job," Preacher said without preamble. "He's critical LA Trauma Center. I'll call Zeke, have him pass the word, and close up the bar."
"Jesus," Jack said, rubbing his chin.
"What chance they give him?" "His brother Ramon said he thinks he'll make it, but he's in a coma. He said something about him never being the same." He shook his head. "See if you can catch a flight. I'll make the drive." Paige appeared at the bottom of the stairs and knew something serious was happening. She stood, waiting. "What about Paige? Christopher?" Jack asked. Preacher shrugged. "I'll have to take them. I'm sure as hell not leaving them here without me."
"Take me where?"
she asked. Both men turned to look at her.
L.A., Preacher said. One of our boys was shot in the line of duty. He's in intensive care, and I have to go.
L.A.? John, I can't go to L.A.
Yeah, you can. You have to. My friend Mike, the one who helped you so much, he's in the hospital. Jack, he said, looking at his best friend. Go ahead. I'll call Rick's grandma and have her tell him to check on the bar every day.
Right, Jack said, taking off at once. Preacher turned back to Paige.
It'll be all right. You'll be safe. You can call that treatment center every day. If you want to, you can go get a few of your things while he's in there. Maybe there's someone you want to visit. You could do that safely. But I have to go.
She stared at him, unmoving.
I have to go right away, Paige. I need you to do this with me so I can go to my friend and be sure you and Chris are safe. Please.
She shook herself.
I'll get us ready,
she said, running back up the stairs. She didn't hear Preacher let out his breath in a long, relieved sigh. Jack stood on Doc's front porch with Mel, his packed duffel on the bed of his truck. "Reconsider," Jack said. "Come with me. I don't want to leave you here alone." She put a hand on his chest, looked up at him, and said, "I won't be alone. I have a whole town. Nothing is going to happen to me." "But Preacher won't be here. He's taken Paige and Christopher because he can't leave them. I think he's scared to death to leave them." "Of course, Jack. Doc needs me. I have things I have to do. And I'll be fine. No one's going to bother me. Here's the name of a doctor to speak to," she told him, tucking a piece of paper into his shirt pocket. "Just tell him you married his old nurse. He'll give you any information he can about Mike." "You worked with him? When?" "It's been a while, but he won't have forgotten me. He's a trauma surgeon. He may have operated on Mike. Be sure to tell him the news, that we're having a baby. That'll make him so happy." "I'll find him." He lowered his lips to hers and kissed her deeply, one hand at the small of her back while the other ran over her expanding middle. "Leaving you is the hardest thing I've done in some time," he said. "You'd better go. You want to get there as quickly as you can." Jack drove like mad to Eureka, charging Mel's old cell phone in the truck so that he could use it to call her from the LA hospital. He picked up a flight that made only one stop in Redding, getting him to LA in less than 3 hours. Preacher, however, was making the whole drive, which would take 8, maybe closer to 10 hours. When Jack got to LA, he didn't even stop at a hotel. Mike was still on the respirator with visitors limited to immediate family for just a few minutes every hour. But the crowd at the hospital was very much what Jack expected. Impressive in numbers. Cops were known to gather for one of their fallen, and there were dozens in and around the hospital. They had parked an RV in the parking lot where Mike's family could take occasional breaks from the stress of the hospital, and they stood virtual guard around it. Mike had been married twice, but was at present single. There was no shortage of family. A big family of parents, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews. There was probably an ex-wife around somewhere and an inevitable girlfriend or two. A couple of their boys from the squad were there, the ones who could get away on short notice. Zeke, a firefighter from Fresno, and Paul Haggerty, a builder from Grants Pass. Others might make an appearance if they could. "Where's Preacher?" they asked. "He should be here soon. He made the drive. How's Mike doing?" "We don't know too much. 3 hits, 1 each in the head, shoulder, and groin. He's lost a lot of blood, hasn't regained consciousness. There was a long surgery." Jack pulled the piece of paper out of his pocket. "Anyone know the surgeon's name?" he asked. They looked at one another, shaking their heads. "Okay, let me look for this guy," Jack said. "An old friend of Mel's. He's a doctor here, might be able to tell us something. I'll be back." Jack spent the better part of an hour going from nurse's station to nurse's station, looking for Dr. Sean Wilk, leaving messages for him to no avail. It wasn't until 2 hours later that a man about 40 years old, wearing a white coat over scrubs, was heading for the ICU, and the name embroidered on his coat in blue thread read, Wilk. "Dr. Wilk," Jack said, stepping forward and stopping him. Jack put out a hand. "Jack Sheridan, doctor. I'm here for Mike Valenzuela." The doctor seemed cool and distracted, accepting the handshake absently. After all, there were a ton of people here for Mike. The doctor couldn't speak to all of them. "I'm married to Mel Monroe," he blurted. The man's expression changed instantly and dramatically. "My God," he said, grasping Jack's hand enthusiastically in both of his. "Mel, how is she?" "Great. She gave me your name, said you might be able to get me some information about my friend." "Let me see my patient, then I'll tell you whatever I can. That work for you?" "You bet," Jack said. "Thanks." About 15 minutes later, Jack realized he had hit the jackpot when he saw Wilk pausing outside the ICU to have a brief conversation with Mike's mother, father, and brother. So, he was the surgeon. After leaving the family so they could go back into ICU, Wilk walked toward Jack. "Come on," he said to Jack. "I've got a little time." "He's gonna make it, isn't he?" "I'd give him a 98% chance of making it, but we don't know the extent of his potential disabilities." Dr. Wilk took Jack to the employee lounge in the back of a busy emergency room. Wilk poured himself and Jack coffee. Jack took a sip and almost gagged. It was horrible. He wondered if it was possible they got the tap water mixed up with the mop pail water. "Yeah," Wilk said. "I know. Pretty bad. I own a bar and restaurant up north. Our coffee is fantastic. Better than Starbucks. I think I hooked Mel with the coffee first. She's a caffeine junkie. Tell me about Mike, Dr. Wilk." "Please, call me Sean." "Here's the situation so far. He remains unconscious because of the head wound, although it was really the least traumatic. The bullet, miraculously, doesn't seem to have damaged the brain. But we had to do a craniotomy to remove it, and that has caused swelling, for which a shunt and drain has had to be inserted. And I believe that explains his coma. The bullet to the groin was his worst injury, the most complicated repair. We repaired bowel and bladder, and he lost a lot of blood. Jesus. He made it through 18 months in Iraq without a scratch. The shoulder is bad. We're looking at a permanent disability there, I'm almost certain." "Damn," Jack said, shaking his head. "What about his job?" Sean shook his head. "I don't see it. His injuries are critical. We're looking at long-term rehab. The shoulder's stitched up real nice, but it's going to be weak. He'd be compromised in defensive tactics. But he's tough," Jack said. "Yeah," he said. "It's keeping him alive." "Thank you," Jack said, "for everything you've done, for taking the time to tell me." "You're welcome." He leaned forward. "I know he's your first concern right now, but I'd love to know how Mel's doing. I haven't heard from her in a long time." Jack smiled, happy to catch him up on Mel's trek to the mountains, her first inclination to bolt, get the hell out of there, and how all that turned into not only her decision to stay, but remarriage and a baby on the way. The shock on Wilk's face was evident. "Yeah, plenty of surprise to go around there. I know she didn't think that was possible. Here she was, a woman who didn't think she could ever be happy again, a midwife who would never have a baby. And I'm almost 41, a retired Marine who never married. Hell, I was never attached, never intended to be. The day I met her was the best day of my life. A new life for both of us, I guess. She's everything to me." There was a tablet on the table, and Jack pulled it toward him. He reached toward Sean, holding out a hand for his pen, which the doctor took out of his coat pocket. "You should call her. Don't take my word for it. Ask her how she's doing. She'd love to hear from you. She gave me your name, told me to look you up." He scribbled the number on the yellow pad and turned it toward Sean. After a moment's hesitation, Sean tore the page off, folded it, and put it in his pocket. Really? Give her a call. She'd like that. And one more thing. Any chance you can sneak me into ICU? Mike. He was one of my best guys. He was a fine Marine. He saved lives. He was a hero. I love the guy. I do. A lot of people do. You bet, Sean said. Jack sat at Mike's side through the night so that the family could sleep. Mike's head was shaved on one side, tubes and drains everywhere. But probably the hardest thing to see was the respirator breathing for him. Nurses and therapists moved his extremities, but Mike didn't move them himself. After briefly talking with Mike's family, Preacher took Paige and Jack's duffel and secured a couple of hotel rooms nearby and came back in the morning to give Jack a key. Jack went there to take a nap, but was back by afternoon, and again spent the whole night at Mike's bedside. Every hour at least, he would stand up, lean over the bed, and talk to him. Everyone is here, buddy. Your family, your cops, some of your squad. Everyone's waiting for you to get up. Wake up, buddy. On the third day, the respirator was removed and Mike opened his eyes, but looked at Jack and his parents blankly. The nurses tried to stimulate him, but he was groggy and listless. While Jack took his place at his friend's bedside to wait out another long night, Mike's mother put a hand on his shoulder. It was the middle of the night when he turned to look up into her dark eyes. Mrs. Valenzuela was a handsome and strong woman in her 60s. She had raised 8 kids and had a passel of grandchildren. When she wasn't in the ICU, she was in the chapel worrying the beads. By now, the rosary that dangled from her hands should have caused blisters. She hardly slept. You're a very patient man, aren't you, Jack? Not in this, I'm not, he admitted. I know about you. Miguel is not the first young man you've kept vigil for. He said you'd never leave your man, no matter how dangerous staying with him could be. He exaggerates, Jack said. I don't think so. I'm going to get some rest so I can be alert in the early morning. Thank you for doing this. I wouldn't leave this one, Mrs. Valenzuela. He's a good troop. In the middle of the 6th night, Mike opened his eyes, turned his head, and said, Sarge? Jack was on his feet instantly, leaning over the bed. He saw clarity in Mike's eyes. Yeah, Gunny, right here. A lot of people here for you, buddy. You have to stay with us now. The hospital staff is ready to throw us all out. A nurse was instantly at the bedside. Mike, she asked, you know where you are? I just hope I'm not in Iraq, he said weakly. You're in the hospital, in intensive care. Good. No snipers here. Mike, I'm going to call your mother, Jack said. I'll be nearby. Jack walked out of the ICU and down to the lounge where family and friends could wait, make phone calls, rest. The Valenzuelas were in the trailer provided by the police department, but there were easily a dozen men passing the night in the lounge just to be close by. He's awake. He's recognizing people. A collective sigh of relief came out of the room. Jack called the trailer to bring Mrs. Valenzuela to her son's bedside, then went back to ICU. By the time he got there, 2 doctors were examining his friend. One of them was Sean, the other a neurologist. Sean came around the bed and, his hand on Jack's arm, led him away from Mike. I haven't called Mel yet, but I'm going to. I just wanted to say something. You've been here every night, through the night, for almost a week. I'm damn glad you decided not to let him be lonely. You're a good man, Jack. A good friend. I told you, he's a good guy. He'd do the same for me. He smiled. As for Mel, when she took me on, she made my life. While Jack was away, Mel had one important errand to occupy her. She picked up Liz at the corner store to make the trip to Grace Valley to see Dr. Stone, the OB. Liz was waiting outside for her. "Are you sure you don't want to invite your Aunt Connie along?"
No, really,
she said.
I want to go with just you.
"That's fine. You look very pretty today," she said. Liz smiled.
Thanks,
she said. It pleased Mel that Liz had gone to some trouble to look nice today, since she'd be meeting Dr. Stone for the first time. Her hair was shiny clean and curled, her makeup tasteful. She had on those tight jeans with a long sweater pulled down over her belly that wouldn't allow them to close anymore. "Are you looking forward to this?"
I think so,
she said.
I'm nervous.
Nothing to worry about. It's completely painless. When they got to the Grace Valley Clinic, Mel realized that the appointment was probably not the only reason behind Liz's primping. And there was definitely another reason Liz didn't invite Aunt Connie. As they pulled up to park, a very familiar little white pickup was waiting across the street. Rick got out of the truck and began walking toward them. When Liz saw him, she beamed with happiness and ran to him, meeting him halfway. Now, Mel had seen them together since Liz returned to Virgin River, at the bar and around town. They were pretty cautious, especially around Connie and Ron, and Connie and Ron seemed to always be around. Rick would hold her hand, drop an arm over her shoulders, maybe put a mature little kiss on her temple. But this was different. She ran into his arms. He held her closely, lovingly. She saw Rick in a different light, his arms full of a pregnant girl. Tall, broad, strong, handsome, yet a boy. Full of all that 17-year-old testosterone. They embraced and kissed in the middle of the street, kissed like grown-ups. Liz's hands were on his cheeks, pulling him hard against her mouth. Hungry, eating each other's mouths. There was enough passion in their kiss that steam was rising. He held her tight against him, his hands running up and down her back. He slid a hand over her tummy while he talked and smiled against her parted lips. This was no boy, but a man. Man and woman, yet children. Mel cleared her throat. They reluctantly parted and walked toward Mel. "Hey, Rick. I didn't know you were coming. I had to cut school. I don't think an ultrasound appointment for the father is the usual excused absence, but Liz wanted me here. I can understand that. So old, so young. They were kids. It was disconcerting. In fact, their apparent love for each other was somehow more unsettling than getting a poor young girl through something like this alone. These two seemed to want to have this baby together, and what could be more impossible for kids so young? Well, let's go in and meet the doctor." Mel had talked to John Stone, told him about her patient. The exam got underway. Rick took his place beside Liz, holding her hand, like any young husband might. She looked up at him adoringly, while his eyes were more fixed on the monitor. John moved the wand over her belly, and on the screen, the baby fluttered and kicked. "Oh, man," Rick said. "Man, look at that." "Can you make it out? Arms here, legs, head, butt. Penis," John said. Mel hadn't been prepared for this. She watched a slow transformation come over Rick. His eyes grew wide. They began to mist. He gripped Liz's hands tighter and his mouth fixed in a firm line as he struggled for control. It's one thing to see a round tummy and know it's yours, to feel movement there and understand it had life. But it was a whole lot more to see that baby and know it's your son. "Oh, God," Rick said. Then he lowered his head and his lips touched Liz's brow while she held onto his hands. Then she started to cry, and Rick began to whisper to her. "It's okay, Liz. It's okay. It's going to be okay." He kissed her tears away, and Mel thought she might cry with them. Mel had known this boy for quite a while, since her first night in Virgin River. She was at once amazed by him and felt that she didn't know him at all. When had he crossed over into this other life? What was he doing here, looking at his son on a monitor when he should be in calculus class? John finished with the ultrasound, printed them a picture to take with them, then, pulling Mel's hand, led her out of the room, leaving the kids alone for a few moments. "Whew," Mel said. "I didn't know he was going to be here. I know that boy pretty well, but I never knew him like that. A father. Growing up way too fast. Young and dumb, and so in love they make me ache." "You think it's too soon for me to get Sydney into the convent?" John asked. "At 8? Maybe just slightly. She's almost 6 months along. 15 years old. Holy shit, huh? Shh, don't let them hear you." "Mel, they're not going to hear me. In fact, we'd better knock on the door or they'll be doing it again. Right in the exam room." "They're not doing it, John. Their hearts are breaking. How can there possibly be a happy ending here?" On the drive home, Mel asked Liz, "Why didn't you tell me Rick was going to meet us there?" Liz shrugged. "Connie wouldn't like it." "Why not? He's the father." "Aunt Connie's pretty mad about this. Mad at me and Rick. And my mom, geez. She's on the moon. She's so pissed. She doesn't want me to see Rick at all." "She sent you back to Virgin River, but doesn't want you to see Rick?" Mel asked, wondering, how does this make any sense? "I know," Liz said. "Stupid, huh?" She rubbed her hands over her belly. "A boy," she said quietly, sadly. Mel stole a glance and saw a tear running down the girl's cheek. If a woman is old enough to have a baby, Mel found herself thinking, then she's old enough to love what's inside her. Old enough to love the man who put it there. Chapter 9. While in Los Angeles, Preacher was able to leave Paige and Chris at the hotel for short periods of time while he went to the hospital. He was confident there was no danger to her. Although she still made phone calls to that treatment center regularly, even if Wes somehow slipped away, he had no way of knowing where they were. But whenever he returned, she would sigh audibly, her relief obvious. When he was back, shoring her up. He wasn't quite sure if it was that terror from her marriage or something deeper. There were still some very large holes in his understanding of her, the largest of which was her family. On the long drive to the city from Virgin River, hours and hours in the truck together while Chris slept on and off in the back seat, there had been lots of time to talk. Paige shared happy and animated stories about the soap opera-ish beauty shop in which she had worked, good times in the old half-a-house she'd shared with her best friends, and she even talked about old boyfriends. She had opened up more about life with Wes, in hushed, careful tones so that Chris wouldn't hear and possibly become upset. But when it came to her widowed mother and older married brother, she seemed to clam up, grow tense and gloomy. There was deep ambivalence, but she didn't explain. "I haven't had much of a relationship with my family since I married," she said. "And Bud and I were never close, not even as kids." "Maybe that will change now," he replied. "Listen, you don't want to miss an opportunity. I'd give anything for an hour with my mother. I'd join the Marines to get brothers." "I know," she said. "I know." "Hey, don't let me talk you into anything. But if you're right here..." "You might not like my family, John," she said. "Hey, Paige, I don't have to like them. They don't have to like me. I'm just saying you have a chance to visit now if you want to." It was 4 days before she called her mother, another 2 before a meeting was arranged. She invited John to take her to her brother's house for dinner with the family. Her mother would be there. Preacher suspected within 3 minutes what the problem was, but it took him about an hour to put it all together. 58 minutes too long. He wasn't slow. He hadn't been around too many people like this. A big, silent loner type of guy like Preacher, when he got a whiff of something off, he gave it a wide berth. Bud, Paige's older brother, met them at the door of a small tract home in a dusty little suburb where there were only about 4 different styles of homes, very few trees, and where people worked on their cars and driveways. Bud's house had an above-average front lawn, trim and green, right next door to a house with a cyclone fence around a grassless yard. Bud was wearing a t-shirt with his khaki pants, holding a beer. "Hey!" he said, coming out onto the stoop and down the sidewalk toward them. "There's my girl! How you been, baby?" "All right, Bud," she answered, letting him embrace her. Her arms, Preacher noticed, didn't quite get into the game. Preacher hung back, holding Christopher's hand, watching. Bud released her and approached Preacher, big grin, hand extended. "This the new boyfriend? How you doing? How about a beer? You look like a beer man to me." Preacher took the hand. He concentrated on not squeezing too hard. In fact, he wasn't much of a beer man, nor was he much of a boyfriend. "Thanks," he said. "I'm not the new... Come in. Welcome to the humble home." Preacher caught the inflection. "Nice place," he said, stepping into the living room. He didn't know anything about decor, but it looked comfortable. Spotlessly clean, with a couch and lazy-boy recliner, and a real big TV. "Nice yard. Bet you work hard on that." "Nah," he said. "Jen does most of that. She says she likes it, but I think she's competing for first prize in the neighborhood." He didn't greet Christopher. Bud put a hand at the back of Christopher's head and seemed to try to physically direct him through the living room and away. "Kids are in the playroom, Chris. Go play with the kids." Chris pulled back, clinging to Preacher's leg. Leaning down, Preacher said, "You can stay here if you want." Chris said nothing, but clung harder. "Whatever," Bud said. "Come on back. We got snacks, we got steaks. This is nice, sis. Glad you could stop by. Now, what did you say brought you out of hiding?" Preacher saw her flinch slightly.
"John's friend, he's in the hospital. He's a police officer."
As they moved into the kitchen, an older woman separated herself from the salad she was making and came around the counter.
"Paige,"
she said in a breath.
"Oh, Paige."
She was smaller than Paige and very thin. She wore slacks and a blouse, long-sleeved and buttoned high. So conservative that, for a split second, Preacher was reminded of his own mother. They embraced, both of them seeming to get a little misty. And Paige responded, "Mom, Mom." This time her arms cooperated in the embrace. The younger woman followed, having waited for her turn. Again, the embraces were mutual.
"I'm so glad to see you,"
she said. "Dolores, Jen, meet John, the new boyfriend," Bud said. "I'm not the new... Bud Light okay by you, pal? I figure a guy named Bud drinks Bud Light. So what about this friend of yours, in the hospital?" Preacher accepted the beer and said, "He's a cop around here. He was shot in the line of duty. He was hurt pretty bad, so I came down." "Hey, did I hear about that on the news, maybe?" Bud asked, giving the neck of Preacher's bottle a tap with his own. An odd time for a toast, Preacher thought. "Maybe. Probably. Yeah, I heard about that, I think. You have a lot of cop friends?" Bud asked, moving to the table. "Chris, go play with the kids. They're in the playroom." "So, you have a lot of cop friends?" "Just the one," Preacher said, a steady hand on Chris's shoulder. It was already beginning to reach him. Paige's brother was a bully. A bossy, immature, irreverent bully. He watched Bud go to the kitchen table, take his seat at the head. In the middle was a bowl of chips and one of salsa. Out the back patio doors, he could see a manicured backyard surrounded by a high wall. There was an above-ground hot tub covered with a green leather tarp, a grill, a bird bath, some patio furniture, but no toys. Hadn't Paige said 3 kids? Bud indicated a chair with his hand, and Preacher took the seat next to him. Bud wasn't a small guy, probably 6 feet with some good arms on him. His hair was cut really short. The sleeves of his t-shirt rolled up a couple of notches to bring his biceps into focus. His smile was constant, which was a signal. You only smile when something makes you smile. If you smile all the time, you're hiding something. He told Chris once more to go play. Preacher pulled Chris onto his lap. The women followed like lemmings, sitting at the table with the men. Bud started on the chips and salsa with his beer and said to Paige, "Tell me about this place you're staying."
Virgin River, she said. It's in the mountains, way north. It's very pretty, lots of big trees.
"And how'd you end up there?" he asked.
We were on our way to visit a friend and got lost, she said, her voice just a little quieter than Preacher had grown used to. Chris had a fever. There was a doctor there, and we stayed over.
Preacher tried not to frown as he listened to Paige give an almost fictional account of what had happened. This story was accurate enough for her new friends in Virgin River, but there was something so wrong about telling it this way to her family, people who knew her intimately. She had to stay a while because of Chris, she said. She fell in love with the place, the people were so nice, they needed some help in the bar and grill, and she thought maybe it was just the change she needed. She decided to see if it worked for her. Bud asked what Wes thought about that, and Paige said,
"Well, Bud, he wasn't real happy about it, but I had made up my mind."
Not real happy, Preacher thought. She and her brother were nibbling around the edges of the real drama. Preacher found himself wondering, don't they know anything about her life? About the sad and dangerous state of her marriage? About her flight to save her life? To save her children? One of the kids ran through, a little girl about 7 or 8. She had a wild look in her eyes. She grabbed a fistful of chips. Her father barked at her to go play, and she was gone. Paige talked a little more about the area, about the redwoods, the people, the simple lifestyle. Bud got up and got 2 more beers, and when he put one in front of Preacher, Preacher said, "I'm good." But Bud left the beer in front of him. Chris reached for a chip, tentatively, and Bud said, "Those are for the grown-ups, son." And Chris yanked his hand back as though he'd touched fire. Preacher tried not to glare at Bud, but pulled the bowl closer to himself and Chris and said, "You might be hungry." He took a chip out of the bowl and handed it to Chris, and noticed out of the corner of his eye that Paige watched this action with the slightest smile on her face. He also noticed that Dolores and Jin weren't talking much and partaking of the hors d'oeuvres, such as they were, sparingly, cautiously. Another kid ran through, another girl, scruffy, her hair wild, her shoes untied. Whatever was going on in the playroom got the kids as gamey as an afternoon outdoors on the playground. She grabbed at the chips, got yelled at to go play, and disappeared. Now, Preacher might manage a bar and hang out with men primarily, but he was unaccustomed to fathers who pushed their children out of sight, rudely at that. In his crowd, families were appreciated. Most of his friends were married with children, and the children were a part of everything. The women were nearly worshipped. He was starting to know things were not kind and respectful here. He was already unhappy with the way Bud regarded Paige. Preacher was real close to saying, "This meeting is over." Then a child started to cry from the playroom, presumably, and Bud's wife, Jin, jumped up and ran. A few minutes later, she carried a child of about 2 into the kitchen. This beautiful child had short blonde curls and streaks of tears on her chafed cheeks. Bud turned to Preacher and asked him what he did.
Me? I'm a cook. My buddy bought a bar. I went up there for some fishing and stayed.
They talked a little about the bar, and Preacher was trying. This guy wasn't his cup of tea. But he didn't have to love everyone. He thought it was a good idea to get along if he could, for Paige's sake. This was family. Sometimes you're stuck with family. He was sure good old Bud had his fine points. He wasn't sure he'd come in touch with them tonight, however. But they landed on a conversation about how much fishing and hunting there was to do up there, and Bud loved that. He might just come up, check it out. Bud would do a lot more of that if he didn't have to work so goddamn hard all the time, but with 3 kids almost never seen, Preacher thought. But Preacher talked more than he usually did, because he wanted Paige to know he was giving it his best shot. He could be cordial, friendly. During this time, Jin, holding her youngest daughter on her lap, cajoled Chris over to her and acquainted them. Chris was not intimidated by a child younger than he, and they began to get friendly. The child came off Jin's lap, and with a little push of her hands, she sent both children off to the playroom.
So what did you do before being a cook? Bud asked. I was in the Marines about 12 years. Marines, Bud said. Shoulda known. Ever been to war?
Preacher gave a solemn nod.
Couple of times, he said. No fun. So, you're the cook, he said, laughing. Looks more like you should be a bouncer. We don't usually need a bouncer. Speaking of cooking, how's that salad coming?
Paige's mother and sister-in-law got up from the table and instantly went to the kitchen. Paige rose too, asking if she could help, but Bud directed her back to her chair, saying,
They'll do it.
And she sat. Plates were brought out, 5 of them. Preacher counted twice.
What about the kids? He asked. Jen'll give 'em something in the playroom. She's got some dogs, some beans. They love it. Kids. I like to have some grown-up time sometimes.
The salads appeared, as well as another beer each.
You're slowing down there, my friend, Bud said. You're gonna have to catch up.
Preacher had his ear tuned into the playroom. Just as he was sharpening his listening and they were starting on their salads, Bud looked at Paige and said,
What's gonna happen to Wes?
She lifted her eyes steadily to her brother's, but she didn't answer at once. I don't know. He's admitted himself into a drug treatment program.
Why? Bud asked.
Again, she paused. For drug treatment. It's not unusual for some of those traders to get hooked on, uppers. It was stated as a question. And Preacher thought it was meth. It wasn't a little bitty innocent drug.
And you couldn't do anything about that?
Like what, Bud? She returned.
I don't know. Like help him with that. I mean, what did you have to do?
Paige put down her fork and glared into her brother's eyes. No, Bud. I couldn't help with that. It was completely beyond my control. Bud tilted his eyes toward his lettuce, stabbed a piece with his fork, and muttered,
Maybe you could have kept your stupid mouth shut.
Preacher's fork went down sharply. And Preacher, who rarely used profanity and only in the most heated moments, said,
You're fucking kidding me, right?
Bud's eyes snapped up to Preacher's face. His jaw ground and he scowled.
She tell you she had 6,000 square feet in a pool?
Preacher glanced at Paige. Paige glanced at Preacher and then swiveled her eyes slowly to Bud. She spoke to Preacher while she looked at Bud and said, My brother doesn't understand. The size of the house you live in has nothing to do with anything.
The hell? Bud said. I'm just saying. There are times to keep your mouth shut, that's all I'm saying. You had it fucking made.
It took every red blood cell in Preacher's body to stay in his chair. He wanted to shout. He beat her up in the street in front of me. He killed their baby with his foot. He was squeezing and releasing his fork with such tension, he was unaware he was bending it. It wasn't his right to speak out. He was a guest. He got a sick feeling in his stomach at the thought he could have dropped her here for a visit alone. He felt his blood pressure going up, his temples were pulsing. But he was abusive. Jesus Christ! You had a few problems. The guy was loaded, for Christ's sake. Preacher thought he might explode. His heated blood was expanding so fast. He could hear his own heartbeat, and he felt a small, light hand on top of his coiled fist. He raised his eyes and met the dull, nervous stare of Paige's mother, pleadingly looking at him from across the table.
"Bud doesn't mean exactly that," she said. "It's just that we've never had a divorce in the family. I raised the kids to understand you have to try to get beyond the problems."
"Everyone has problems," Jin said, nodding. Those same eyes, begging. Preacher didn't think he could do it, sit through it. He was pretty sure he'd never get to the stake without shoving Bud up against the wall and challenging him to keep his mouth shut through something like his fists. The struggle was, that was like Wes. Get mad, take it to the mat. Beat the living shit out of someone. Someone you could beat into submission real easy.
"They weren't problems,"
Paige said insistently.
"He was violent."
"Ah, Jesus Christ," Bud said, lifting his beer. A piercing cry came from the playroom. Preacher was on his feet at the same moment Chris came flying into the kitchen, holding his forearm with his other hand. He ran to his mother with a look of pain and fear, his mouth open in a wail, tears on his face. Paige instantly drew him in, asking, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Preacher leaned over, pulled Chris's hand away, saw the perfect outline of a juvenile mouth, and with an expression of sheer horror and disbelief, leveled his gaze at Bud. "Someone bit him!" "Ah, kids, they'll work it out," Bud said, waving his hand as though leaving them completely unsupervised had nothing to do with him. Jin said, "I'll get something for that," and jumped up. Dolores left the table saying, "Ice, I'll get ice." Preacher gently drew Chris away from Paige and lifted him up against his broad chest. Chris put his head on Preacher's shoulder and cried. He met Paige's eyes, and he was sure that despite his greatest effort to remain calm, his were ablaze. Paige stood regally, Preacher thought with a touch of pride, and said, "We'll be going now." "Sit down," Bud said sharply, and Preacher was as close as he'd ever been to coming completely unhinged. He passed Chris back to his mother as calmly as he could, then leaned both hands on the table, pressed his face close enough to Bud so that Bud actually leaned back a little bit. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that Paige had her bag over one shoulder and Chris lying against the other, headed for the door. "We're gonna miss those steaks," he said in a very menacing whisper. Then he picked up the fork he'd been squeezing and saw that it was a little bent. He bent it the rest of the way, folding it in half with one meaty hand. He dropped it on top of Bud's salad. "Don't get up." By the time Preacher caught up with Paige, she was halfway down the walk toward the truck, and already the women were fluttering out the door calling after her. With no experience at this at all, having never before been in this position, Preacher knew what was going down. They were going to make excuses for Bud, maybe apologize for him, probably beg Paige to come back. He put a soft hand on her shoulder, and she stopped, turning toward him. He reached for Chris. "Here," he said, taking the boy tenderly. "Say goodbye. We'll get settled." He got Chris in the car seat while Paige and the other women were still on the walk. Each of them took one of Paige's hands, but she pulled out of their clutch.
"Let me see that arm, buddy,"
Preacher said to Chris.
"Aw, that's gonna be all right. Hey, how about pancakes? Breakfast for supper, huh?"
He nodded and sniffed back tears. Preacher wiped a big thumb under each eye.
"Yeah, pancakes. And chocolate milk."
Chris nodded again, a slight smile on his lips. Preacher got into the front cab and waited, watching as Paige finally embraced both the women, then walked quickly to the truck. She got in and he pulled away from the curb before she could even get her belt fastened. They drove a little, then Preacher said,
"Chris and me, we're thinking pancakes. And chocolate milk."
She sighed deeply. "I really thought about trying to explain them," she said. "And why I really didn't want to—" He reached across the console and picked up her hand, holding it, giving it a squeeze. He smiled and shook his head at her. "It's okay," he mouthed silently. He didn't let go of her hand.
"After pancakes, I'd like to take a swing by the hospital. See if there's any change on Mike."
"Of course," she said. Another moment of silence, then,
"You know, my mother, she was a little like your mother. Skinny, but stronger than she looked. I was 6 feet by the time I was 12. I might have been taller than my mother in the 5th grade, but my mother, church lady, she had this move. She could reach up and grab the top of my ear and give it a twist. If I swore or spit or showed disrespect so fast you never saw it coming, she'd wrench that ear and bring me to my knees. She was still taking me down like that the week before she died. I think she learned it from nuns. Some of them were mean as junkyard dogs. But she made her point."
He squeezed her hand.
"I don't think your mom ever perfected that move."
Paige laughed lightly.
"Paige, the way you just stood up and left like that, I was awful proud of you. Really, you're stronger than you let on."
She sighed. "I should have stood up and left sooner. I was real close."
"Me too,"
he said.
"I think maybe we tried too hard with Bud. Both of us. He always act like that?"
"When he's not real quiet and sulky."
"You get along with Wes okay?"
Preacher asked. "Bud thinks Wes is awesome, because he thinks Wes is rich. Wes thinks Bud's an idiot." Preacher contemplated. He didn't let go of her hand.
"You think Bud really believes it would be all right to get your head bashed in a few times a year for 6,000 square feet in a pool?"
"I believe he does," she said. "I really believe he does."
Think he'd like to move into my big house? Test that theory?"
She laughed. "Do you have a big house somewhere, John?"
"Not at the moment."
He shrugged.
"But for Bud, I'd be willing to look around."
It had been flowing over Preacher like a steady wave since the very first night she came to Virgin River, and it grew. Being around her gentled him, steadied him, made him want to be a better man. It also had another, more disquieting effect. When she brushed up against him, when he caught a whiff of her sweet natural scent, he could almost become aroused. The three of them had been in each other's constant company for weeks, and his attachment to Chris was strengthening, his affection for Paige deepening by the day, by the hour. When he took her small hand in his, she never pulled it away, and he loved that. Sometimes he'd drape an arm over her shoulder just to let her know he was right there, watching, caring, and she would lean into him a little. He wanted this to never end. They shared a hotel room while in Los Angeles, 2 queens, Preacher in one bed, Paige and her son in the other. Lying in the same room with her was both blissful and painful. He would hear every soft noise, every little snuffle in the bed, and wonder what it might be like to lie beside her, bring her against him. When he would shower after her in the morning, he'd get heady from the smells of her soap, shampoo, and lotion. Mike Valenzuela was sitting up and taking nourishment, though still in pain and a little goofy in the head. There was very little hope of him returning to the police force, and his recovery and physical therapy was going to be intense. But, with the crisis past, the number of cops sitting constant vigil at the hospital was thinning. Zeke and Paul had gone home. Jack and Preacher were talking about getting back to Virgin River. At Preacher's urging, and the last step before leaving Los Angeles, was a trip to Paige's house. Right after loading a few things in—
Hi, just a quick pause. Take a moment to relax and breathe. Here's a short musical interlude, and remember, this audiobook is completely free for you. Thanks for listening.
Escape my heart's desire, fall into you. I feel the fire. We're a chemical explosion in the night. We're a beautiful sight. We're a beautiful sight. A beautiful sight. We're a beautiful sight. A beautiful sight. A whisper in the dark, a voice that calls me near, leading me to you, leading me to you.
To the truck, they would head north. Christopher was dozing in the back seat of the truck in his car seat, for which Preacher was grateful. He had the passing worry that the boy would want to stay home, not understanding the dangers his father posed. "I don't think you're prepared for this, John," she said. "It's a lot of house."
Yeah, so Bud said. It bother you at all, leaving a big fancy house?
She shook her head. "I'll be quick. There's really not much I want." They drove through a security gate into an upscale, exclusive neighborhood, and Preacher had to keep himself from reacting to the ostentatious setting. But he gulped. The houses within seemed monstrous to him, sitting back on manicured lawns, landscapers at work, cleaning ladies approaching front doors. Paige's house was a big brick 2-story with a wide, curving drive and wrought iron gates, like a country estate. They must have rattled around in there like marbles in a tin can. It was enormous. Preacher backed into the drive so that the truck bed was handy for her things.
God, that's amazing,
he muttered.
There has to be a part of you that felt, for maybe 5 minutes, what a big deal that was.
She put a hand on his knee, looked up at him, and said, "Not for 5 minutes. I begged him not to buy that house. He was constantly angry about the cost, the bills, but he had to have it. Do you want to come in? Look around?" He didn't. He was putting her up in a room above a country bar, a bedroom with no amenities, in a little town with no school.
Nah, I don't need to see any more. I'll wait out here and keep Christopher with me.
When she opened the door with her key and went inside, Preacher leaned against the truck and thought, what must it be like for someone like Wes to lose all this? The woman, the kid, the big fancy house? Would it ever cross his mind that if he treated this with care, it might still be his? Paige filled 4 small, soft canvas bags with clothing for herself and Christopher. She packed up some toys and books. As an afterthought, she threw his big-wheeled tricycle in the back of the truck, and Preacher drove them out of town. They were a couple of hours out of L.A. when she reached over to Preacher and put her hand over his. "God, that's a relief. I hope I never have to walk in that front door again."
It's too bad to have all that and lose it. That's like the American dream. What every man thinks is the perfect life. A family, success, stuff.
Is that your idea of the big dream, John?
He laughed. My idea is a lot smaller.
She stared at his profile for a long moment. Then, very quietly, she said,
I bet it's not really smaller, but maybe a lot less complicated.
And he thought, not anymore. His idea of the perfect life, the best he could have in the universe, was sitting right next to him. So close, yet so far out of his reach. Rick had lived in Virgin River his whole life, had gone to school with the same kids for years, and he enjoyed popularity among his peers. He was a senior, on the home stretch, when his high school experience made a drastic detour. Now, every morning he was picking up a pregnant girl and taking her to school with him. Liz was barely recognizable as the girl who had spent a couple of months in Virgin River the year before. In fact, the pregnant sophomore looked younger than the freshman girl in the short skirts and high-heeled boots of the year before. Lizzie had seemed much more worldly then. She was no longer strutting her stuff. She was shy, self-conscious, and vulnerable. She was just a little pregnant girl and totally dependent on Rick. Rick stayed as close as he could, trying to get her to classes. He couldn't leave her to fend for herself, alone making her way through the snickering girls, half of whom would have done anything for a date with Rick. Sometimes he was late for class because he'd been getting Liz to hers. His teachers weren't real sympathetic. He didn't pretend this was some fling or second cousin. He straightened his spine and claimed her. His girl and his baby. He wished he didn't have to, but he had to. She had no one else. It didn't take too long for him to get into a fight. A loudmouthed, dim-witted junior by the name of Jordan Whitley made a crack about Rick getting him some every night, and it just tipped him over the edge. Rick shoved Whitley up against the lockers and slugged him. Whitley got one off on Rick before teachers pulled them apart. So when Rick went to work that afternoon at the bar, he brought a shiner with him.
What the hell happened to you?
Preacher asked. Nothing, he said. Some asshole had an opinion about my love life.
That right. And you felt you had to get your face bashed in?
Preacher said. No, Preach. I decked him. He never should have gotten up. Guess I didn't hit him hard enough.
Man, feeling a little out of control?
Rick shrugged. Truthfully, he hated that little punk and had secretly wanted to hit him for at least a year. He has a real mouth on him. Maybe he'll keep it shut now. As far as his love life went, it was pretty bleak. Oh, it was true. He was having sex. He couldn't deny that it scratched a certain itch, but it was beyond strange. Liz needed to be touched, to be loved, but the girl who so softly curved to him now was worlds away from the hot little number that squirmed wildly on his lap last year. And not only did these brief sessions often end with her in tears, he could sometimes feel his baby move while he held her, loved her. When she cried, he'd just collect her against him and soothe her, tell her it would be all right, that they'd figure it out. He said that, doubting it constantly. And here they were, having a baby and expected to act like grown-ups, with Aunt Connie watching them like a hawk, making sure they weren't doing anything adult. The only time he could get with her was by taking a detour on the drive home from school to park for a little while, an action that got him all worked up, even as he felt guilty about it. Even with everything that had happened between them, they weren't allowed to lie down on a bed together. God forbid. What if Liz got pregnant or something? She wanted to run away and get married. 15 and 17, holy Jesus. And when they'd made this little error in judgment, they'd been only 14 and 16. It was a real wake-up call. He was holding her back, holding her off, telling her he'd never abandon her, but he didn't think they should do anything as drastic as marriage. It was too soon to make that leap. The leap they'd made was terrifying enough. Most days, he thought he had her convinced they should wait at least until they decided what to do about the baby. Doing the right thing, knowing what the right thing was, just seemed to get more confusing all the time. Around Liz, he tried not to let that show. She was having a hard enough time without Rick letting on that he didn't know what he felt. Didn't know what to do. It was eating him up. Chapter 10. On the drive back to Virgin River, Preacher asked Paige a lot of questions about the missing girlfriends, Jeannie and Pat. He asked, "You think they did all right when they got married?" "They picked up on Wes so easily, I assume they had much more on the ball than I did. I met their families, parents, brothers and sisters. They seemed okay." When they got back, Preacher got on the internet. It was quick, but it took him a few days to work up the courage to present his findings. When she came into the kitchen right after putting Chris in bed for a nap, he put down his chopping knife and said, I hope this wasn't out of line. I found them. Your friends." He pulled a slip of paper out of his jeans pocket. Their married names, addresses, and phone numbers. Her mouth actually gaped open as she stared at him, her hand hesitatingly reaching for the paper. She stared at it for a moment, then her eyes went from the page to his face, to the page, back and forth. He shrugged and said, "I was getting in your personal business again, but I just thought—" She shrieked his name, threw her arms around his neck, and hugged him so fiercely he took a step back and started to laugh. He put his arms around her and held her off the floor in her excitement. She kissed him on both cheeks several times, making loud smacking noises. He laughed at her, hanging on, hating the thought of letting her go. He had to put her down too soon. Large, liquid green eyes stared up at him, overcome, and on her lips a phenomenal smile. "How did you do this?" she asked in a breath. "It was easy," he said. "I need to show you how to work that computer. I can't believe you didn't use a computer before." She just shook her head and stared at the paper. Wes wouldn't allow her use of his computer. It would have put her in touch with the outside world too much. "Go on," he said. "Call him. Use the phone in my place instead of in here. Have a little time alone with the girlfriends." She got up on her toes and kissed his cheek again, laying her small hand against the other cheek. She looked at him with such gratitude it melted his heart. Then she whirled and ran to his apartment, gripping that paper like a lifeline. "Yeah," he said to himself, under his breath, nodding. "But there's lots of little things I can look up for her. Yeah." And he went back to chopping. Jack came into the kitchen, looked at Preacher, and frowned. "What are you grinning about?" he asked. "I'm not grinning," Preacher said. "Preacher, I didn't know you had that many teeth." "Aw, Paige. I looked up something for her, got her all excited, that's all." "Kinda looks like it got you a little excited, too. I think you're flushed. And Jesus, you sure have a mouthful. You never showed me a grin like that." Yeah, he thought. Big mystery. You put your arms around me and kiss all over me like that, I'll show you a mouthful. A fist. But he couldn't stop grinning. He could feel it and couldn't stop it. Jack just shook his head and left the kitchen. There was another byproduct, as if all that affection wasn't enough. Paige had so much to tell him. Pat was still in L.A., working part-time now in a new salon, a real upscale salon, and she had a baby daughter. She even had some celebrities as clients. Little celebrities, but her reputation was growing. Jeannie was in Oregon, of all places, and she had her own shop. She'd married a guy 12 years older who'd never been married before. He flew cargo, so he went out on 10-day trips, then was home for at least 2 weeks. They bought her shop a few years ago, and here they were, 30 and 42, thinking about a family if she could just get the management of the shop under control.
She offered me a job. Can you believe it? Paige said excitedly. She said she'd love to have me there and would train me as assistant manager.
Wow, Preacher said. That must have made you feel pretty good. Think you could do that? She laughed and put her hand on his arm. I have 1 or 2 things to get settled before I even think about anything like that, she said. There were all kinds of details about her old girlfriends' lives, and she didn't seem to leave out even the smallest one. They sat in front of the fire until very late. She said, I don't know how to thank you. It was so wonderful to talk to them. You should talk to them as much as you can. Catch up on things. It's long distance, John. Aw, that's not a big deal. Call every day if you want. Think you'll get to see him soon? He asked her.
Well, Pat's in L.A. and I'm not going back there. The very thought gives me shivers. But maybe when things are resolved a little, I'll check out Jeannie's new husband, new shop.
Paige's attorney had filed divorce papers while Wes was still in treatment, warning her that they might not be able to serve him. He was as protected as he wanted to be while there, but within a couple of days, her lawyer called her to report that the papers had been served, accepted, and the message from Wes was that he had a great deal of remorse and wanted to be cooperative. The only exception to her terms, he wanted at least supervised visits with his son. He hoped to finally be released from treatment with a good report by Thanksgiving. Paige asked John to use his apartment to place a long-distance call, but this one was not to one of the girlfriends. She told Bree what she'd learned.
I don't trust this for a second,
Paige said. You shouldn't. Here are some facts. We have no idea how he's doing in treatment. There's no way to find out if he's committed to recovery or one of their problem children. Also, if I were his lawyer, I'd advise him to be repentant, cooperative, ashamed, and docile. I'd tell him if he could cry at his trial and blame the drugs for everything, it would go down a lot better than getting his back up about how bad he's getting screwed by the woman he knocked into the middle of next week.
Lovely,
Paige said. Lawyers aren't all bad. Advice like that often puts the defendant in that mindset. He has to change his awful ways. Be sorry, be nice. It doesn't always work that way, but often. He can't get what he wants if he has an attitude with the court. And we might not know what's happening with him in treatment, but him not getting released with a good report after 30 days is an indication he hasn't exactly given himself over to the gospel. 2 months isn't bad. He hasn't screwed himself up yet.
But it's his 3rd battery offense, Paige said. It's automatic prison, right?
Bree began. Sentencing requirements vary. He can be charged, tried, and convicted, and his sentence can still be less than you're hoping for. He's got a good lawyer. It could be light, short time, lots of probation. It's still a sentence, still a conviction. The judge has the power of discretion as long as he's within the law. My advice? Deny the visitation and go after this divorce like a bulldog. If he really does clean up, he can revisit the custody issue when he's proved himself. That'll take years. Meanwhile, Bree said, watch your back. Stay alert. Remember who this guy is. You know him better than anyone.
Oh, Jesus. Is he going to get out of treatment and show up here again?
Paige said in near panic. He could. But my guess is he's going to honor the conditions of his bail to stay out of jail, go with this trial, and try to get out of the felony convictions, or at least plead them down. Freedom, Paige. That's the big carrot right now. And the trial can come soon, maybe early in the new year.
I'll be completely gray by then, she answered.
Paige brooded a little bit, hoping it didn't show too much. Strangely, it wasn't Wes or the divorce that occupied her thoughts, but John. November came in rainy and cold, and she'd been in Virgin River more than 2 months. There were times she could become lost in the present moment, oddly satisfied with the day-to-day simplicity of her life, content to work alongside him in the kitchen. They were in sync, and it wasn't rehearsed. He would chop the scallions, she would scrape them into the bowl. He would shred the cheese, she would clean the grater. She'd beat the eggs, he'd make the omelet. He'd mix the dough, she'd roll the pie crust. She loved watching John, his movement so slow and steady, confident. And to talk with him in the evening after closing, even for a while, was like a reward. The sound of his voice as he read to her son, kind of raspy and soft, comforted her as much as it did Chris. She found herself wondering what it would feel like to be enfolded in those big arms, to feel his lips on her neck. She couldn't remember last feeling desire. She would have thought that being in his company for so many continuous hours each day, at least some minor faults would be revealed, but she couldn't find one. He could be so sweet and tender with her, but then at other times, like when they were with her family in L.A., he was every bit her champion. Now and then she'd ask herself, was she turning a blind eye to his true character? Was he somehow fooling her, reeling her in? But no, there wasn't an unchivalrous bone in his body. And it wasn't just her opinion. His closest friends and the entire town trusted him implicitly. She was falling in love with him. She couldn't remember being in love. The delusion of love she'd experienced in the early days with Wes didn't even come to mind. Sometimes she asked herself if she should brave rejection and tell him, "I want to stay right here with you forever." But she was terrified that he'd get a stricken look on his face and explain, in his patient and direct way, that he thought of her as a good friend, that he was just doing the right thing. After Chris's bath in the evening, she went down to the kitchen and said, "John, do you want to read tonight, or should I go ahead?"
"I'll do it," he said. "I look forward to it. Is he ready?"
"Squeaky clean," she said. When John went upstairs, she went into the bar to find Jack wiping down the bar, putting up his glasses for the next day. As she entered, the last 2 customers went out, giving Jack a wave and thank you as they left.
"Preacher reading?" Jack asked.
"Yep. If you want to take off, I'll keep an eye on things. He'll be down in a few minutes."
"Thanks. You feel okay with that? Down here by yourself?"
She smiled at him. "I'll lock the door. How long do you think it would take John to get downstairs if I yelled?"
"I guess you're in good hands. It's wet out there tonight. I sent Rick home a half hour ago."
"Go visit with your wife," she invited. She stayed in the bar, and it wasn't long before John joined her there.
"He was asleep before we finished. I guess he was just knocked out."
He took down a glass.
"Feel like something tonight?"
"No, thanks."
"You're a little quiet. Have been the last couple of days," he said.
She leaned her elbow on the bar, her chin in her hand. "I've been thinking a lot. I'm going to be divorced soon. That's eerie, though I have no idea what's coming next." He poured himself his nighttime drink.
"I have something that might perk you up," he said. "Sit tight."
He went back to his apartment and was quickly back with a long white envelope. He handed it to her.
"I took a chance on this. If it doesn't work out for you, no big deal."
She opened it up and found 2 round-trip plane tickets to Portland. "What's this?"
"You've got a lot on your mind," he said. "I figured you were probably worrying about what's ahead for you. Might be a good time to visit that old girlfriend. Check on that beauty shop of hers. Just in case."
In case
you decide to get back to that kind of work."
She put the envelope on the bar. When she said she didn't know what was coming next, she had meant from Wes. Not what she would do, where she would go. She was right where she wanted to be.
John, tell me the truth. Are you about ready for me and Chris to move on? The truth, John. His expression was stunned. No, he said emphatically. I didn't get you the tickets because I want you to leave. Hey, they're round trip. I just thought, I know you miss her. And I know that eventually, his voice trailed off, incomplete. She bit her lower lip and looked up at his face. I should know what you're thinking. What does eventually mean to you?
Paige, I don't kid myself. I know you can't be happy here for long. I mean, once you get your life back, get on your feet.
Tell him, she challenged herself. Tell him the only thing in the world that would make you happy is to be here forever. Right now, I can't think of anything I'd rather do.
That's why I got you the tickets, for you and Chris, for a visit. You should have options. I didn't call her and ask, by the way. And it's over the Thanksgiving holiday, so I got them refundable. If you have to change dates.
She thought for a second. Maybe I will have something to drink. How about a little red wine? You have something open back there? He looked under the bar and pulled out a bottle of Cabernet, showing it to her. She nodded and he poured. After a sip, she picked up the envelope again. This was very nice of you. Very expensive of you.
Think of it as a Christmas present, if you want. Has Chris ever been on an airplane?
She shook her head. What if I go to Portland and love everything? How would you feel about that? He smiled sweetly, then leaned across the bar and pressed his lips against her forehead.
Nobody I know deserves to be happy more than you, he said,
his voice soft. Preacher wanted her to be free to choose. That's why he'd done it. He wasn't stupid. He could tell she enjoyed herself in his kitchen, in this little town. It made her feel safe and protected. Her son was happy. But she should know if there was something better for her. He didn't want her to stay because it was the path of least resistance. It had to be her ultimate desire. If she left, he was going to lose his mind. If she stayed, he was going to lose his mind. She hemmed and hawed about the trip, but in the end, she went. She drove herself over to Eureka, left her car at the airport, and flew with Chris to her friend. She called when she got there, called a couple of days later to say the city was lovely and Jeannie's shop was great. They had a dog, a big friendly lab, and Chris was in love. Preacher concentrated on planning Thanksgiving dinner, a custom at the bar. He was grateful to have a big cooking job ahead to take his mind off things. He was making his lists, getting out his recipes, and he stopped shaving his head the day she left. Within 4 days, a cap of short black hair covered his dome. What's going on with this? Mel laughed, reaching up and rubbing a hand over his bristly dark head.
Head's cold,
he said. I like it. Do you grow it in every winter?
It hasn't been this cold on other winters, he said.
And he hadn't been infatuated with a woman who had cut hair for a living other winters either. Have you told Paige you have hair on your head?
Why would I do that?
He asked her. She shrugged. I guess things that pass as news to women are not quite as interesting to men, she said. Have you heard from her this week? She asked.
She called. She says they're having a nice visit. Her friend has a dog, and Chris is crazy about the dog.
He wiped down the counter.
You think a dog would get in the way around here?
She laughed at him. Preacher, what's that matter? You just miss them so much.
Nah, it's all good, he said. Paige hasn't seen her friend in years.
He's killing me, Mel told Jack. Look at him. He's miserable. He's so in love with her he can't think. But will he say anything to anyone? And seeing him without that little blonde angel riding his shoulders is kind of like seeing him with an amputation. He needs to call her. Tell her he misses her. Jack lifted an eyebrow and peered at his wife. "You don't want to get into that," he said. "He might try to break your jaw." At night, after Jack had gone home and the last customer of the night had left, Preacher went up to Paige's bedroom above the bar and went inside. That she had left so many of her things behind, including Christopher's toys, did not encourage him. He couldn't believe she'd come back here, to him. If she returned at all, it would probably only be for her things. He didn't think he had anything to offer her beyond a safe harbor. Probably Jeannie and her husband could give her that, and more. Her nightie was tossed on her bed, and he lifted it to his nose. He inhaled the fresh scent of her. It brought tears to his eyes. A major cooking event always helped Preacher take his mind off things. It would be just a small Virgin River crowd, but not a small meal. Besides Jack, Mel, and Doc, there would be Hope McCree, Connie and Ron, and Liz, Rick and his grandmother, Liddy, Joy and Bruce. On Thanksgiving Day, Mel and Jack were at the bar by noon to help with the cooking. Mel rolled dough for Preacher's pies and peeled potatoes, while Jack cleaned up cooking pots. They talked about Christmas with his family in Sacramento, about next Christmas with a baby. Preacher was silent, doing his work. He had his recipe books propped up, stuffed a 25-pound bird, whipped cream, filled pie shells, and put them in the oven, all the while glum. When he went into the bar to put out plates and utensils, Jack said, "What's up with Preacher? He coming down with something?" "Yeah, he's coming down with something," Mel whispered back. "Paige and Chris, that's what. It's like he thinks she's never coming back." "She's due back Monday, right?" "Of course. He bought her the tickets, told her to go, and it's killing him. He looks so handsome with hair, I wish she could see him. He did it for her, I'm sure of it. Who knew there was more to his face than that big, bald head and bushy brows?" Since Preacher was never a force of personality, his dour mood was only noticed by his best friends. When people started to arrive for dinner, the tables were pushed together into a long one, places set, and Jack started setting up drinks and glasses of wine. Preacher brought out a couple of trays of hors d'oeuvres, put the bread in the warmer, and had the turkey out of the oven to sit a minute before carving. Great smells filled the bar, and the fire in the hearth was bright and cozy. Preacher found himself wishing this were over with so he could be alone. He looked forward to everyone leaving. He'd take his time with the cleanup, have a shot of whiskey, and go to bed. Hopefully he would sleep. It was minutes before 5, about time to carve, when the door to the bar opened. And there, in the frame, stood Paige. She held Christopher's hand and looked into the room, scanning the faces until she found Preacher. When she spotted him behind the bar, her eyes lit up so much they glittered. As for that big man, shock settled over his features. His mouth actually gaped, obviously shocked. There might as well have been no one else in the room. As she walked toward the bar, he came around it. "I'm sorry I didn't get here in time to help," she said. Preacher stooped to pick up Christopher, who put his arms around his neck first, then rubbed his head. "You didn't shave it," he said. Preacher kissed the little boy on the cheek. "My head was cold," he said. Paige wrapped her arms around his waist and, looking up at him, said, "I hope you have room for 2 more. "What are you doing here?" he asked softly. She shrugged. "I changed the tickets. I wanted to be here, with you. I hope you missed me a little bit." "A little bit," he said. And then he smiled and put an arm around her shoulders and pulled her close. The Thanksgiving party broke up a little earlier than planned.
everyone in the room being aware of the hot gazes that Paige was sending Preacher, and Preacher was clearly receiving, even if he didn't seem to be successfully interpreting them. The women all helped with the dishes, quickly, so that the couple could finally be alone. Maybe they had some kind of fight before she left, Mel suggested to Jack. Do you have any idea what's going on with them? Before or now? Before, she said. None whatsoever. And now? Right now, I bet that old bar is shaking so hard it's about to come off its moorings. When the last of the dishes were put up, the floor swept, the open sign turned off, and the door latched, Preacher trudged slowly up the stairs to his old room. When he got there, he found Christopher was jumping on the bed while beside it Paige stood holding his pajama top, trying to get him to settle down after his bath. She threw a look over her shoulder with a wan smile that said she was coming to the end of her rope. After all, she'd been trapped in the plane and car with him much of the day. "Okay, cowboy," Preacher said, coming forward. He took the top out of Paige's hands and held it for the boy. Christopher slipped his arms in and turned around so that Preacher could snap it up the back. "Attaboy," he said. Paige put a hand on Preacher's forearm and said, "Please tuck in the cowboy and I'll meet you downstairs." Christopher lunged at Preacher, jumping on him, arms around his neck and legs around his waist, hugging him tight. "Want to kiss Mommy goodnight?" Preacher asked. Christopher leaned around Preacher a little, puckering, but didn't let go. He got his kiss and Paige left them alone. "In you go," Preacher said. "Read," he said. "Aw, come on. It's been a long day." "Read," he said. "One page." "Okay, 1 page." Preacher sat on the bed beside him and accepted the book. He read 3 pages. "Now you have to settle down." He started whining and wiggling around. "Did someone give you sugar?" Preacher asked him. "Get into bed. Enough of this." He tucked the covers around him and kissed his head. "See you happy in the morning." "Good night," Christopher said, snuggling down in the bed. When Preacher got downstairs, he found Paige in the bar, at the table by the fire, and she had poured him a shot and herself a glass of wine. A new log had been added, an unspoken signal they would sit there together for a while. Her silky light brown hair caught a shine off the flame, her cheeks were pink and her curved lips soft and inviting. An ache of longing he couldn't suppress spread through him. "I poured your shot and helped myself." "Thanks," he said. "He's a little wound up tonight. I asked him if anyone gave him sugar and then realized it was me. Pie and ice cream, 2 helpings. And I think he had a cola, too." "Well, he's exhausted, so as soon as he detoxes, he should be out like a light. It was a wonderful dinner, John. I think you outdid yourself." "I wasn't expecting you to come back early." He pulled out the chair and sat down with her. "Did something happen?" She shook her head. "It was a fantastic visit. Jeannie's husband is a great guy, great with Chris. She's working like a dog in that shop of hers, but it's going to be successful and she's so proud of herself. Thank you again for doing that." "You missed her," he said. "And guess what?" she said, smiling. "After a few days, I missed you. I missed Mel and Jack, some of the others," she laughed. "I missed the kitchen." "Did she offer you that job?" he asked tentatively. "She did. I told her I'd keep it in mind, but I didn't think I'd end up doing that." He was pretty sure he hadn't heard right. "You have a better idea?" he asked. She lifted one eyebrow. "You think a string of shops would make it in Virgin River?" she asked him. "Right now, I'm fine. Chris is fine. I've asked you before, and I'm trusting you, John, to tell me the truth. You say it's okay I'm here. And when it's not really what's good for you, for the bar, I hope you'll tell me.
Paige, I wouldn't lie to you. Have I ever lied to you?
She laughed. No, not really. But you have been known to delay the information.
Aw, not so much,
he said.
Paige, does Christopher ask about him? His dad?
She shook her head. He asked about his big wheel. She looked down. I'm really worried about something, John. Between my brother, who is a copy of my scrappy dad, and Wes, I'm afraid Chris could get cursed with some nasty DNA thing that causes him to be angry, to hit, to hurt people. I'm really scared about it. Maybe you could look it up.
I could, he said. But I think you can see he's sweet and happy every day. It's probably a good idea to keep an eye on that, though. I would.
He took a small sip of his drink.
Wes, he said. Does he have people somewhere? Family?
No one, she said. He grew up real rough. Foster homes, group homes. A lot of bouncing around. She laughed ruefully. I thought it was pretty admirable that someone who came up hard made something of himself. I was looking at the outside, ignoring the inside. He didn't come through it. He brought it with him. He was silent, thinking.
I served with a guy who grew up in foster homes, he finally said. Had a really hard time as a kid. Sweetest guy you ever met. His childhood made him want a nicer life. You can never tell about that, which way it's going to go. You just have to try your hardest to raise him right.
He grinned at her suddenly.
I can show you that ear twist of my mom's.
Paige smiled at him, sipped her wine. She'd had a lot of late-night talks with Jeannie about John, about Virgin River. Jeannie put in real long days at her shop, and Paige had tried to help out by cleaning up the house and starting dinner. But her old best friend, though she may have been tired, sat up and listened to the saga of meeting John, of John's confrontation with Wes, of visiting her family in L.A. and John holding up to them, holding her up. John and Chris. Jeannie saw the bear with the blue and gray flannel leg. She had stroked it and said, "Oh, God, I've never known a guy who does something like this. This is amazing." It's one of the first things that convinced me to stay, the way he is with Chris. That's really awesome, Jeannie said. But you can't stay there forever because of how he is with your child, you know. That isn't all there is, she said softly. It's how he is with me. But he's so quiet, so reluctant. I don't know if he's just shy or if he's a big Boy Scout, doing the right thing and counting the days till I leave and he's free of this obligation. Jeannie had laughed and said, "Make him tell you." Huh? You've completely forgotten how to flirt. No surprise. Let him know you want to be there. You love it there, and he's the biggest draw. Let him know he makes you feel wonderful. Be coy, but get him the message. You're a girl ready for a guy like him. If you flirt with him a little and he's not interested, he's going to set you straight eventually. If he's really shy, you don't want to confront him and scare him off. So, what have you got to do in the meantime? Paige said to John, "You sure it's okay that we're still here? I mean, with the holidays coming?"
"I don't know what I'd do without you here," he said.
"That's good," she said. She took a final sip of her wine, stood and kissed his forehead. She let her lips linger there. "This is the only place I want to be. By the way, the hair is sexy. Very sexy." With that, she went through the kitchen and up the back stairs to her room. And he thought, I'm going to pass out. Late in the year, the salmon and sturgeon fishing on the Virgin was at a peak, and fishermen came in droves to the river, which meant the bar had plenty of visitors. Many of those who traveled to this part of the world had been here before and had at least a passing acquaintance with Jack and Preacher. But they met with delight the new face on the scene. Paige was alive with happiness. She delivered drinks and meals, bussed tables, laughed with patrons, and, it did not go at all unnoticed, threw adoring looks at Preacher when they were both in the same room at the same time. The conversation in the bar always seemed to center around the size of the catch, the conditions on the river, the weather. But something that also came up was Preacher's apparent catch. A couple of fishermen were seated at the bar where Jack served when Paige took a tray of dirty dishes back to the kitchen.
"This place gets better looking all the time,"
one of them commented to Jack.
"Business is bound to pick up on account of the new help. Where'd Preacher find this young beauty?"
"I think she found him," Jack said, lifting his coffee cup.
"Shouldn't he be smiling a lot more?"
"You know Preach. He doesn't like to show too much emotion." As for Paige, she thought John was responding to her, in small ways. He certainly wasn't pushing her away, and she took that as encouragement. Lips touched cheeks and brows more often. There was the occasional embrace. The best part of her day, her life, was that time after the last patron left the bar and John flipped off the open sign. Christopher was bathed, dishes were done, bedtime story was read, then she and John would spend their private time together, talking in soft tones in front of a late-night fire. He had begun giving her a very brief kiss on the lips as she headed toward the stairs and he to his room in the back of the grill. He was the best thing that had ever happened to her. Soon, she hoped, he would realize that what she felt for him was not just gratitude. Jack had been watching Rick closely. He hadn't expected him to be carefree, but the boy's troubled frown seemed to grow deeper, and Jack was determined he wasn't going to let Rick be swallowed up by this. His one mistake.